Bro, it's not all about size.
Ambi said it best. It's not about the size, but it's how you use it. Unfortunately, in this matchup, it may just well be about size. Welcoming back to the desk for the first time, actually, Xenox. Guys, boys, how are we doing?
Oh, it's been a long time, Rob. How
It
long
has
it
been a
since
minute.
we've worked together?
Week and a half, 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Sadly.
Yeah, it's good. And we got Nick out of the screen as well.
We did. I can't believe that. It actually feels surreal to be able to touch him, and he knows that I'm touching him. Well, that's okay. Let's move away from that one, shall we? Because we can move on to something bigger and better. We said size. Look at the two teams we've got on stage at the moment. Guys, this one is a David versus Goliath, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it very much is. Shopify Rebellion going as very, very firm favourites. Our Lula Club come in as the team that qualified through the separate MENA qualifier, so a fantastic opportunity for them. And a team that does have actually a little bit of experience, spearheaded, of course, by Valentino, who in previous years has done some pretty spectacular stuff at international events. It's best of one, so who knows what may happen.
I mean, but speaking of size, Shopify Rebellion, absolutely the dead set favorites in this. Now, as Gus is alluding to, best of one, these things can sometimes happen where the underdog can cause a big upset, but this would be monstrous.
It would be. This would probably be, I would hedge a guess and say this would actually be one of the biggest upsets that we would see, at least for the play-ins, because we were just talking before with Nick, and you know, Pengu just knows a little bit about the game. The weight that is on Shopify Rebellion's shoulders at the moment, having to go through play-ins, Guz, that's big enough, let alone the context of what happened last major and the fact that now they really should be gunning to be on stage here at EWC, but it's such a long way between where we are now and where they need to be.
Yeah, it's been a pretty extended period where the Shopify roster's been under the spotlight, and probably not for the best of reasons, not performing up to the expectation that they have upon themselves. And so this tournament is going to be a challenge. It's difficult enough to make it out of this first phase, and to then go on and achieve greatness in the second as well will be a short feat. They're also a team that historically is much more comfortable in the best of three environment. So is there potential for this match to pose a threat?
Yes, I'm going to say yes. Alula Club, this is the problem, is when you're going up against a team like Shopify, it's
Shopify
very...
Rebellion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate you adding the context there for the viewers at home that didn't understand that one. So the APL desk comes to EWC. It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
That's why we're here.
That
baby.
is why we're here.
We've got the ramen ranking coming up soon as well.
We do. Actually, the halftime break, we've got the well, you didn't have too much fun with the ramen last night, did you?
I did actually have some ramen yesterday.
How did that go for you?
Not great.
No, not great at all. But look, unfortunately, the context for this game is absolutely going to be that of a uneven battle, no matter which way you put it. I do think, though, when we look at the wider view of this tournament at the moment and how things are panning out, there is that opportunity where, yes, best of one, guys, and in a bracket that is so brutal, right? Double elimination, you don't have many opportunities to get this right. It's 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're done, Skiz. That's a very scary prospect to think about, given the fact that you do have some pretty big teams in this. And I think a really good point, guys, is actually if we just look at that lower, not the lower bracket match, but the lower match in our upper bracket, King Zero,
the middle one.
Nearly, yeah, thank you. Well, technically, yeah, in the middle one. Like, we nearly saw King Zero come out on top, and it probably should have.
Yeah, they got off to a phenomenal start. Of course, you can catch some of those games over on the B stream as well. Hot start, but unable to complete the match or get the win. Unfortunately, probably seeing some of those issues from CNL surface here at an international level. And so, I mean, in terms of contextualizing that for this match, will Shopify have the same issues? Because it's more likely than not that they will be the stronger team and they should get off to a strong start, but it's all about conversion and just making sure that on the day, they can be clinical in completing the match.
But you look at the first 2 games that we had today, King Zero hot start, CAG hot start. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if we see Alula Club also get off to a hot start, and that's going to be their goal in a best of one against a team like Shopify Rebellion. When you're the underdog and you're a team that there's also not as much known about you. We're looking at the stats pre-game, and well, we have all of the stats for Shopify Rebellion. There's nothing for Alula Club. So for them, it's all about the start then. But unfortunately, you look at the first 2 games, the start didn't end up meaning a lot once the more prominent teams started to get going and understood the game that was happening. So that's going to be the other aspect of it, is if you are Shopify Rebellion and you do start slow, don't panic. It's a long game, and they can then claw it back. But if Shopify Rebellion start really strong and fast, this could be very dominant.
It could be over very quickly. You'll blink and you'll miss it type action. I do think that the context needs to be around a little club that there's a good opportunity for them here to actually make a strong start at this event. The pressure's completely off them here, guys. Like, there's no need for them to stress, whereas on the flip side of the coin, you lose this Shopify Rebellion and the whole conversation changes.
I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that this team on screen now, Shopify Rebellion, are the favorite team to make it out of this play-in phase. I don't think you can make an argument there's a stronger team than them on paper heading into this particular event. But with that comes pressure and expectation. And if that pressure and expectation that we saw sort of back half of last year, for instance, rear its ugly head, they didn't perform as well as they would have liked, they really started to go through a bad patch. It seems like they've been able to turn that around though. So heading into this event, obviously not with the greatest of seeding, pending their NAL result in stage 1, they're still in a good position here to have impact and to play into the tournament nicely.
Taking a look.
Did you want me to go there?
Well, I mean, you're welcome to, but I think we're going to move on pretty quickly here, mate.
Go ahead.
No, you know what the question's going to be.
Is Alula Club?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm going to be completely honest here and say there's not much known about this team, and that's just going to be the reality. But that's not a bad thing for us. It's actually a fun thing. We get to see what they can bring to the table. And in many ways, it's kind of like when you see teams coming from CNL and maybe even APAC teams that we don't typically see all that often, is that you get to see something foreign, something different. And that's hopefully what we can get from this game. If Alula Club is to win this, or even just be ultra competitive, they cannot play default Siege against Shopify Rebellion. So they're going to have to play and bring a style of Siege that is going to look to offset the balance, be a little bit different, and try and catch Shopify Rebellion off guard. And that may be also in the map selection too.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost polar opposites. They come into this event with literally zero expectation, zero pressure, but they also have really good form. Looking at how they qualified, their road to qualification here for EWC 26, they played 4 matches over the course of that bracket. They did not drop a single map. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's 3 best of 3s into a best of 5 where they went 3-0. So they're clearly a strong team regionally within MENA. And this is just a free shot for them to have a bit of fun here at EWC.
It certainly is, but more importantly, where do we go? What map are we heading to? Let's have a look at the video and hopefully get a little bit more of an insight. Again, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it truly matters what map we go to. It is Cafe in the end there, Jake.
Oh,
what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, so looking at some of the numbers that we've got over the last, since February, so basically the start of the year, if you will, Shopify Rebellion, 4-4 record, 3rd preference map. So it's not the kind of map that for Shopify Rebellion we're going to look to and say, well, this is their strongest map, or this is the map that they'd be looking to. Often, last played it against Dark Zero, 2-7 loss. But Dark Zero are quite a bit of a higher caliber opponent than Alula Club. Again, we don't have any statistics when it does come to Alula Club, but I will say Cafe, guys, structure. Talk about Shopify Rebellion and where they should have the advantage. I think this is a map that bodes well for them.
Yeah, it doesn't stand out as being a massively dominant, massively strong map for Shopify Rebellion, but as if you contextualize that, the quality of opposition, especially within NAL, is mighty competitive. It probably goes as far as to say that in terms of regional competition, it's the most difficult league, and that's probably why they're in this position, right, where they struggled a little bit in NAL, still qualify for EWC, but now they need to make the quote-unquote gauntlet run. So yeah, Cafe, structure, gonna be a fun map. Alula Club, trying to find win conditions for them. It's
I think play the Vert.
Yeah, Vert, get hyperactive, abuse the repel mechanics, just try to be a menace on repel. Bans are also going to be super critical, right? Do they go for more of a tilt towards info, utility, etc.? Can they try and play the game on their terms?
I take shields away from
Hey
Canadian.
mate, nice streams. Come on, give me a follow for
into
this
the map,
stream.
and then on their attacks,
Okay.
abuse the Deimos, abuse
You know,
the
if
Solid Snake, the Dog,
if-
etc. Be aggressive, play the Vert, as you said, repel, etc. If they try and play structure and they play the 3-2-1s, I don't know if that's going to work for them. So I think for Alula Club, it's about just making this messy, make it as chaotic as it possibly can. B, take the structure away from Shopify Rebellion, and obviously then inverse if you're Shopify Rebellion, you just try and play it as normal as you possibly can.
This is always the problem, isn't it? When you go to talk about 2 teams that have maybe never played each other, have never even seen each other in a server
Maybe
before.
Valentino, but
Yeah, no, it literally would be Valentino, and
So
maybe
so
even
what
then
to go
you
though,
don't even know if they did. Who knows? But I think the fact of the matter
How
is,
to get the
when I look at
packs,
this
huh?
matchup in particular, no matter
stream
how
link
it
on the
goes,
Twitch
whether they play
link.
aggressive,
You
whether
can
they
click
play
on the
passive,
link
that
and
won't
connect to
matter
your
until we actually get into this map. And Cafe,
Ubisoft
as we
account
well
to
know,
Twitch,
can
so
be
we
a
can
very
get the
chaotic
props
map for the defense
in
and the
Twitch.
attacks. However, I have a really big concern here because Alula Club have the opportunity to kind of wipe the slate clean here. Like you said, if they can cause chaos, if they can play the game on terms that are unknown to even
Click on the link.
Shopify, this can
How many
completely
packs
change
are?
the conversation, guys.
Actually, let me show
The
you.
game plan will be
It's
let's
easy.
play differently to NAL. If
I
we
think you need
play
to
in a
watch 4
fashion
hours,
where
okay?
Shopify
Four
comes
hours,
with
you
that
get
they've seen
3
time and
packs.
time again, it's probably not really going to work out too favorably for them, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be chaos, but I think it's just about having a diversion from the typical plan that we see in NAL. What that may look like, again, I think is going to be heavily directed by bans. Is it info? Is it shields? Like what kind of direction both teams want to play it? But Alula need to try and get it on their terms as early as possible, I think, in this matchup. If Shopify get off to that early lead, I think you mentioned earlier.
It's only for the August 4th and
they
5th,
need to
okay?
apply pressure early.
Only for today. And tomorrow is one more pack. I mean, 3 more packs.
Rebellion, he currently entered the stage in the top 3. That's pretty good. Only behind Newers and Ashen, who Ashen had the stage of his life for M80. I'd like to see Ambi take the reins in this game. Just go and just, if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm saying Ambi, go do whatever you want. Run around the map and frag out and try and get some confidence early in the tournament, because clearly for a player that has proven he can be a top 5, top 3 in North America, you look at his stage for the stage 13, so that's a little drop
Okay,
off.
play.
But we know what quality he
Yeah,
has.
you can also just
he's very best.
play the
He
stream,
can be
that's it.
considered one of
Yeah,
the
you
best
need to
in the
turn on the
world.
volume,
Just
okay?
has to find
Just
that ability
play
to
the
maybe
stream
get
and
to the
turn on the
top
volume.
form. So I'd say
Otherwise, you
you've
can
got the
just leave
license
it.
to do what you want in this
Only
game.
for
Contextually,
4
it's
hours.
very important to remember that both of these
Get
two
like,
teams
let
have
me
completely
tell you.
different storylines,
One
completely
second.
different focuses for these kind of events, and that does mean that
First
it comes
hour
down
you
to
get 1
pressure,
alpha
but
pack,
also
second
making
hour
sure
you get a
Rebellion,
second alpha
they
pack,
should be
for
as
4th hour
comfortable
you
as
get
any
1
team
more
will be
pack.
in play-ins. And I even
Okay,
think as
4
we get to
hours,
groups, you should see
3
that
packs.
confidence transfer into
On
groups.
August
They should
4th
be
to
getting through
5th.
groups, not with
On
relative
August
ease, because we've got
6th
some
and 9th you
unbelievable
get
teams here. But I
another
do
3
think
packs
that
for
this
4
has
hours
to
watching.
start here. I don't think they can afford to
August
get off to a
12th you
slow
get
start.
an
I
3
think that
hours.
that is then when we get that
3
little
hours, 3
slight of
packs.
doubt.
4th
It
hour you get
starts
an
to
attacher
fester in the
portrait.
minds, not just of the team, but also of us here, the
We
viewers
get
at
like
home.
up to
We start to get a
August
little bit more
15th.
worried, a little bit more,
August 15th you get
cautious, I guess,
an
around what
3
we
packs.
expect from Shopify
One
Rebellion, but there is no two ways about it.
Siege,
Let's keep
I mean,
this as
so
clean.
sorry.
Let's keep this
Sledge-
as easy
sledge
as
gun.
we can make it, Jake.
Sledge gun skin.
Shopify Rebellion have
And a
all the pressure
trailer,
in
I
the
think,
world
a new
on
season
them.
trailer.
They're coming
You will
off the back
punch
of
out.
a Salt Lake City Major Grand Final. They must perform here.
Yeah, 4
They
hours,
must
3
get off to a
packs.
good start.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that if for Shopify Rebellion, if they were to lose this best of 1, honestly, regardless of the opponent, Rob, it would still be. a
Which
different
you
fun.
I agree.
It's not so much to the way you're kind of framing it. It's not a negative to the fact that it's Alula Club. It would just
No,
be
no,
in
no, no, no,
general.
that's-
Whether
yeah.
What do you
it's
think? Which team will win?
the
Ravindra?
Chiefs, etc.
Teluga,
Shopify
Ravindra?
Rebellion, and we said this on the
Ratu,
podcast, guys. I think in
Ravindra,
North
Ratu.
America, where they're at as a region now, you look at the top 4-5 teams. That it is a very competitive region, to the point where it's almost looking like the region. Shopify Rebellion, yeah, they may be in play-ins, but they are quite literally one of the top teams at this event overall.
Absolutely.
Where to get the full information
You're
bio, bro?
expecting them to be able to go and beat a
nah.
meta team that we don't see
I'm
at
level
the
100
global
player,
level,
I
that
don't know
hasn't
now.
got this experience at this land. Now,
ఏం కావాలి
I kind of
ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్
feel
అంటే
a little bit
ఏంటిది?
hard done by for Alula
Packs
Club
అనా
because we
లేకపోతే
can't maybe give them as much analysis as Shopify
ఏం
Rebellion,
వస్తాయి
since
ఏమని
we just
రావాలనా?
don't see them, Rob. But
Agreed.
that's their story. That's the story that we're going to go with. Is
Packs
we
ఎలా
don't get to see
రావాలనా?
these guys. Now they get an opportunity to show
Welcome
on
to the
big
stream,
stage what
Santosh.
they're capable of. And I'm
స్కిన్
curious
ప్యాక్స్
to see what that's
స్కిన్
going
ప్యాక్స్
to be.
ఇప్పుడు రాదు
I think that,
స్కిన్
you know, like, when
నీకు
we
ఫస్ట్
look at these kind of
4
matchups,
అవర్స్ స్ట్రీమ్ చూస్తే
I think you've got to take
3
that
ఆల్ఫా
approach.
ప్యాక్స్
I
వస్తాయి
think you have
ఇది
to look
ఈ
at the
రోజు నుంచి
approach of
5th
saying,
దాకా
yeah, sure, like,
నెక్స్ట్
we
డే
don't
కూడా
have the
అంతే 3
expectations
ప్యాక్స్
for Alula Club. That also means that
4
it's a
hours.
good thing. I
ఆ
think
తర్వాత
we
రోజు
look at
నుంచి
Alula
నీకు
Club right now is the same as we looked at,
skins వస్తాయి.
at KZ earlier against MIBR.
ఇది ఆగస్ట్ 12th న స్కిన్ వచ్చింది పోర్ట్రేట్ స్కిన్ కదా అది కూడా
Very similar kind of tangent points.
మొత్తం ఆగస్ట్ 15th దాకా ఉంది ఈ రోజు 4th నుంచి 5th దాకా 3 ప్యాక్స్ వస్తాయి 4 అవర్స్ వాచ్ చేస్తే
And also,
okay, okay, okay.
To frame this in a different way,
Santosh
guys, is for Shopify
Okay.
Rebellion, they come into this also with an unknown quantity as to their opponent. Like,
Teluga,
there's a
okay.
little, tiny little bit of nerves. There's like, well, what are we going to
అదే
get?
4th నుంచి 5th దాకా చూసామంటే 3 ప్యాక్స్ వస్తాయి మళ్ళీ 6th 6వ తారీఖు నుంచి 9వ తారీఖు చూస్తే ఇంకో 3 ప్యాక్స్ వస్తాయి అది కూడా 4 అవర్స్
You lose this, and boy, the fallback is going to be massive.
Yeah, I hesitate to say that
నీకు
they'd be
కావాలంటే
worried or scared or have too much of a negative mindset heading into this
But they know they can't lose.
match. But they know that if they lose, Could you imagine? Again, they'll then go
Reddit threads are going to go off.
అర్థమైందా
they'll
లేకపోతే
go into a BO3 format. Naturally, I think they'll be stronger there, but you just don't want to be put in that kind of awkward position, right? So for Shopify, this should be, it needs to be a dominant win for them. Lula Club, they get a free punch.
You know what? I think that of all the teams that we could be going up against a Lula Club to start with,
ఏ టీం గెలిచింది అనుకున్నా షాపిఫై లేకపోతే
Really?
they've got experience, they've got gunners, they've been here, done this before 100 times. I think if a Lula Club goes up against a Fnatic, if they go up against MIBR Los, I maybe feel a little bit more worried. But I think I look in the server, I look at these individuals on Shopify Rebellion, and at international events anyway, they look dangerous, they look scary, they look like they're on the ball at every given moment. And I feel as though this is a very difficult game to sell to the audience.
But I'm trying to find the positive angle on this, Rob. You're trying to...
No. I'm just kind of... I need to be honest.
Okay.
This is the problem.
అలా
You
బ్రో
said
చెక్
this is the
చేసేది
best
సేమ్
matchup they can
అకౌంట్
get, and
ట్విచ్
I'm
కనెక్ట్
struggling
No,
యూబిసాఫ్ట్
that's a good thing for Shopify Rebellion. That's what I'm saying.
ట్విచ్ బయోలోకి వెళ్ళు బయోలోకి వెళ్తే నీకు కనెక్ట్ ఉండదు అక్కడ ఆప్షన్ ఒకసారి
Horrendously bad for a lot of
Drops
people
enable
that
ఉండదు
are going up
నీకు
against Shopify Rebellion, because I think of all the teams right now, they do have a fair amount of eyes on them. And they're fully aware they have to perform. It wouldn't matter who Shopify Rebellion goes up against, like you were alluding to before, guys. It doesn't matter who they go up against. Play-ins, groups, I don't care. The context for this roster, for this team is main stage.
ట్విచ్ ఓపెన్ చేసా నీకు డీటెయిల్ చెబుతాను చూడు
So
ఒకసారి
you think
Oh,
that
it
the
has to
format
be.
that we've
Has
got,
to be.
for those unfamiliar, maybe missed the pre-show, 8 teams for play-ins, 2 get out. Like, that's brutal. And it's
insane.
across today and tomorrow.
Yep.
So, and there's not really much room to slip up. Realistically, this is the only game I believe you can
ఓపెన్
slip
చేసావు
up.
ట్విచ్లోకి వెళ్ళి
Yes, yeah, you can't-
ప్రొఫైల్
you
మీద
can't just
నొక్కితే
do it when you're done.
And following on from that, right?
డ్రాప్స్
if you
ఉండిద్ది నీకు
come into
డ్రాప్స్ అండ్
this
రివార్డ్స్
event
అని ఉండేది చూడు
and you have a
ఒకసారి
bit of a
ప్రొఫైల్ మీద
slow
రైట్
start,
టాప్ లో
well,
ఉండి
you've
చూసా
done 2 days.
రైట్
I
టాప్
don't
లో
know if that's
ప్రొఫైల్ మీద
really enough
నొక్కితే
of a
డ్రాప్స్
window
అండ్
to be able to
రివార్డ్స్ అని
recover,
ఉండేది
find form,
అది క్లిక్ చేయి
scrim their quick turnarounds, like being able to resolve any issues that may arise at the very beginning of this event here on day 1. You don't really get much of an opportunity to recover that, and that's again not really specific necessarily to this matchup, but it's relevant to all 8 teams that are battling. And with only
ఓపెన్
2
చేసావా అక్కడ నీకు
with Shopify
లింక్ ఉండి
probably
చూడు
a
నీకు
very
ఒకసారి అక్కడ
safe bet,
నీకు అర్థమైపోతుంది
it leaves maybe just the 1 slot remaining, right, which is very, very tricky.
I think what we can do, because we've been chatting, I don't know how
Honestly,
much
if we've
more
got a
we
little
can...
bit more feel.
అర్థమైందా అక్కడ
Okay, if you
చెప్పమంటావా
do you
అది?
actually have something.
I did some content yesterday with Shopify Rebellion. Now,
Yeah.
it hasn't gone out yet, but you saw
No.
the one with Fnatic,
Oh, I did,
with
unfortunately.
Deepak and Citizen.
It was very good.
Pretty much did the same thing. I did it with Canadian and Spoy.
ఇన్వెంటరీలో ఉండి చూడు ఆల్రెడీ నాకు తెలిసి స్టార్ట్ అయిపోయింది నీకు
But
I don't.
అబౌట్ ద డ్రాప్ కొడితే
Canadian was not a big
డైరెక్ట్
fan of
Ubisoft
Genesis.
login
I
అడిగింది
mean, Troy and I had a bit of a beat. We
You
had
have,
a beat.
you have history?
Oh,
Well, we don't have history. Now,
Oh, okay, so now
history's
you think-
begun from this
oh,
point.
okay,
In fact,
got
last
you.
time we were in Paris, we had a good day. We walked around, we went to the Louvre, had a great time. Now, the second time in Paris,
డ్రాప్స్
I actually
అక్కడ
swallowed-
అబౌట్ దిస్ డ్రాప్ అని ఉంది చూడు దాని మీద
No
క్లిక్ చేయి
context. No context.
క్లిక్ చేస్తే నీకు యూబిసాఫ్ట్ డైరెక్ట్ ఓపెన్ అయింది
the ball.
అక్కడ లాగిన్ చేసుకుని ఏ గేమ్ ఏ అకౌంట్ ఏ గేమ్ అయితే ఆడుతుంది ఏ అకౌంట్ లో అయితే ఆడతావో ఆ అకౌంట్ చేసుకో
I didn't know he had any element of athleticism about him
No,
whatsoever.
I did. I also took part in the fitness test as
Really?
well. Yes, I did.
What did you get on the grip strength
The lowest
of all the players?
of all the players.
I did.
32. I also
That
took
doesn't
part in
surprise
the
me.
which by getting that 32 was
Almost broke your hand.
It was a
the
struggle?
highest. So the highest, by the way, I don't. Should I can spoil it. Maybe some.
Well, it's up to you, mate. I'm not.
It's your
gonna spoil it.
content.
I'm
It's-
merely a
I filmed
host.
it. I filmed it. So
స్టార్ట్ అయిందా
32
డ్రాప్
the
సెకండ్ నీకు
highest.
చూపిస్తుంది టైమర్ ఇంతని
47.
చూపిస్తుంది ఏమన్నా
He's a
He does
unit.
hit the gym.
He is a unit.
And as we saw in the content piece, Citizen was the second highest with 44. The lowest out of the players was Canadian, but he was still higher than me.
Yeah, the
Well,
Canadians
obviously.
also.
He's also a pro player. He's fit.
Well, can we technically classify a pro player as an elite athlete in terms of actual muscle
I
strength?
would consider Canadian to
I
be an
think
elite athlete.
fast twitch
Maybe at the end
fibers.
of his career.
I think fast twitch fibers wise, these are the greatest athletes on the planet.
I
But
love
I
a
think in
good
terms
film.
of strength,
Now this is the thing, right? If we were back in the APL studios right now, we'd be carting out the ramen,
yes, we would.
get the board out.
Well, you
We're
should,
trying to try and get onto production, and we'll see if we can get some ramen in.
you should maybe
Well,
explain what you were saying
No.
earlier about him having
Santosh.
some ramen
చూపిస్తుందా?
yesterday.
Yeah.
having that-
డ్రాప్
Yeah,
సెకండ్
it didn't
నీకు
really
ఎంత
go
కొంత
too
స్టార్ట్
well,
అయ్యింది
did it?
టైమర్
So,
ఇంతని
I guess for the
Yesterday was
viewers,
fine. Today wasn't as fine.
I'll give context for the viewers.
I don't think don't think the viewers.
No. So if you haven't watched the APL shows,
I really love to play this.
you
I really
absolutely
love to
should.
play this game with
We
you.
run a
Hit
ramen
me on
ranking
Discord.
segment.
Show
And
later
on this ramen
scenario.
ranking segment, we try ramen from all over APAC. So that's from Korea, Thailand,
Japan.
wherever it may be. We go ahead and try it. And there's a specific one from Korea that is quite interesting. It's a little bit problematic. It's a little bit spicy. Jake Xenox and Diddy, the hero he is,
Yes.
decides when we're doing the ramen ranking, yeah, sure, I'll smash 2 of these. It didn't go too well.
No.
However, that's here at EWC. You did it again. And how did it end for you?
Perfect.
Perfectly.
And we've also ended the Phil segment perfectly, Rob, haven't we? Do you want to go? Are you done? He's done. Rob's done. Oh, we did well. No break time needed. We got through that technical pause. And now that we're into the game, guys, time to get a little bit more energy.
Yeah. Fans roll through. It's Castle and Wamai from defense taken out. So we're going to see a utility emphasis here from Shopify Rebellion. On the flip side of Lula Club, they deal with the Canadian Monty. They also take the Grim out of play.
No,
So it
Santosh,
does
వస్తుందా?
leave
కనిపిస్తున్నాయా?
info
వస్తున్నాయా
still
drops?
up. Snake, Dockerby, etc., going to be available alongside the Deimos as well. I mean, tracking back to the castle on the Wamai ban as well. Wamai, of course, is now incredibly powerful post-buff as of a few weeks ago, and in combination with the castle as well. It's going to make a significant portion of that defensively a lot tougher to hold. When you think about top floor, especially against repels and some of the power positions that typically are facilitated by those 2 operators, it's just going to open up the match a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because teams have bans that they just ban regardless of their opponent. To me, this has got to be the Monty ban is towards Canadian. It's his most played attacking operator, stage 1. The 3 most played attacking operators for Canadian. Monty 20 times, Capitao 11 times, Blitz 9 times, and Bazooka will be the opening death. Ambi does get that license to begin with. Opening kill straight away for Shopify Rebellion. The Grim Band, by the way, Rexon will typically play that, so he will obviously have to flex over to the Nomad, which is his 3rd most played operator. And no surprise to see, well, actually, somewhat of a surprise. This is interesting. Surf is playing the Solid Snake. The Spoint and Ambi, their most played operator is Solid Snake. Surf, it's not even in the top 3, so that's a big change-up for Shopify Rebellion.
So a tough start then for Alula Club. They'll be looking to fight back into the round. And Shopify Rebellion now given a platform and a bit of space and time to work with. Player up. And well over 2 minutes still remaining in the round. We'll see what they ultimately look to shape up for here. Still looking to gain information. Curtis takes a big chunk of damage elsewhere as he wins the fight on the Crazy. Alula Club continue to aggress here in the opening round, and unfortunately for them, Shopify Rebellion are ready and waiting.
Yeah, I mean, they look this game. Shopify Rebellion already early pick, expecting maybe Alula Club to go for these peaks. Now, this is pretty much the perfect start. Hold it. Good information as well for the radar for Surf, knowing that they're wanting to play site, expecting the pressure now from Shopify Rebellion because of the numbers disadvantage. Good clear from Valentino, at least. Cocktail to keep that in control. Got rid of Ambi. Canadian the trade, though, very quickly. And unfortunately, Rexon then gets the double. And for Alula Club, it's the worst start possible. They get clean swept really on the opening round of Cafe. That is the dream start, though, for Shopify Rebellion. No funny business, no upsets. They just get straight to work.
Yeah, clinical opening round there from the North American roster. I think they'll be pretty pleased from really beginning to end how it played out. Opening kill going the way, of course, of Ambi. And then the transition into the map was just completely perfect from Shopify Rebellion. The vibes seem good post round 1. Alula Club now looking to respond. They'll head us over to Kitchen for the follow-up as they try and find some ground in this matchup. Now, as you said earlier, there is a little bit of precedent so far already here on day 1 of the underdog maybe getting off to a strong start and then being able and then being caught later in the matchup.
Santosh,
We haven't quite seen the scenario where the underdog's
okay,
gone off to a slow start and what that may.
It could be the opposite. Maybe Shopify Rebellion get out to the hot start, then they think it's done and maybe just cool off a little bit and give Alula Club a way back in. But remains to be seen. The best thing, though, for Shopify Rebellion is the way that, Ambi gets the opening kill. Okay, 13th rated player, NAL stage 1, but so talented, continuing to impress, still as a young player. Straight away expecting Alula Club to go for these peaks, be aggressive, wanting to bring that chaos like we were suggesting. And Shopify Rebellion were very much switched on and ready for it. And what that does then is for Alula Club, then they second guess themselves. Do we want to pick the windows? Do we want to be aggressive? Because it didn't work. And then they end up going into their shells, and that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion will want.
Let's see what Boogie can do.
Some good early drone work here from Shopify Rebellion. It's Joza caught over towards Cocktail Lounge. They go for the double swing. Spoit catches him in the back. Clean headshot. Back on the Solid Snake for this second round. So resuming normality.
I have intel on the enemy.
It's another strong start for North America. Important reminder as well that the winner of this matchup will take on the winner of Chiefs and Tai Lu, currently taking place on the B stream. An opportunity for the winner of that to then go on and qualify for the second phase of play-ins.
And back-to-back opening kills. If you're Shopify Rebellion, I mean, so far so good. Haven't really put a foot wrong. And now they can play the patience game as well. Cafe, get into these good positions, hold the angles, control the stairwells, and then enable the likes of Spoit to get the information. They do lose Canadian, by the way, knifed. Maga then gets the second kill onto Rexon. And Alula Club now make this second round quite interesting. No Blackbeard, and you lose the ROU. So you've lost the ability to maybe get into the site with a little bit more ease, and then the actual execution too. From the Sands, Crazy catches out Ambi, wanting to get in towards Train and play with the Boogie Auto breaches. Good control from Alula Club around the map, both second floor and first floor. Leaves Spoit by himself in the 1 versus 4. Alula Club are going to strike back in this second round.
Yeah, the structure from Shopify getting disrupted.
Ooh, okay.
And that's a bit of a statement piece from Alula. Not a bad little response in the second round. I mean, it was courtesy of a massive hero play over towards disrupted the Rexon and Canadian double stack outside on that dining rappel position. And then the rest of the team was able to play clean up. Here's a replay package of that round. It's a great start for Shopify. Then Haga then ran out and got that 2K in the meantime. And that's a nice little confidence builder. It's a little moments like that where if an individual can have a moment, the rest of the team can then feed into that confidence.
And you didn't win the round just simply, you know, a 1v1, close, clutch, or Shopify Rebellion made errors. You dominated them that round. You had 4 players left alive. He had a big, crazy play as well mid-round to get the double kill from Mhaga, and well, in just the second round. If you're Shopify Rebellion, round 1, perfect. Round 2, disaster. Now it's all tied up, 1 apiece. And that's all you need, I think, if you're a Alula Club in this sort of match, is you need the first couple of rounds. So as I said, you need to start well because you want that confidence, that belief that we can actually do some damage against a high-quality outfit in Shopify Rebellion. Well, there is the evidence for Alula Club. That second round. Now the follow-on we shall see going into the third.
Swapping mags.
Keep our positions.
Deploying heartbeat sensor.
We'll see if there is more aggression to come then from the defense, particularly mid-round going forward. The Nomad brought once again from Shopify Rebellion to try and suppress some of that aggression, but it can be limited in its impact. And you can see in response the pulse in the hands of Crazy, already feeding some valuable information to the rest of this defensive unit. The attack looking to shape up for top down as Surf goes exploring below, and by clearing that barbed wire over towards Brown Stairs, then has a route maybe for a pinch lake and split the attack and hit a back stab. And will actually drone for himself, so pretty self-sufficient currently. Spots out the Mozzie over towards Pillar, the hero from the previous round. And just monitoring that staircase at the moment, maybe trying to catch a timing as we flip back over towards the top down clear here. Spearheaded by Spoit. Some utility has been invested over towards this lounge corner of the map. Alula though not electing to overextend. They'll peel back over towards Cocktail. Space now taken by Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi finds the opening kill onto Valentino. Love that second one as well onto Bazooka from Ambi on the slightly inclined angle. Surf got rid of Mhaga as well, and this time the defense of Alula Club shredded by Shopify Rebellion. Joza with a big play into washrooms, clears out Spoit, had one as well on the repel window, needed to beat Ambi.
Elegant bond
got 3 in the round, and Shopify Rebellion gets it back here in the 3rd round with a dominant fashion themselves, 4 versus 1. Crazy by himself, plan to go down, and we're going to get a tech after this round. Shopify Rebellion will lead 2-1 as the Nitro Cell does not connect. The plan will be successful as Crazy is surrounded. Surf who finds the final kill. Shopify Rebellion with their 2nd.
Yeah, they lock back in there in the 3rd, and it's a return to normality. As you alluded to, tech was called in the chat, and so hopefully we can get that resolved in a moment's time. Final bans as well to be introduced. An interesting talking point as to, I think from the angle of Shopify, what do they try and take out here that is aiding Alula, particularly through mid-round aggression? Is it maybe some of the info gathering? No, they go the Aruni, so they'll continue to triple down in terms of the utility game. Aruni picked on 2 of the 3 rounds played thus far. Solid Snake though in response. I love that ban as well. We've seen it used on several occasions from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's a big operator that they really lean on.
Yeah.
Gets a lot of information. Canadians more of a, at least at the moment, this stage, Monty player first versus Shield player, where you see some Shield players will just play them all. Doesn't matter if it's Monty, Blitz, Blackbeard. He is predominantly dominant on the Monty. So I don't think that if you're a Lula club, you need to worry as much about banning the Blackbeard or banning the Blitz. Canadians choosing to also prioritize things like the Ying, help facilitate the entries. And I think getting rid of the Solid Snake is definitely the right play if you're a Lula club. Well, what they need to make sure that this game develops into is a bit of back and forth. Keep it close all the way through. You can't allow Shopify Rebellion to go on a run. If that even happens once, I don't know if they then have the ability themselves to then go on a run and pick up 3-4 rounds straight against the quality of Shopify Rebellion. So they need this to be kind of back and forth.
Now, the reality is for Lula Club in their campaign here at EWC 26 is this has never been pitched or viewed as a must-win game. And in fact, even if they were to go on into that lower bracket, depending on how the seeding actually does eventuate, I really don't think they will have major issues in potentially being able to make that run. So this is an opportunity for them to test out a couple of ideas, see what the synergy is like, get familiar to the LAN environment, etc, 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 and then that can carry them forward in terms of the knowledge and the confidence for the remainder of the event.
Well, I mean, I think that right now, if you were to look at the first 3 rounds in isolation, first round, not great if you're a Lula club. Yeah, just losing players too early in the round, didn't really get a chance to fight it out. Second round was perfect, maybe a little too perfect. And then the 3rd round, again, similar to the opening round, where it's like you're just losing too many too quickly. You can't really fight, can't really get the game on your terms. And especially when you're defending here on Cafe, you want to be able to hold the positions, make it difficult for the attacking team pushing into the building. And they haven't really done that so far in this first half, except for that 2nd round over towards Kitchen. We've been in a tech pause, by the way, since the bans, reiterating the round 3 bans, the Aruni banned away, along with the Solid Snake banned away. Just a little bit of a lean back time here for Spoit and Shopify Rebellion in this technical pause. Hopefully won't be a lengthy one.
Getting the guns out, he did have the best grip score.
He did, and
as you mentioned previously,
I think when you have the best grip score, you can get the guns out anytime.
You have the license. Yeah, I believe it's just an audio issue on the side of Alula, so some teething issues, but should be resolved in a moment's time. Don't think it'd be too much longer. Been an intriguing map of Cafe so far, a map that can, well, historically was a grind fest and has opened up a lot more in the info meta that we find ourselves in at the moment, and we've seen that develop over the course of this first half. It's going to be intriguing with the Solid Snake taken out, and then the ability for Shopify Rebellion to backstab and split pushes with maybe a little bit more confidence.
Yo bro, just wanted to show some love from your stream cause it genuinely got crazy potential and you allowed to connect.
Drones are a little more valuable as well going forward for the remainder of this first half. And Cafe is a map where, to be fair, their pre-play zones have actually been quite good, but typically the kind of map where actually setting those up can be really challenging. So
and don't forget, Shopify Rebellion haven't played Cafe this stage for stage 1 into Esports World Cup. So the last time that they did play it, as I mentioned, was against Dark Zero, but that was at the Salt Lake City Major. So that was the conclusion of kickoff stage, first portion of the year back in May. And so for them to have not played it since May, since that major, there's been quite a bit of time. And there's two ways you can kind of look at it, and we're not as privy to the information. Either they've shelved it as a map and put focus elsewhere, or they've put it in the workshop and said, we're not going to play it in the officials, but we are going to keep working on it. Now, I don't know which way they've actually gone in that regard, but clearly happy to play it against Al Ula Club to start Esports World Cup for a map they have not played for, well, 80 days. I mean, 80 days is near on 3 months. It's almost 3 months.
In esports terms, that's about 3 years.
But so far, so good. I think we're going to be getting a full-blown rehost looking at the fact some of the Al Ula Club members have left the lobby, or might be hopefully a case of just them two leaving. I don't know. But such is the case on land. We sometimes have the pause in the action.
Yeah. I'm hearing a couple of noises, some shouting from the opposing side
Well,
of
don't
our
forget,
arena here.
technical pause here on the stream. On the B stream right now is Chiefs versus Tyloo. That is actively happening. So if you do want to make your way over to the B stream as well, or watch both,
might actually tune in and see what the score is.
Give us an update. I almost don't want to know the score. I'm a little nervous for the boys.
Just waiting for the score to pop up here.
Well, there's also a delay, I believe.
It'll be close enough. A weird matchup, one where I think Tyloo have an opportunity to get a result, but Chiefs are clearly favourites in that much.
I believe that one's also just starting as well, or having just started. I don't think it's too far into the game.
Oh, it looks like last round came down to a very close 1 versus 1 actually, and I believe that has drawn the score to a piece. So a close one over on the B stream currently, 2-2. Playing over on Fortress, the newest map in Cockpit. Over here though on the H stream, OG map of Cafe currently paused. A couple of technical gremlins to be ironed out.
It seems like it's
off to a decent start though, 2-1.
Yeah, it seems like some audio issues for Al Ula Club, unfortunately. And unfortunately as well, when you get issues such as that, they're the more tricky ones to find where the gremlins are. You know, for the, we'll say, more expected issues, things like FPS bugs, usually a bit easier to resolve. We're waiting patiently. And I think if you're Shopify Rebellion right now, you're just sitting here thinking, we just want to get on with this, get this one done over and done with as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And we're here a little longer than we would have liked.
Yeah, they're just sitting there in silence as is typical. Not really allowed to communicate or discuss, and so you just got to kind of enter a mode of relaxation and patience. Very much will be eager to jump back into the server just like you and I are, but when it's outside of your control, you kind of just have to put up with it for now. Probably a benefit of this team having so much experience. It's not like this is the first technical pause on land that they've ever had to sit through and endure, so I don't think it's going to be too uncomfortable for them, or certainly not unfamiliar territory. That would be an interesting fact. How many minutes of technical pause do you think Canadian has sat through in his career?
That's a fun. I don't think there's a world in which you could actually calculate that.
Well, you could, but you'd have to watch a lot of VODs. You'd have to watch 10 years of VODs.
You would have to watch his entire career. But if you had to estimate, I mean, I'm sure you could probably find the law of averages.
Yeah, you could find a ballpark figure.
And then multiply and pull something out in a bit of a range.
Yeah.
Definitely hours upon hours. So, you know, 10 plus, 20 plus, 100 plus, I don't know. Unfortunately, this is taking a little longer than we hoped for, so we will be heading to a short break. But when we do return, it will be round 4 of Shopify Rebellion versus Al Ula Club.
Break.
Alexa,
కార్నర్
ఏం చేస్తాడు Alexa?
కార్నర్ ఒకసారి ట్విచ్లో నా స్ట్రీమ్ ఓపెన్ చేసి డ్రాప్స్ వస్తున్నాయి ఒకసారి. ఏంది రావట్లేదు నాకు ఇక్కడ.
ఏది డ్రాప్స్
సీజీ డ్రాప్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, సో చూడు ఏంది రావట్లేదా ఏంది, నాకేం అర్థం కాదు. రావాలి. వన్ మినిట్ అట్లా ప్లే చేయి, అర్థమైపోయింది.
ఇదే టోర్నమెంట్
ఈడబ్ల్యూసీ అని ప్యారిస్.
అందరి టీం ఇన్వాల్వ్ ఉందా లేకపోతే కొన్ని అన్ని టీంలు ఇన్వాల్వ్ ఉందా? కొన్ని టీమ్స్
ఒక్క టీం యూరోప్ టీం.
యూరోప్ టీమ్స్
ఇది గెలిచిన వాళ్ళు ఎస్ఐకి వెళ్తారు.
మొత్తం టోర్నమెంట్ గెలిచినాక ఏడికి వెళ్తారు?
ఎస్ఐకి దీని తర్వాత
ఎస్ఐ. ఇక్కడ జరుగుతున్నట్టు టోర్నమెంట్
దుబాయ్లో జరుగుతుంది. వస్తున్నాయా? రావట్లేదా ఏంది?
నువ్వు ట్యాగ్ చేసినావా డ్రాప్స్ అని?
డ్రాప్స్ పెట్టా అసలు ఒకసారి పెట్టి ప్లే చేయి, నాకేం అర్థం కావట్లా. డ్రాప్స్ ఇక్కడ వస్తున్నాయని చెప్పారు నాకు. నువ్వు స్ట్రీమ్ ప్లే చేసావు అనుకో, నా స్ట్రీమ్ చూసావు అనుకో ట్విచ్లో. డ్రాప్స్ జస్ట్ స్టార్ట్ అయినా ఎంతో కొంత అయ్యిద్ది.
చూస్తున్నా కానీ డ్రాప్స్ ఏం రాలేదు నాకు.
అసలు ఏం చూపించలేదు డ్రాప్స్లో.
ఇంకోటి నేను షిఫ్ట్ అవుతున్నావా? షిఫ్ట్ అంటే నేను ఇప్పుడు సీజ్ వాళ్ళు కూడా స్విమ్ చేస్తున్నారు కదా, గెలిపిస్తున్నా నాకు
అర్థం కాదా.
ఈ స్టీమ్ సీజ్ అయ్యా రేబర్ 6 వీళ్ళు కూడా స్ట్రీమ్ చేస్తారు కదా.
అవును,
వాళ్ళది కూడా చూస్తున్నాను.
చూస్తున్నావా? నాది ఒకసారి చూస్తే
నీటి చూసినా కనిపిస్తలేదు డ్రాప్స్, వీళ్ళది కూడా కనిపిస్తలేదు. చూస్తున్నాను డ్రాప్స్ ఏం లేదు. డ్రాప్స్ ఏం లేవు అంటే ఇప్పుడు అదే కదా స్కిన్స్, క్యారెక్టర్ స్కిన్స్ అదే కదా.
ఆల్ఫా ప్యాక్స్. ఇది
ఆల్ఫా ప్యాక్స్ కాదు. ఆ డ్రాప్స్ ఆల్ఫా ప్యాక్స్ అన్నారు వాళ్ళు.
ఆల్ఫా ప్యాక్స్.
DNA. Whenever we let it out,
ఇప్పుడు డ్రాప్స్ ఏం లేవు
it becomes our superpower.
చూస్తున్నా డ్రాప్స్
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
ఇన్స్టాల్ చేస్తున్నా అప్డేట్ వచ్చింది
We were there
సీజా
for every click, every clutch.
1.4
Every
GB
respawn.
ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసినాక నెక్స్ట్
We were there for
మినిట్
the years of grind.
వెరిఫై
and
ఫైల్స్
we're
అని
here.
అంటుంది
Now, the proud founding partner of
నాకేం
EWC,
అనిపిస్తలేదు
powering the
వెరిఫై
biggest
చేసినా
event
కూడా
in gaming,
ఎర్రర్ వస్తుంది
shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
అప్డేట్ చేసేటప్పుడు యూబీసాఫ్ట్ ఓపెన్ ఉండకూడదు కదా
అదేం లేదు.
నీ దాంట్లో ఏమైనా చూపిస్తుంది యాడ్ వస్తుందా నీకు
అది వాళ్ళు ప్లే చేస్తున్నట్లే. అదేదో ఎవడో టెక్నికల్ ఇష్యూ వస్తేను
టెక్నికల్ ఇష్యూ వచ్చిందా కొత్త గేమ్ సిరీస్ వస్తున్నావు
కొత్త గేమ్సా?
కొత్త
సిరీసా? ఏదో హౌస్ ఆఫ్ డ్రాగన్స్ వస్తాం.
హౌస్ ఆఫ్ డ్రాగన్ ఎప్పుడు చేయలే
పాతయా? పాత ఏం చోట్ల నీకు ఎంత తెలిసి చెప్పు.
ప్రస్తుతానికి చూసిన ద మేనిఫెస్ట్ మెంటలిస్ట్
చూసేసా ఆల్రెడీ.
చూసేసావా? తెలిసిందే.
నాకు ఇది ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చాడు. ఏంది అమ్మాయిడు నరికేయాలి. డిస్కౌంట్లో స్ట్రీమ్ చేస్తాను చూడు ఒకసారి.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but Tyler 1.
కనపడుతుందా?
You're done.
కనపడుతుందా?
ఇదే ఇక్కడనే చూసిన నేను.
నాది కనపడుతుందా? ఇది సపరేట్ చూస్తున్నావా?
డ్రాప్స్ చూస్తున్నా కానీ
ఇదిగో ఇక్కడ ఏమి రేపు ఇచ్చాడు కదా. ఇదిగో ఇది యూబీసాఫ్ట్ ఒకటి స్పెషల్గా కంటెంట్ క్రియేటర్గా. ఓకే ఇదిగో ఇక్కడ ఏమి ఇచ్చాడు చూడు. You are ready to participate EW drops and remote co-streaming taking place of August 4th. ఇచ్చాడా? ఇదిగో for accepting that you gain access of the resource required to participate in the event. Upload co-stream and Twitch drops from the playoffs phase.
ఇదేదో వీళ్ళ తప్పు ఉండొచ్చు, యూబీసాఫ్ట్గా ఉండొచ్చు. కానీ ట్విచ్ మాత్రం 5th అనేది 5th డ్రాప్ అయిపోతుంది.
ఇది సపరేట్గా డ్రాప్స్ అని నాకు చూపించేది ఇక్కడ.
నీకు కాదు అందరు చూపిస్తుంది ఇది.
ఇది నీకు కనిపించదు, నీకు వేరే చోట ఉంటుంది డ్రాప్స్. ఇది ఎనేబుల్ డ్రాప్స్ నేను ఆప్షన్ ఆన్ చేయడానికి. ఇది క్రియేటర్ డాష్ బోర్డ్. నువ్వు చెప్పేది ఛానల్ది చూపిస్తా నాకు.
ఓకే ఇక్కడ లేదు. ఇక్కడి నాకు కనిపించలేదా?
ఇది ఇక్కడిది నువ్వు చెప్పేది ఇదేనా? చెప్పేది
ఇది అస్సలు లేదు. వెళ్ళానా? వచ్చిందయ్యా, వచ్చింది. ఇప్పుడు నేను 3 ఉన్నాయి కరెక్ట్. నీ ఇది
నా చూపించలేదు కదా. నా
చూస్తున్నా నీదే, నీ చూస్తుంటే
బా చూపిస్తుందా? అది
నీ చూస్తుంటే వస్తుంది, ప్రాసెస్
అవుతుందా నిజంగా?
స్ట్రీమ్ చేసి చూపించాలా?
చూపి.
నీదే చూస్తున్నావా?
Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
మళ్ళీ 5 minutes.
టెక్నికల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అరే అలెక్స్ నేను షిఫ్ట్ అవుతున్నాను.
షిఫ్ట్ ఏంది అర్థం కదా? షిఫ్ట్ ఏంది?
వీళ్ళ స్ట్రీమ్ చూస్తున్నా రెయిన్బో 6
కానీ
చూస్తాను.
సరే సరే.
Well, hard to believe that we've only played the 3 rounds so far in this match, guys. It's been one of the more long-winded pauses, but it seems as if we're moments away from getting back into the game. I saw the fact that it was no referees. I got word in my ear. We're coming back to the broadcast, and I look behind me, and we've got 2 referees now back on the stage. I really hope this is going to get sorted. I do apologize for everyone watching along. Of course, it seems as if there's been an audio issue that's been plaguing this match, and it's actually been watching the referees and the admins. They've tried, from what I can see,
I don't know what's going on.
It seems like they've tried to replicate the issue and they're having some troubles.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can get back underway very shortly. Shopify Rebellion have been sitting, waiting. Yeah, only 3 rounds played for a match that, for all intents and purposes, should be done by now.
Yes, could have been done, and regardless of the victor, it's been that much of an extended pause. Yeah, not entirely sure what has taken place. Seems to be something audio related. We had a look across, and both players were. It seemed like they were in a lobby trying to replicate some kind of problem. So no word as to what exactly that may have been, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it has been fully resolved, and thus the pause shall continue.
Yeah, so to allude a little bit more into what you're talking about, 2 players leave the lobby for Alula Club. It seems from what we could gather, they then joined a different lobby to see what they could do to kind of fix the problem and replicate it. Whether they've sorted that out, I did just see a thumbs up going around from the referee to all of the players, and with that I think we will be getting underway here very, very shortly. Again, 2-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion on Cafe. We just concluded the bans and then ran into the problem. So the bans that we did get to see after 3 rounds were the Solid Snake and the Rooney. The next site choice will be Fireplace and Mining, and we are underway with the 4th round. Thanks to everyone for tuning in and staying with us, and we can now get back into Cafe.
Let's send out the message to the B stream. It's time to come back to the A stream. I've heard that the matchup over on the secondary stream between Chiefs and Tai Lu is developing into a potentially very interesting game. Tai Lu actually currently in the lead at the halftime break.
It seems like Chiefs actually just won around from what I can see from Nate's body language, so that one might end up being a little closer than we expected. As for this one, well, pretty much we reset now. Any momentum that there may have been. I will say though, I think for Shopify Rebellion, from what we've seen, they've clearly been the better of the 2 teams across the opening 3 rounds. But that second round, they won with 4 players.
Thank you for the being part of the co-streamer EWGC for the group set. Drops only available for 2A. Limited number of pre-selected streamers based on their past performance. Starting from the playoff, drops will be available to all of you. Drops will be available to all of you.
Kitchen. We'll be going mining for the first time.
Well, let's see then if Alula Club have fight in for the range of this first half. Or whether or not Shopify Rebellion can spring back into action with the expected form. Early Nitro Soul from the defense, unsuccessful, still 1 in the pocket of the pulse.
White gridlock
once again resuming that operator for the 3rd time over the course of this first half. Bit of a switch up here in terms of the comp from Rebellion. With the finger in play.
Now Rexon had to be careful there. Ambi, another opening kill. Give him the license to run around, and so far he's followed through nicely. 3 of the 4 opening kills for Shopify Rebellion. There was a trade back though on to Surfer, who's the Twitch, 4 versus 4, heading into the second half of this round. Canadian still with 2 adrenal surges remaining.
Space station, space station.
Hold. Crazy will get the information and quite a lot of it on the pulse. Valentino losing his life. Nitrocell. He wasn't expecting maybe the double stack because Doza gets the kill. Again, equals things up. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, very intriguing round developing here for the 4th. Signs of life for Alula Club. Can Shopify Rebellion though on attack show some good initiative here. Final minute of the round. Diffuser still needing to be collected. Vert established by Rexon, exposing into sight. Can he pluck a kill? Feed spotted, but the kill doesn't follow. An opportunity to reposition here for the defense.
I think if you're Alula Club, you're happy with this. Now 3v3, 40 seconds left. Yes, Shopify Rebellion get a bit of top floor power play with the Rexon sledge.
Deploying sensor.
Crazy though can get quite a lot of information still remaining in this round on the pulse.
Crazy and
couple that with Bazooka still on the Solar, so intel's not going to be terribly difficult to gather for Alula Club, but they do lose Bazooka. Rexon from above. With the floorboards opened up, the pressure mounting, he finds the kill. Ambi pushing in through mining can go for the plant. Wanted to maybe think about enabling that window and will do so. Pushing closer left side mining. Where's the follow-up from Alula Club? They're not going to deny this plant. Crazy losing his life to Spoit, and Shopify Rebellion win arguably the closest round that we've seen between these 2 teams and go 3-1 up.
Yeah, a really good way in which they've been able to problem solve and break down the remainder of that round. Some good discipline from Shopify Rebellion. I think credit to Rexon in particular, the amount of value that he got individually from the sledge late, from the Verdant, flushing out the defense, clearing, reading, plucked a kill, and then gave his team the advantage to play into for the plan. Some good coverage there of that particular
I spied Ambiano, Canadian.
Shopify Rebellion will extend that lead.
Storm.
Close around.
The team Guru
Just having
huh?
the experience.
At
the top floor, they were able to utilize the sledge, and from there, that really got them into a round-winning position. Well played for the North American club. 4 straight rounds, though. Opening kills. That's been quite the concern if you're a Lula club on Cafe defense, where you're just never really in an advantageous position early.
Every
single round so far, and while they were able to pluck a singular back in the second round thanks to a really nice multi courtesy of Mhago, that outside of that it hasn't really been all that promising for them, with Shopify Rebellion being able to flex their muscles largely over the course of this opening map of their EWC 26 campaign.
Well, it's funny I say that round that we just played was the closest we've had so far. 4 alive, and 4 alive, then 3 alive. So indeed I was correct, but it highlights we haven't really seen closeness within the rounds at the moment. Which is a big benefit for Shopify Rebellion, dominating in the opening kills. 2 plants as well within the 4 rounds played, so going at a 50% rate, that's incredibly high.
Striker
rounds from Rexon and Envy. So statistically right now, this first half has been dominated by Shopify Rebellion. 2 rounds to be played, and 2 opportunities for Alula Club to get some more rounds on the board. But already noticing the gulf between these 2 clubs. As expected. Rexon taking some damage towards Bakery on the Capital, but not only will he takes the damage, he takes the space.
Yeah, Canadian able to cut that cross small bake courtesy of the ROUs. Rexon takes that space, while Surf elsewhere has been able to straight drop through Freezer.
He's just straight away into the site, got the free kill onto Valentino. Joker Payload doesn't connect. Just so much pressure. Mhaga never getting out of there alive, whether it was going to be from the flames or the bullets. In the end, it will be a combination of both. Joe's to push down from Red Stairs. Missing quite a lot of information from those ROUs. Canadian does eventually fall to Crazy. Big battle to be won. Surfer finds a way to hit the headshot. The spray controlled nicely. Ended up getting rid of the Fenrir. Allows Spoit now the entry through Small Bake. And leaves Crazy by himself. Again, another very one-sided round. And this again in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Crazy will enter the Joker Payload, but while doing so, the plant will be successful. 4-1 on the scoreboard now looks incredibly likely.
Yeah, Crazy spending a large portion of the round off site, unable to have impact from top floor. And while he dropped down in that transition, Shopify Rebellion have taken space on both sides of the objective. They have punished the playmaking opportunities presented by that defensive structure. And it's good positive signs that they've been able to problem solve that quickly. That's now adding to a collection of rounds where Shopify Rebellion haven't been in, amazingly dominant positions, but they've been able to identify the weakness, I think, from the defense and done a really good job in exploiting that. Surf, another really good example. Great backstab, just overall execution and the brains in this team. They're firing here on day one.
And what's helping them, again, when you're getting these opening kills, it's a lot easier to navigate that way, where you're looking to exploit the gaps, because you're always basically playing a 5 versus 4. The defense is always stretched thin. There's always these avenues to play a drop or push in through Small Bake or control this spacing. So much easier on the attacking side when you're consistently having these advantages, and that's the disappointing factor for Alula Club. Now down 4-1, final round of the half coming up. 6 for Rexon, 6 for Ambi.
I think so far it's fair to say that this is playing along the script that we expected.
Yeah, I would say the script that we expected for this matchup has been thoroughly met.
Not to say that may change in the second half. It could potentially be that dynamic where it's a little more attacker-sided, pending ban.
There's just no statistic that I look at, though, and say, yeah, I mean, this is where it can change.
It's certainly a glass half full perspective.
This has been very, very dominant from Shopify Rebellion. And so
Castle ban చేశారండి కామెడీగా.
Right? Because you're never going to say 100% certainty this game's done or whatever. You don't want to ever
Castle Grim అది గోమాయిన్ కూడా బ్యాన్ చేస్తున్నారు వీళ్ళు.
It would be from seemingly out of nowhere. And that would actually be even more damning. If this were a competitive first half and Alula Club were then able to win like the arm wrestle in the second half, it's a whole different storyline. Right now, Shopify Rebellion have been so good. Now it's just about closing this sort of match out. Again, reminder, this is a best of one here for the play-ins. Earlier today, Fnatic won their game over CAG.
I'm reloading.
And what was the other game as well? Because they were both
King Zero looked competitive against MRBL.
That's
Loose,
right,
but then unfortunately, that was
They could division on there.
They'll be flawless in that regard. With a very important kill onto Rexon because it was a 5 versus 3. And well, it's another trade 1-for-1. That's good though for Shopify Rebellion. They still have the advantage. Mhaga and Crazy, the remaining duo for Alula Club on the defense. A little bit more fast pace in this round from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they lose the blitz, but they retain advantage, and that's going to be critical for a portion of the round. $3 for Surf to create space, double nade for Ambient, some flashes as well. Good position here. Potentially though good info for the defense with both the Valk and the Mozzie in play, but tricky to make plays. Again, and Crazy. Last man standing.
He needs the ace. He's already got 3 kills this round. 2 remaining in Surf and Spoit. Now, the unfortunate thing is there's still a minute. If there was only 20 or 30 seconds left, I actually wouldn't mind his position here in the 1 versus 2. But with so much time for Shopify Rebellion to just work their way through this, you've still got a frag grenade, you've still got 2 Candelas, so you've got some utility. You may even have drones that are potentially playable. Drone in pillar at the moment, so they know they can safely drop. Information, though, from Crazy. So he knows this is a double drop.
Util, Candela.
Yeah. I think Crazy is going to need to look for a reposition. I honestly would maybe expected him to go for the full sweep round. Surf, though, expecting him to just watch. 5-1-half in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Very, very dominant. We expected it, and that is exactly what we received. Their attack was way too good. Flawless from the opening kill department. 6 rounds straight. They got the first pick. And you can say 3 of the 6 rounds they got the plant technically would have been 4 of the 6 if that kill didn't eventuate at that point, because the plant was going to be successful. They got all of the multi-kill rounds. There were none for Alula Club until the very last round. Not a lot really to look back on and find positive angles for Alula Club. They got taught a lesson here, and maybe that is the overarching storyline from this match. If you're going to get taught a lesson, this is the game. Then it's either Chiefs or Tyloo after this, and you can take some learnings from this match against Shopify Rebellion.
Again though, as we discussed, given the nature of this format, you don't have a huge turnaround. You really don't have a turnaround.
Yeah.
If it's not your day, it's not your day. You could be sent packing, right? So certainly a rough introduction for them here at EWC 26.
Well, they play again today.
Yep.
So you're going to have to learn pretty quickly. It's not like you get a chance to really go back, VOD review this game either. So it's more of a what do you take from it, from the game directly afterwards. The first-hand experience. By the way, we're into the halftime break.
As is customary, 2-minute pause, an opportunity for both teams to kind of rehash the game plan heading in to the second half.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're Shopify Rebel, you look at these numbers. Surf with 6, Rex and Ambi with 7, Spoit's got 5. They're all going positive. No one's really giving their life away. Canadians 1-4, but of course, as we know with Canadian, that his job is to throw in Candelas, put the shield up, and heal people with an adrenal surge. Maybe throw out some RUs every now and then.
Kill people with an adrenal surge?
Heal.
Oh, I thought you said kill. I was like, that's some new tech. Nah, he's doing his usual stuff. It's been a good team effort from
Alexa,
the NA squad thus far.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, right? When you think about the hard support. You know, back in the day, Canadians' role was almost expected to get negative kills. You think about
and it was also not a case of being a. Today in Modern Siege as a standout. Back then, it was an expectation for there to be that dedicated player, right? But they're still making it work.
But the new age is, well, if you want to be the best, you almost need all 5 to have that capability to frag out. But Canadian is so just, I'm going to enable the rest of my team. I'm not just support player, I am enabling, I'm helping, and I'm doing it as best as I possibly can, and that's why Shopify Rebellion still have a lot of success. It's a lot easier for, and this is to really, when you think about stats, Canadian's not going to get the kills. Why? He's throwing in the Candelas so that Ambi can then follow up and go and get the kills. He's not going to get the kills because he's setting up the REUs so that people like Rexon can take the space into Bakery. He's not getting the kills because he's got the shield up and pushing and taking space. So that's just the way that the support role works. But thinking about the very top level support players these days, and they can do a bit of both. I don't know if Canadian can do a bit of both, but what he does really well is support.
Into the second half we go then, and the bands have rolled through. Shopify Rebellion electing to take the Monty and the Solid Snake out of play. Two respectively very powerful operators in taking space on a map such as Cafe. And then on the side of Alula Club electing to take out the Aruni and the Wamai. So an emphasis on catch and utility from those guys. It will mean that Wamai persists over the course of both halves thus far. Again, a testament and a reiteration that Wamai is in a very strong position at the moment. It does though mean that the Blitz is available. We're going to see that exchanged here in round number 7. And I think for Alula Club in this second half, it's just a case of let's just go in, confidence, again, really emphasizing nothing to lose. Let's just throw our weight at Shopify Rebellion and see if we can get some rounds.
Yeah, but don't try and play this too quickly. Sometimes you're 1-5 down, you're the underdog, you almost just feel like we want to rush at them. And that's just not going to be the way that you're going to find success. You need to play your game back in your system the way that you would typically play this. Don't adjust and change it based on your opposition. And if this is the kind of set play that they're used to employing, then no problems with it. Crazy going all the way up top red stairs, met by Surf. So far, Surf is just kind of letting the utility do the work at keeping the Blitz at bay. And Surf will know full well that it's not going to be just a solo Blitz. It should be the double stack top red. Now they lose Rexon. Surf now starting to feel the pressure. He's also wary of getting pinched from Lounge with that. Spots left side, but he did get some damage onto Crazy. Knows there indeed is the double stack. Shot through the wall, get through to Surf. Good little pinch from Alula Club here on this top floor. So far, so good on their attack.
They're not the tidiest pinch ever, but they made it work in the end, and it will force aggression out from the rest of this defensive unit. Canadian forced back, courtesy of the Lion scan. His position revealed, so can't actively hold the staircase any longer. Spoit may go searching. Ambi's, of course, second floor. Spoit will look to join him. Well, you mentioned before the Canadian's break power might not be the greatest, but he's keeping Shopify Rebellion in this round.
It's usually the way it goes, doesn't it, as a caster? You say one thing and then the opposite happens, and Canadian's going to turn into the top fragger in this 7th round. We'll see if that does eventuate. Still a minute remaining, lots of time for Alula Club. As they get inside of mining, we'll go for the plant. Valentino looking to stick that down. No one outside at the moment. Crazy gets rid of Ambi with a pistol on the Blitz. It will be a successful plant. Canadian not opting for the swing. Azuka was holding the angle. That's exactly why. And while Spoit does get the kill onto Valentino, this one's done. Alula Club. Bit of a statement here to start the second half that this game is not done just yet. Really solid attacking round.
Could we see something special develop over the next few rounds? That's why we said that sort of leading into the halftime break, it is a game of two halves, and whilst a 5-1 comeback, especially on attack, is incredibly challenging, especially when you consider the discrepancy between these two teams, it's not impossible. And some really positive signs in that opening round. Good pinch work early, opening kills. Surf got caught in an awkward spot. He was dealt with. Rest of the defense forced to try and aggress, but they had the operators to contain that. And in terms of the execution and the ability for them to get the checklist done in that round, it was, yeah, pretty good.
There's winning rounds, but then there's where you've won a round and the system worked. The double push up red stairs with the repel pressure, clearing out that top floor, and then eventually turning your attention to site. So clearly they had a game plan and followed that game plan and won the round because of it. They didn't just win the round because they were looking for random picks and just trying to play aggressive, random chaos siege. And that's the good sign if you're a Alula Club, is that from the system that they employed, they got the round win. Let's see if they can do it again in the 8th round. And if they can, then it's suddenly 3-5, and then suddenly some pressure onto the North Americans.
Is that really a priority right now?
9-5 for Crazy. He's been their best. He's been their best standout. And that was also the first round, by the way, guys, that they got the opening kill. It becomes a little bit more easier when you actually do get the advantage to begin with. And a good sign that they were also able to get the plant down too successfully. So, what does the follow-up look like?
Well, they bring the blitz again. That was used to spearhead control up through red into shop last round, and they may look to use that as a spearhead for round number 8 as well. Doesn't, again, have to be super aggressive or anything along those lines. Blitz can be a rather structured operator in how you try and inject it into the lineup. Bit of Vert as well, courtesy of the Bark that will help with the flush on site late. And Deimos always going to be strong, generally speaking, for info gathering, but needing to be mindful, of course, into the mute of Surf. And on the side of that defense, Canadian looking to play the late game with Yokais on Echo. I'll be intrigued to see if that has impact towards the tail end of the round. And it means that the longer the round goes on without a Lula club going for plan or being able to pressure the site, that's going to play further into the hands of the defense naturally.
Yeah, I mean, Valentino's going to be the one to watch here over the next 30 to 40 seconds on that Bark. He's going to use that skeleton key, open up the floorboards, but Shopify Rebellion are going to largely play that offside position. So double stack towards Bar. They're going to play VIP. They've got small bacon bait. No one technically right now is inside.
Bro.
So as we watch Valentino opening up these floorboards and putting the he's not going to find anyone. He's not going to get a kill from this.
Hello.
Still pressure them for the later part of the round when eventually you would hope for the attacking team you're going to keep someone above. Otherwise, you know, the potential retake's an issue, so someone has to stay.
The round for both teams hinges on this VIP clear.
Yes.
It's critical that a Lula club deal with
and Bar as well, as an extension of that. When you're double stacking Bar, it's not Envy by himself. Typically, VIP, you can be on this island, but he has someone like Surf that can swing and help out. And he's also got the Yokais we can see on the pip.
I love this lineup from Shopify
Envy
Rebellion.
is well protected here. 45 seconds too, and suddenly then also
he's looking at Canadian screen. You can see for the info
from the blitz, a double stack as well. Ambi was ready, a 1-for-1 trade, and Surf though loses out. There's the clear towards Brown, and nicely done from Bazooka. That's Bar control established. Fall back into sight, but again, remember Valentino had the floorboards. Rexon wins the battle though from sight. And suddenly now, 25 seconds, 3v3, the most critical and pivotal round.
Yeah, the Vert doesn't matter. Full attack, first floor, and they're going to try and spearhead on this half of the map Bar side.
Don't forget as well, the Yokai's for Canadian. He's playing towards Bakery as Bazooka falls. The spoil advantage again for Shopify Rebellion. Down to Joza. Needs to clutch all three. Does get one onto Rexon. The other two will play hide and seek, and he does not have the kit. Therefore, the time will expire as Shopify Rebellion take match point.
Yeah, really, really clean work. I really did think that the largest portion of the round was going to hinge on VIP, and whilst it certainly did have impact, it didn't ultimately confirm the round either way, but I think Shopify Rebellion's ability to respond to what happened with this play here, get back to site. Of course, the attack then transitioned first floor. It meant that it took the Vert out of play that was previously established. And there just wasn't a ton of time.
But there was also nothing Bakery side, nothing red stairs.
It was a little one
and it was a little white stairs and a little brown stairs and one side push. That meant that for players like Canadian, you can play Bakery, you can play the Yokais.
Love that little tech as well in that round that you only really typically will see in a LAN environment, right? Ambi was VIP, has Canadian in person sitting next to him, being able to look at that Yokai information. It's not a case of where you may be playing online and you're getting a verbal call out. He could physically see just how close and aggressive that blitz was, could see the double stack, and then he was able to execute.
And even though he does die there, he does take one with him, and that's the job done.
He didn't give away his life for free, which was the most important part of that hold.
So really well played for Shopify Rebellion. They got tested in that round from Alula Club, but they passed the test. Now they've got 4 opportunities to get themselves one step closer to what would be play in phase 2.
Correct.
Again, it's a brutal format here. 8 teams for the play-ins, 2 to qualify then into the group stage. So a reminder, I guess, for Shopify Rebellion fans, win this, you're into the upper bracket final of play-in phase 1 for Group A. Win that, you qualify for play-in phase 2, while you play another team from Group B. Win that, you are into group stage. It's a brutal run.
Reloading, cover me.
But this is also double elimination for this portion of the play-in for the loser, which seemingly at the moment is seeming to be a Lula Club. We'll play the loser of Chiefs and Tyloo, which seems as if that's still live at the moment on the B stream.
Yeah, last I heard, Tyloo was actually in the lead, and Chiefs looking to try and push an overtime. Ooh. So not quite sure how that's developing currently, but certainly a bit of a closer affair than what we have on our hands here. But that was probably a fair expectation heading into the day.
Well, I mean, ours is still going because of tech issues, and I know they did have some tech issues as well. Rexen finds the opening kill onto Haga. Again, just the way the Canadians able to get this information from the polls as Boyd gets rid of Valentino. Need a kill from Crazy. He crosses the threshold of double digits. Decent for him as an individual, but would rather the team success. But it's Shopify Rebellion and are now very much edging closer to taking this map of Cafe and therefore the game itself. It is only a best of 1.
Fair play to Crazy, by the way, up to 10 kills.
Yeah.
Actually will end this match as one of the higher rated players across all 10 inside of the lobby. But Siege, of course, is very much a team game. Solo carries are rare.
Ooh, hang on. Okay, so round not done just yet. Canadian has a little slip up. Bazooka will get the free kill and we're tied. Evened up for numbers heading into the final minute. Still double Nitrocell available for the defense, but the Blitz available too for Alula Club, and being their best player so far in Crazy. Push up white stairs now from Bazooka and getting the live drone. So some good information, but also good space that's now been taken for the attack.
Can they problem solve their way through this round? Can they try and get Crazy in a position to break some space and structure here that Shopify Rebellion do have on offer? Keep in mind, double Nitro still up for the North American roster.
And keep in mind, it is mining, so this position towards reading not quite as valuable. Damage onto Crazy, but stays alive. The smoke actually helping out Rexen. Oh, it's a shot onto Josa through the smoke.
Loading full magazine.
Devastating for Alula Club. And now the time is their enemy. But Crazy did get the down onto Rexen, but ultimately falls to Surf as Bazooka. 7 seconds to find this double kill onto Ambient Surf, who fall back. And unfortunately with no kit, no time, it will not matter. Bazooka cannot win it as Shopify Rebellion make it a 7-2 victory over the Mena outfit and move a little closer to getting out of play-ins. That's step 1 done.
Yeah, one step. Still plenty to go, though, for Shopify Rebellion, but I think they'll walk away pretty happy with how they've played today. A good display, game plan worked, minimized errors, and overall just played a really good brand of Siege that I think is positive for them, especially best of 1s, which can be a little volatile, a little bit dangerous. Didn't really look like that for them today.
No, certainly did not. Unfortunate for Alula Club. Some little signs that they were able to do some things nicely. They got one defensive round, they got one attacking round. Both of those rounds in particular looked strong, but for the most part, they got dominated in the opening kills. 9 rounds played, only got a single opening kill in the entire game. They gave up way too many plants in the opening half, essentially 4 out of 6 rounds. They only got 1 plant themselves. Multi-kills dominated by Shopify Rebellion. All the stats in favor of the North American club. For Alula Club, though, their next match, at the very least, will be easier.
You would imagine so. And again, I think it's, of course, important to remember that Alula Club did not qualify for this event through the traditional means, like EML, for instance. It was a separate MENA qualifier. And so this is always going to be a tough challenge. I think they, put in a respectable effort, Rob. They can take some learnings, but it's the fact that that turnaround is so quick, so brutal. Even if their next matchup is a little bit easier, it's still going to be very tough to envision them making it out of this play-in phase.
Easier is a very interesting word to use, isn't it? Because, I mean, anything is easier against, if you're going up against it doesn't, it's the problem, isn't it? It doesn't matter which way you look at it. Like we said, Shopify Rebellion were always the favorites in this matchup. They're always the favorite in this entire bracket. For play-ins, it should be them. It should be them dominating. And to be fair, there's not a single category in which they didn't. They found their openings. They pushed onto site when they needed to. They, as you mentioned then, plant meta for them, apparently that's what they're focusing on. They didn't even need to worry about the outcome of half of those rounds because they had it in the bag by about halfway through the round. So I think that when we contextualize this matchup, it's important for the viewers at home to know, whilst yes, Alula Club could potentially go on to do something, it's definitely not going to be against Shopify Rebellion. Sets a really nice tone now as we head into the rest of the day. Shopify are in a really good position, guys. And we said literally at the start of this, they had to hit the right note from the beginning.
Yeah, the spicy thing as well as I'm looking over your shoulder, and the Chiefs Tyler game is actually still ongoing. So in terms of the forthcoming matchup for Shopify Rebellion, we actually don't quite know yet who that opposition is going to be. And whilst against either team, they're obviously going to be a
clearly there's
favorite
quality opponent, right?
Exactly. Like, I don't think that teams should be underestimated in this playing phase in terms of upset potential. So for Shopify Rebellion, it's very much going to be a case of head down. Let's ensure that we're, prepped and ready to go for that upcoming matchup because of the quick turnaround.
Okay. Can you take anything negative away from this or Shopify Rebellion? Because the thing is right now, this match ended up exactly how we expected. Do you have any takeaways where you're like, they need to be doing this better? Because from what we could see, we were talking about it in the green room, they played a pretty good game of Siege.
Yeah, and I appreciate your point because it's a good way to look at it, even if you're nitpicking.
Yeah.
And I don't even think if you're nitpicking, you can find too many faults in what Shopify Rebellion did this game. Just because they didn't win 7-0 doesn't that's irrelevant. You can't lose a round or two. That's normal. It's going to happen. But the fact that, again, statistically, you play 9 rounds of Siege, you get 8 opening kills. Dominant. Ambi leading in a big facet of that, which was something we spoke about pre-match in terms of his strengths and what he can do. So he followed through on that again. They got the plant meta to go their way. They had multi-kills, but not too many of them, which meant it was still very much team focused. Canadian played a really good game in terms of setting up his opponents, even there in that second half, playing the polls, providing the information, Rex and jump out off that intel, etc. So everything they wanted from that game they got. And so they weren't really too tested. If anything, the only negative for them was probably sitting around for 20-30 minutes for the tech balls. That was about it.
But that in itself was, I actually think, a pretty positive takeaway, right? There is a world in which a pause that long, which is pretty atypical. I think it ended up being, 30 minutes or so.
Yeah,
could have rattled them, could have frustrated them, they could have been upset, they could have lost focus, but they were immediately bang straight on it at the resumption of the match, right? So that's a sign of a team that has a lot of experience, and they are ready to go here at EWC.
Certainly are, and we're ready to go across to an interview with Lax, so please take it away, mate.
Thank you, Rob. I'm here with Rexing. Congratulations on the 7-2 victory. I mean, you guys made it practically flawless on your guys' starting half, going 5-1. You ended on that 7-2. How are you guys feeling going into the rest of the series?
I mean, we feel pretty good. Just come here and play our game. So excited with the first one that we had. There's no land jitters.
I was going to say, obviously, we know best of ones typically aren't SR's forte, but you do get it done. You do set yourself up to be one step closer to getting into that group stage. You now find yourself in best of threes. Is there going to be anything different that we're going to be expecting from this SR from the original NAL stage coming into EWC?
I mean, obviously, after SSC, we had a bit of a hiccup. But, I mean, it's really mostly focusing on ourselves. Best of ones typically aren't our thing, but we're just here to lock in, play our game, and that's really all we're worried about. So. Good first start. I think we'll be a 3 later today, and that's really all I look forward to.
And even for yourself, we didn't get to highlight you too much throughout the NAL stage. I've talked about your role. You kind of have to bite the bullet. You got to play the roles and the supportive roles, that help facilitate the rounds. Are you finding, the success, especially in this game yourself, kind of boosts your morale going into the rest of this series?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have role players at the end of the day, and I'm confident my teammates do their job. So if they need somebody, hold a rappel, hold a drone, flank watch, I don't mind doing it. At the end of the day, I know I'm good. If I need to do something, I can. So I just said, you have to have your role players, and just not really much to say about it.
Absolutely. Just one last thing. This is kind of looking a little into the future here. You guys were 1 game away last year at EWC from making it to the main stage. What's going to be the difference maker this time around coming into this year's EWC?
I think most of the time, or at least with most teams, I think, the upper echelon, the really good team, it's just mental and just showing up that day. So as long as you keep a level head, just play how we know we can play, we're fine. As you saw in SLC, kind of slipped at the end, but I mean, just showing up, worrying about what we're doing, not about what they're doing, and trusting our prep, and that's pretty much it. It's default as that.
All right, well, sounds good. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of your series. That's it for us here on the floor. I'm gonna send you guys back to our studio.
Tell you what, it's really good to have a pro player do the interviews because you actually get questions that can be a little more harder hitting than, say, if I was up there, Jake. I think we'd be in a bit of trouble.
I don't even know what you would be asking, Rob.
How's the morale going? Great, thanks, mate. But I think what the key talking point is, at least from what I took away there, guys, is all around Shopify Rebellion's focus on themselves coming into this. Every time Lax asked a question, Rexon was basically like, look, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to keep it blunt, keep it short. It's about us. It's about us focusing on our game. It's about us continuing on what we were able to do at Salt Lake City and wipe kind of stage 1 out of their minds.
I mean, naturally in that kind of matchup, though, you're sort of forced to go with that approach with such limited data and VODs, etc., on your opposition and going in to a map that you also haven't played in, 3 months, I think it was, you're always going to have to sort of take that approach. I think for me as well, the big takeaway was kind of the idea that selfless siege is really, really important. You need to play your role, not worry about hitting numbers, and that's exactly what Rex did in the match, Canadian did the match, etc. And then the rest can, find the highlights and get the job done.
I don't know if you want to touch on it, Rob.
Do it, Jay.
We
Do
kind
it,
of just
mate.
looked over your shoulder, and it seems as if on the B stream, Tyloo has come away as the winner against Chiefs, which we would probably consider an upset, but
yeah,
we would consider.
I'll be honest.
No,
I don't think I do.
Really?
I don't think. I think they went in the favourites. I think Tyloo went in
You
the
think
favourites.
Tyloo went in his favourites?
I do. I mean, when you look at the formats and the way that the two different leagues play, I just had always had Tyloo in the books. Devastated for my own region. But Chiefs, obviously.
I mean, we've got Enterprise.
Correct. We're going to wait for a bit to see them, but that is very true.
I mean, look, we'll focus here, obviously,
Correct.
and I'm sure that there'll be discussion about Tyloo Chiefs later on because it matters. It's in this group. It now means Shopify Rebellion will be playing Tyloo in a best of 3 later today. It also means Alula Club will be playing Chiefs. And I'll segue into that because it's perfect, Rob. It's the best team you could have if you're Alula Club. Chiefs haven't played internationally until just then as well.
Yep.
So they're both equal in that department. They've both got, players that maybe haven't been at this level and players that have, the likes of Valentino, etc.
Yep.
And so ultimately, that is the best follow-up best of 3 series now for them is Chiefs to stay alive in an elimination game.
Arguably for Chiefs as well.
The EWC scriptwriters have cooked on day one so far. So it's off to a good start.
They have, and to be fair, both games on B stream 8-6, 8-6. So there's no close games in play, at least
Well,
on
not
the
on
B
the
stream.
B stream.
Not on the B stream. A stream's a little bit of a different script altogether. And I think looking back on this game, it does just go to show the calm, the composure, the confidence that we're seeing from Shopify Rebellion. We really expected that, but to be able to see it kickstart in match 1, that is probably the most important takeaway we can have from this game, Jake.
Yeah, and I think that now moving forward, I think Blacksing and Rexon spoke about it in the interview. The best of 3s now moving forward, that's going to be a big strength for Shopify Rebellion. I think getting away from the best of 1s is going to be, because we kind of said it pre-match. We were like, well, best of 1s, Shopify Rebellion, done. Away from that and away from any kind of weird upset. I think they'll be very comfortable. They'll be very difficult to beat now, but the reality is the way the format works, even though Shopify Rebellion now moving forward will play Tyloo, as we kind of just alluded to, and they'll be favorites for that. Your next game after that is against a top team from the B group, which could be Fnatic, it could be CAG, it could be MIVR Lows. None of those are a given for a team like Shopify Rebellion. They might be the favorites, but it's not a given.
Look, this is where things get tricky. Double elimination bracket, 2 different groups. You are not focusing on that other group. I know you're probably keeping an eye on it, but you're not focusing on it. When it's a big group,
We
if
can't
it's 8
control
teams,
what's happening in
you
that group.
can't do anything about that. That has to unfold the way it does. And the problem is, with how this schedule works, they can't even watch those games.
And all you can do is focus on yourself. Now, Shopify Rebellion would love to be the top seed from this group, which would mean they would play the 2nd seed from Group B, but who knows what that team's going to be. Could be Fnatic.
I think I'm really intrigued now that we've seen that result. It was close, which means that Chiefs aren't out of the league completely. But I also think from Tyloo's perspective, how long is it going to take for them to get comfortable on land? How long is it going to get... How long will it take the CNL teams in general, guys, to get comfortable at these environments away from their LAN environment that they have at CNL?
I think it's 2-pronged, right? It's about being comfortable in the environment, but also against the quality and the meta of opposition, right? Being exposed to North America, who are in really, really good form, just as an entirety of a region. We saw that at SLC. So that's going to be quite dangerous for them. I think the one positive that they have, though, and unfortunately Shopify do as well, it's the exposure to best of 3s and how well-versed they will be in that format. CNL is quite literally the only region that plays such a massive volume of best of 3s. So we'll see if that ends up being a big positive marker for them later today.
Any final thoughts from you, Mr. Jake Xenox and Diddy?
I mean, I think that I'm looking forward to what Tyloo can do in a best of 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish they weren't playing Shopify Rebellion, who I rate as the best team in the play-ins, because I think, as you're alluding to, when it comes to the CNL teams, their ability to play the best of 3s is at a very high level. Great map pools. But you're going against Shopify Rebellion, so it's going to be very difficult ask for Tyloo, but should be a really fun series altogether.
Well, guess what? The best of 1s are done and dusted now. We move on to the best of 3s, and that's a scary time because things start to open up now. Lower bracket, upper bracket, there's a lot of implications. You won't want to miss this one as we move forward with EWC. We'll be back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Things are getting very interesting here at EWC, but the best of ones are done and dusted. Now we move forward with best of threes, which is where true teams show their form and show their class. Speaking of class, speaking of form, two teams that we've got going toe-to-toe right now, MIBR loss. I know, boys, don't just forget about it. And Fnatic go head-to-head, and I think that this one, we've had a lot of conversations about this. However, there's been some interesting performances. I don't know how much you guys got to see the B stream before. 286s.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big way to kickstart EWC. James.
Absolutely. For sure. And like you said, we're into the BO3s now, which means that these could be long, drawn-out games. These could be massive runs for MIBR, Los, and Fnatic, who, like, according to my knowledge, like, I don't think these guys have ever played each other. Certainly not in these current iterations.
Sure.
Obviously, we've seen some pretty significant changes to both of these teams recently. Very notably, Fnatic coming into this stage of the Blast R6 ecosystem, they made two very significant roster changes. Citizen joining the team for the first time, and Smith's Young Gunner. On the flip side, in the MRBOs,
It's not just me.
It's gonna get me next. Made in Brazil, Los, of course, new combination of two long-standing organizations in the South American region. They made 4 roster changes after failing to qualify for the 6th Invitational in February. 4 roster changes.
That's a lot.
Hell yeah. And they really immediately rocketed up. You know, kickoff for them was a top 4 performance. They made it to Salt Lake, and while they didn't do so well at the major, I think they've certainly earned some respect, especially now that they're going back-to-back international events. They knocked out NIP. They earned their spot here. However, we know that Brazil as a region, historically the best region in Rainbow Six, but not so recently. NA has overtaken them. Europe might even be able to do the same.
Hopefully, right?
Well,
okay,
they get a chance to do so today.
I forget who I'm sandwiched by. Okay, 2 Apex shields over
It's an
here.
APAC and EU sandwich over here.
I mean, I see Hawkswood in the background as well, right? A player, I was going to say, a coach with so much experience as well.
In APAC as well.
Oh, yeah.
With Elevate.
Stayed on Elevate. Yeah, that was a short-lived story there. And I think it's very important that when you get these new rosters in Brazil or any region for that matter, that you have a solid foundation. Either your support staff, your management staff, someone who knows the inner workings of a successful team. And I generally think Hawksword, he has a good angle for that. So raising these younger-ish players that are not, you know, star players just yet, and help mold them into that kind of performance.
Yeah. If we look back at their, I guess, both of these teams' opening performances, right, I think that I probably look to the Fnatic, because obviously you fortunately got to cover the Fnatic matchup. CAG by Varel still looked pretty good, James, but I think that ultimately we were saying it's the 1%ers that keep changing that discussion, and I think Fnatic at the moment, they do look pretty good, pretty comfortable going into this one.
100%. I mean, Fnatic have a good big picture idea of how to play the game. They have so much experience. I think they finally got a handle of playing in the current meta, which is a little bit more chaotic than, for example, when the previous iterations of this roster were in power. When Deepak won the major, the meta was
very different.
Yeah, a lot less chaotic back in 2022. They've got new talent. They've got solid players, very fiery players like Citizen on their team. They're looking like they have a much more decent handle on how to play the big picture of the game. And when it comes down to the micro, as you said, also Deadshot finding kills, like 5 opening kills in a row to close out that bank game against CAG, one of the most aggressive and mechanically talented teams in the world. That really speaks volumes about what this Fnatic team is capable of. I think they came to this tournament modest expectations, but high understanding, high belief that they can really deal some damage.
If we flip the conversation around a little bit here and look into the opening match against KZ for MIBR Los, I feel as though there was an element to the start of that match. Now, there's obviously discussions that go on in the green room, and we always try to keep it as friendly as we can. But one of the big questions was, why are you taking KZ to Nighthaven Labs when they have played it 12 times in the past, 2 months? It was a very well-known entity, and I think the first 4 or 5 rounds, I was talking to both of you about this, but Nick, they started, KZ, the CNL team, started out on fire. There was 3 flawless rounds. They looked really good. But then once MIBR kind of got their claws into that matchup, they just took over and took control of the match.
And that's probably the one weakness that I think that CNL will have over any other region, is that they don't have as much depth just yet, right? If you look at them domestically, they play a freak ton of Nighthaven and a freak ton of Clubhouse. They have a lot of maps where they haven't played a lot domestically. And secondly, the strategy they do have probably a bit more linear because they're newer to the region.
The thing about Siege these days, right? You've got Attacker Repick. We have
Yeah.
So many operators. We have so many maps in the pool at the moment. You can have a really good strat. You can have a really good setup. You can be really good at one specific thing. Doesn't matter how good it is. You cannot win it 7 times for 7 rounds in one game. Like, this game just doesn't work like that. Now we're into the best of 3s, which means it's even more so the case. We've had our opening games. Now we're into the winners matches here. Of course, here in Group A, this is going to be not what we're casting today here on the A stream.
This is what's happening across on the other. Yeah, this is the B stream matchup that we're looking at in the upper bracket that we were kind of alluding to, the fact that there are still 4 best of 3s left in today, 2 on the A, 2 on the B.
Well, yes, so we were watching them. Okay, we were watching backstage like 5 minutes ago, and we were fighting. You know, we're like, dude, they can do it overtime against Tyloo. Maybe the Chiefs, they got it. APAC, O's, no. CNL is better. CNL is what APAC could never be, apparently, James. That's what everyone is saying backstage.
There's still time. Both APAC teams here in the play-ins are down in the lower bracket. And these matches in Group B, this is what's going to be playing out right now. That's it. So we're doing Fnatic MIBR lows over on the B stream. CAG by Varel on their last legs against KZ. That is going to be a big moment because KZ already made a bit of a statement by going overtime against MIBR loss, and CAG, I think, have a lot of expectations on their shoulders coming into the EWC.
I think if you looked at KZ at the moment with where they're at and what they did against MIBR, again, it's really difficult because a lot of the APAC teams start in the first half really strong, and then they slowly dwindle out. And I hope we don't see that for the CNL team, but I do feel as though in that matchup in particular, I do favour KZ. I think that CAG by Varel, yeah, look, I think, Nick, I understand that. I also had Tyloo beating Chiefs as well. I feel as though it's a slippery slope right now in APAC, and they need to, as we were saying before, they need to get their claws into this matchup.
So, mate, when did you become a trader? At what point in your career did you become an APAC hater?
You love Chiefs.
Well, been running all of the APL stuff. We've been doing the broadcast from back home in Australia. You
for months on end. I came out from Denmark.
We've been seeing Chiefs. They made an upset in the APL over the EP.
They earned that second spot.
Come on, bro.
They did.
When did you decide to sell out?
I will sell out for CNL every day of the week. I will 100% do it. I think right now, the unknown entity that is CNL, the fact they're on LAN, the fact it's continuous best of 3s, that for me excites me because it's going to give us something, James, that we have wished for my entire career in Siege. A LAN in APAC that is consistent, and that's what I'm excited for CNL. What can these teams do? How can they continue to snowball forward? But keeping it more relevant, keeping it more topical, this matchup right now, Fnatic, MIBR Los, upper bracket, right? The winner of this, though, they qualify through to what is phase 2 of the play-ins, right? So this is a massive, massive game for both of these teams. I think what I'll do is I'm going to throw this up in the air. I'm just going to say, what side are you going for? Who do you actually think has the better chance?
I grabbed him.
Resident Europe shill over here.
I'm going to go Fnatic. My boy Ben, Citizen. I call that because we're close like that, right? I'm like, and you have to take lows, of course. That's how it goes.
Look,
you gotta go one or the other.
We've been talking about this for a while on our broadcast, but eu aprender de português. Eu falo pouco de português. I'm doing my best to learn. We have some Brazilian staff here who have been helping me practice, but admittedly I have a very long way to go.
We were watching and commentating Brazil dominate for so long, and we kept saying, I wish we understood what they were saying in the tactical timeouts. And you took it upon yourself to learn a bit of it, to be our inside man.
I'm working on it.
What is FaZe talking about? What is MIBR Los talking about? How do they find the success time and time again from this region, James?
We'll see. We will see. But it is early days in this best of 3, Nick. Of course, we're getting into Fortress, which is our first map here in the BO3. Cafe up next. Clubhouse, should we need it to cap things off. Fnatic starting on that attacking side. We saw them looking pretty comfortable on the attack of Bank earlier today, but Fortress is a whole nother ball game.
Another respectful multi-ban as well from MIBR. CG did the same thing. There's a target ban on towards Smith, who will find the Blitz, or the Black Pit, this time Blitz instead. Blitz and Fuse on Bank, of course, as well. I am a little bit curious, though, actually, if playing Fortress is going to favor MIBR Lows in the bigger picture, because I'm just thinking here, right? Citizen Ben, pretty verbal player. He's also, juggling ideas, trying to IGL, helping his team forward. This is the newest map in the pool. Citizen is far less experienced on this map so far. It's gonna give him a little bit less, knowledge to help his team forward. So I'm actually gonna be looking even more right now on players like Smith on the Blitz, on the shields that help them take map control in space, and also players like Deadshot who can be super lethal on the entries, or even Wizard for that matter, because they were sharp earlier up against CAG.
Very much. Now, MIBR Los, a relatively new team in that they had that massive reconstruction where they brought in 4 new players after failing to qualify for the 6 Invitational in February. But they still have a lot of talent. Players like Perez have really made a name for themselves. Of course, Dash had quite a campaign on Wildcard back the day before returning to Brazil. But have a look at that. I mentioned their names, and immediately 2 players will fall for MIBR Los. Fnatic have come to play today. Big kill from Smith. It's a flawless start for Fnatic. Europeans flying into the server on their map pick of Fortress. They've made a statement.
We do a bit of gap finding, we do a bit of split theory, attack from all different avenues. Smith on the Blitz, solo injury, backstab, finds on the final 2 kills. Deepik as the building finds a kill as well. Just really good stuff right there from Fnatic. Not showing their cards early, doing like, oh guys, full map clear, we're gonna drop tower, slowly work towards games, clear the shield, step by step. No, they just simply work the middle of the building from many different angles and just get the kills instead. And that's honestly also why I love Fortress. It is a map that has a middle of the building. If you're thinking of maps like your Clubhouse, it can be hard to be in the middle of it all. Cafe, hard to be in the middle of it all as well. Skyscraper, back with Dow's in the mid pool, so hard to be in the middle of the map, so you're often ending up doing an overclear from one side, and it's very predictable sort of where you're going to be attacking from, what kind of ops you're going to be bringing. Fortress feels very open to me, almost like a chalet in some ways, and I love that. Fnatic showing that perhaps they do know what they could do on this map because they picked it.
Yeah. Very much so. Fnatic decided to go with this map, though admittedly, recent history hasn't been phenomenal for them. We saw them play against G2 and VP quite a long time ago. I believe that was in kickoff. They lost both of those games very convincingly. 7-0 to G2, 7-3 to VP. Recently, we haven't seen much Fortress out of them. As for Los, we've seen a little bit more. They did play it at the Salt Lake City Major against Weibo, and however they did lose it. Nothing so recent. The most recent result for them was just a month ago. They played INTZ, they won, and then they lost to FaZe Clan over in the South America League. We'll see, of course, early days, not just in the map, but also in the BO3. Looks like it's dorms this time around here for MIBR. After struggling on the primary bomb site, they mix things up.
I think I prefer this bomb site personally. I know like in pro play, even ranked, like this is the second choice for most people. I don't know, I just feel more comfortable on this side of the map. Like playing lobby, playing commando, master bedroom, I feel like there's just so many angles you get pressured from, and like it's a very open bomb site. Kid Storms, you can close off a lot of those walls mid-round if you need be. You can start in bathroom, fall back, reinforce, fall back from meeting, reinforce again, and just play the layers.
Yeah.
Something that we saw a lot of actually in APAC from CHG in particular just a few weeks ago.
I think it's a lot easier to roam on the command and master side of the map than it is to roam on the dorm side of the map. So when you anchor dorms, you can actually waste more time on that roam game.
I like that.
But of course, with Fnatic, we've seen in just that first round gone by, that sometimes it's not about a slow and methodical roam clear. Sometimes it's about looking for a gap and pouncing. Not a single body has fallen for Fnatic in that first round. This time, however, MIBR have changed things up. A lot of info gathering. I love the pulse pick from Dafo. The mirror as well from Dark is going to be super helpful. Oh, hello, Dafo. Look at this. Nitro Cell. As he jumps outside, tosses it out over, doesn't find its mark, but yeah, really goes to show that they are here to they're here to take the fight to Fnatic.
I quite like this. Fnatic early on the roof, opening windows, applying that phantom fake pressure, and then meanwhile, they just have Smith and Deadshot walking from lobby, taking master bedroom, taking command, and the reason why this is so free is when they're applying that pressure early around the building, all the roamers of MIBR Los kind of fell back, playing much closer to the bomb site, probably fearing a direct attack. So then they say, okay guys, they give up the roam game, let's take it for free, nice and quickly, spare the drones, keep the shield alive, C4 went down, takes a little bit of damage off Smith, but he's doing his job right now. He's got behind him, Citizen fights both players. That's not just a bait play, that is a double injury.
That's your mate with the AK-12. Immediately
Alright.
followed by Wizard getting active.
Another front.
2 rounds deep, and not a single kill found for MIBR. Lost, could be back-to-back flawless. This is looking better than ever for Fnatic. 2 in a row. The Europeans doing away so quickly with MIBR Los. It's all up here, says Citizen.
Oh yeah.
I'm living rent-free in their heads.
I mean, I don't think MIBR have any idea what's going on the server, because I think it was Dash who swung out and was the first casualty in bathroom. He saw there was a soul blitz, C4 went down, did a bit of damage, I'm gonna swing him again. They had no idea how many bodies they're expecting on that roam clear. They thought, okay, it's gonna be a solo blitz like in the very first round, but it wasn't this time. And meanwhile, they also had pressure from outside the building, opening windows, applying pressure on the bomb side and the external wall as well. Again, Fnatic doing a great job of just doing many different things at the same time, keeping MIBR guessing. Despite having a pulse, they had a bit of information to work with, but it didn't look like they knew what was going on. Again, the beauty of a map that actually has external access to important areas of the building. You can do so much, jumping in a window, walking a door towards the bomb site. So much freedom Fortress has to offer.
Let's see now. 3rd round in, MIBR haven't found a single defense as of yet. They chose to start on this defensive side. It's where most teams are more comfortable on Fortress. Both of the top 4 bomb sites bear no fruit for MIBR. So they go downstairs. An opportunity found by Deepak. He saw Perez's head for a brief moment. Pengu, you and I have talked about this at length. Roam clearing the ground floor is very hard from Hamam, but it looks like a quick pace move here from Fnatic. Smith gets active, his flash does not land, he goes straight into the crossfire. However, the trades come through. Fnatic deal a little bit of damage, though they meet massive resistance here from MIBR. Only Dark is found, and the Brazilians can recompose now. Deadshot is inside the bomb site, and now he is left all alone. R4C in hand, the Swiss find nothing. And the Brazilians finally have their first round on the board.
Honestly, very small thing there for Fnatic. If the smoke grenade from Blitz goes out to disrupt that crossfire from the left and the right hand side, Smith is in there. That could be a freebie, that could be bomb site control, that could be panic for MIBR Lows, but he missed the flashbang because, well, I should say, MIBR Lows, they juked it. They turned down very quickly, that 180 flake, so they avoid the flashbang. The smoke grenade was not successful, crossfire was good. Now it's MIBR Lows being ready for something quickly. Had they not been in medbay, had they not peeked out the bomb site door, they don't know that Blitz is pushing in until like a couple seconds later, and that could determine everything in that round. Clashbang going out to further enable Smiths, a Demo spam to target Deadshot, who's been on that in the previous round. Again, the information, the entry, the early kill advantage there on those kinds of operators. What did Citizen say in the interview? Fear Smiths? Something like that? Yeah,
he did.
You should be fearful of Smiths.
I love to hear players gassing up their teammates like that, especially when they're not statistically the top-rated players. Smith actually has the worst stats of any Fnatic player, but it doesn't matter because of his role on the team. He plays these shields. He's played Blitz this game. He played Fuse earlier today to great effect. It's plays like that that really enable this gap finding and forcing the issue, looking for plants, looking for ways into it. Smith's actually going to change off as we, for the first time, see no blitz brought by Fnatic, no shields at all. Interestingly, no snake either, so not a lot of free info. Usually shields or the solid snake Dokkaebi, Deimos are kind of these operators that at the moment, the current meta, look to expedite these roam clears and look to enable these executes by getting free information, low-risk information. At the moment, the only low-risk information to be gained by Fnatic will be through drones. However, they have a few extras of those thanks to the Twitch and the Bravo pick. This will be a much slower round from Fnatic, a lot of measuring twice and cut once mentality as MIBR return to the top floor.
A big fan of this choice in general, right? You go for a fast push with the blitz twice, you play some demos, you play for the roam clear, you play for killing. Now, as you said, they play for anti-utility, anti-intel. Measure twice, cut once, to your words. And it's just keeping Lows guessing once again on what's the game plan gonna be. Are they gonna rush the bomb site? Are they gonna go for a room clear? Should we be afraid of, you know, this area or that area? Okay, let's get some traps active, right? Let's get a Fenrir mine in there. Twitch drone clears it. So they feel like their layers are just being peeled back piece by piece, second by second. There's a more phantom pressure. Deadshot inside our old tower could just toss in some Candela, say, hey guys, I'm over here, and they have to respect it. Because if they don't respect the fact that he's there, he could drop, maybe go for a quick kill. So they have to have one or two people constantly looking in his direction.
Distraction game there.
Yeah. You see, Wizard, he can walk into this courtyard, walk into Walt's bedroom door, right by the site itself, at any moment.
That barbed wire, though, is going to make things harder. Oh, no way, you're kidding me. Dash, how do you lose that fight? Wizard should surely be dead right now, but thanks to his quick reactions and that F2, he's given an early advantage here for Fnatic. MIBLOS will be kicking themselves at that one. As Fnatic look to edge closer to that bomb site. Notice how this Aruni gate has actually been hacked. It works in favors of the attackers now. Deepek can shoot his gadget through it if he stands close enough to get it to disappear.
Fnatic did this early pressure to get that first pick. Wizard did that. Now they're going to play much closer together by the horse door and the hallway as well as the central staircase. So it's going to be a more regular execute. 4 people working together. Maybe one guy backstepping later on. That's going to be Citizen playing his best role as the lurker.
Perez is going to meet that Grimby. Oh, and also the Twitch drone to punish that mirror window position. Now he's fighting unfavored fights. And Deepek will shut him down. It looks to be a third round on the board here for Fnatic, unless Nux and Dark can pull the rabbit out of a hat. In the 2v4, make that a 1v4. The plant looks to go down from Fnatic. They know exactly where Nux is. Bit of a pre-fire from Citizen with the DMR of Brava. And it's Bravo for Fnatic. 3-1 in the advantage. They are looking so tight-knit on this attacking side.
And you see big smiles from Citizen. He knew that he cooked that plan pretty well. So yeah, they fished for the first opening pick because they want the 5v4 going into execute because they're going to leave a lurker of Citizen. If you have a 5v5 and you have a guy backstabbing, you're effectively playing 4 vs 5 unless Citizen happens to get a kill. So now they put themselves in the best position possible to enable everyone to be successful. And they do it well. They attack Horse Door at the same moment Citizen walked in from lobby and took main staircase control. Now they have a good crossfire, they got the hallway together, and they're applying pressure once again towards the bombs and towards those anchor players from more than just one single angle. It's why it's so successful. And they did this most importantly without the shield. And that's been their big conversation, right? Are they crushing the shield? Is that what's enabling them to play the game very well? Or can they be a good team without the shields? Well, a round like that shows me that they can actually play not off just miss, but as a full team, just with guns up.
Yeah. One thing in particular that I'm seeing Fnatic be so good at today is opening kills. They've got 3 out of the 4 opening kills so far. And of course, we talked about it in the CAG game as well. Fnatic dominated the opening engagements. They won the 5 last opening engagements while they were on their attacking side. Bank and won the game. If they can keep that up, other teams are going to find it really hard to fight back from these 5v4s all of the time.
There's been big praise to Wizard. The young gunner had a great game earlier against CAG, having a great game so far against MIBRLO. 6-2, playing almost like your Solid Snake. High fire rate weapon with that FAMAS. I like the pulse here, practically scanning on where the attackers are, but the issue is you can only scan where the pulse is existing from Dafo. So what's happening on this of the map? Well, they don't know. So they have one area where MIBRLO feel like they have full knowledge, then they have another area where they have no clue at all. So there will be a gap. Oh, almost. It's a good attempt from Wizard. Again, just fishing for opening pick. If they find it, they find it. If they don't, they're still making progress elsewhere. Smith is top lobby right here with that shot. So while we're watching one guy go fishing, we're seeing 2 other people working for the roam clear. That's the important thing. We're not waiting for Wizard to get that kill, but if he does, even better.
Yep. And as soon as Fnatic find an opening kill, they decide to pounce on that moment. Dark, though, hadn't been spotted. He was hiding the whole time inside a bedroom. Right? Yeah, I think you might be right. Finds one kill. Somehow dodge there as he doesn't land enough damage to get the kill. And he is forced on back. MIBR consolidate what was an okay roam. Thankfully, they went 1 for 1 by the end of it. Now, it's up to FNC to try and regroup. Notably, FNC got another opening kill, but this isn't the story of what happened in the EML. They were the second worst team for opening kills during stage 1 of the league. And now, today, they're looking so much better.
Big blow up. There's pause though. If Davil finds a C4 kill, that's gonna
C4
give him a huge
C4
weight
here,
on the round,
C4.
but even if he doesn't, he knows exactly where that push will be happening from. D-Pick is successful with a double in the round. I think Perez overswing with that DMR, feeling a little bit too comfortable in long-range engagements and goes down early. And so does Nox, the smoke. And last guy's
C4.
downstairs. This round was fine until it wasn't.
Yeah, pulse downstairs below the bomb site is great and all. When you're and that's the problem there.
Why are we thinking that?
I mean, MIBR Los are looking quite MIBR Lost at the moment. Fnatic are running circles around them, 4-1 in the lead on their attacking half. This could be a very quick fortress if the Brazilians do not wake up.
That's gotta just be discipline or lack of comms. They have pulse downstairs seeing all 4 attacking players. Who else has a C4? Showing, guys, I'm gonna go off the scan, I'm gonna flank main staircase, wait for me. And before you even get to the staircase, both the smoke and the Aruni dies on the side by peeking out, seeking the fight. I'm like, guys, are you flanking or you're not flanking? You have a guy stuck downstairs, he can't help you, you're playing 3v4.
Fnatic have to make the first move. It's up to FNC to get into the building, get into the site, and start planting.
And they were tossing a smoke grenade while Rooney's peeking the door. It's like, are you fighting or are you smoking it? Like, that's a small blunder. And I mean, we didn't get to see the previous game from MBL Lows earlier because we had our own game, Fnatic CIG. But the fact that they had a tough time, on Nighthave against CNL team, that's a question mark. Yeah. But if these are the counter rounds they're throwing into it, I can see why they would be struggling. Because you're underestimating your opponent, respecting him enough.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I mean, MIBR Los right now have 7 kills over 5 rounds. That is barely above an average of 1 kill per round. It's certainly not good enough to be competing here at the Esports World Cup. They have really struggled against Fnatic today. But for the Europeans, on the flip side, for the first time in years, we're seeing a Fnatic that can actually contend on the world stage. We wondered for quite a while whether they could even contend with an EML. They had such trials and tribulations for years, even playing locally within their region. 7th place in EML kickoff, failing in the SILCQs for Europe, not making it to Paris for the Invitational, nor for Salt Lake City for the major. And then to kick things off in the group stage of stage 1, they got 7-1 slapped about by VP. And now the glow up from them with Citizen and Smiths bringing a new dimension to this roster. They are looking like they are ready to make a mark here at the Esports World Cup.
Slow and steady for this round. I am curious what they're thinking of here with Citizen playing the IQ. There's not a ton of counter ability, but he can find the Race of Bloomsome Thorn, the Magnus of Omai, and try and scope up the landscape of what's safe and what's not. Other than that, Citizen has a very free role, and I do think that he succeeds the most, and he's able to just say, guys, I'm not needed for execute right. I'm not a Cabot, I'm not a Blitz. I can go backstab, sure, right? It gives Fnatic this other way of playing the game, this other way of finding openings by enabling Citizen more on the server. So he's done his vert, he's teched the scanner, he's now gone for hire. The other 4 people, your Flourish, your Gridlock, your Blitz, your Capital, that's gonna be bombs that execute. They gotta choose where that push is coming from. Do they attack medbay? Do they drop the hatch? Do they go for the bomb side 4? They want medbay, but D-Pick, bit of a misstep, falls down. With Dark watching the angle, and Capital gone way too early.
Yeah, one of the first times that MIBR Los have been the ones that dictate the start of these rounds. They can smoke and go. Indeed they can. Fnatic start to toss out those smoke grenades, but Citizen will fall as he tries to get deep inside of the bomb site. Let's try and take it very dark. Perez and Daffo together. Lash out for MIBR Los, and a second round is found on their defense before we say goodbye to the half.
Tertiary victories, huh? That kitchen bomb site may be pretty good.
Yeah.
You can play so much map with it, you can bonk down by the bomb side. And we saw Fnatic try and win the round almost the same time twice, going for a very simplistic attack, a little bit of mid bait, a little bit of bomb side. neither successful rounds. I am very keen to see Fnatic on defense though, because it does feel like from the eye test they are an attacking team. Now they played Fortress, they've played Bank, they are arguably attacker-feared maps, I would say. But there's just something about their ability to play the map itself and find those moments and find the space in the server where they are so consistent here at this event. Until they meet that bomb site. Because that's the issue, there aren't a ton of gaps here.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe that could be the counterplay. Like if you watch Fnatic and you meet them later on, it's like if you bunker down, play heavy intel, play a bit of plant denial, make them work for executes, that could be the struggle. What happens if Fnatic don't get open and pick?
That's right.
They tend to lose the round.
That's exactly right. I mean, yeah, Fnatic's skills are not necessarily in problem solving. They're in capitalizing on advantages. If you prevent them from ever getting that advantage to begin with, it's going to be hard.
Yeah. I could see it. Now on the halftime vibe check, you get to talk to your coach for a good 2 minutes, and sometimes there's not much to say because you're swimming, you're doing just fine. Sometimes you wish you had more than 2 minutes because, guys, what the are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the catch-22, right?
Yeah.
I often think about this. Like, if you're a coach in Siege, do you really want to be the person who's throwing out 10 million ideas to think about? Because this is such a complicated game. There is a lot to think about, but there's also the other dimension of it, which is sometimes you just need to encourage your players to be chill. They know how to play this game. You don't need to overstimulate them with extra information. Just make sure that vibes are good. That's why we call it the halftime vibe check, because often that's just as valuable as coming into strategy. I mean, for Fnatic right now, they've been attacking. They're moving on to defense. What value are they getting? Like, you're not making a new strat right now. You have nothing.
Unless.
I'd be very surprised if you're coming up with a new strat mid-game just because you swap to the defense. You've already done your dry runs. You've already got your little workbooks on the table with all your strats.
Okay.
You already probably know what operator bands you're going for.
I think for Fnatic right now, in the last 2 minutes, is talk about the high contest areas, right? We're talking about a horse, for example. The horse door that goes from inside the horse to the outside, super important. If you don't hold that walk in, your bomb site play commando bathroom, which they are right now, instantly under pressure. It's almost like when you play clubhouse, gym, bomb site, office. It's the backbone that gives you access to everything. Horse works in a similar fashion. So think of Fnatic, guys, when we're playing this bomb site, who's the dedicated horse player? Who's the guy that plays there every single time, and what do you need to thrive? You start off with your baseline, and then maybe if he gets like, I don't know, Yin Candela spammed or Grim Beat or something like that, you go, guys, okay, I need Wamai or Jaeger for next time we play this bomb site. Those small adaptations, and you read into MIPR Lawson saying, what were they doing on the defenses that might actually bleed into their attacks? Well, they were overswinging a bit. They were very too heavy to take a gunfight, so we have two choices now for Fnatic. Either you meet them in that danger zone of the fighting, or you say, don't give them any fights. Let them peek and let's wait for them to get to the bomb site doors where we have a crossfire, we have utility, where we know what's going to be happening. And that's the thing, when you have a player like Deadshot, and you have a backline that's Smith and Deepak, the complete opposite kind of player, you can play both styles of the coin, but you have to agree which one you're going to be going for. Because if they're just going to fight the whole world, while 3 people play hide and seek on the bomb site, that's not going to go well. So I want to see them be aligned in the game plan.
Yeah. Lowe's don't actually have any players who are primary shield players, funnily enough. I mean, Dash obviously played a lot of shield back on the wildcard days. But I'm noticing, you know, no shield picks here, no shield bans from Fnatic. All of the shields are very powerful on Fortress. But the fact that MIBR just don't seem to favor that, they have a little bit of Blackbeard in their history from Nux, but just the fact that that's not their preferred playstyle does expose some potential weaknesses in terms of if this doesn't work, right? Twitch and Flores to try and util clear before executing, then they don't have that next idea. However, the Twitch has been helpful for countering those mirror windows. We've already seen one destroyed. The Twitch will also be very useful for countering Thorn and Fenrir. Fnatic really leaning into the traps.
Just back and checked up against King Zero earlier, that 8-6 victory they had, Dash played 1 round of Blitz. That was it.
Interesting.
So it really hasn't been a shield time for this team.
Might be the first engagement here. Daff looks to try and find Citizen, who quickly peeks him. DMR doesn't find the shot. Worried that he's going to get peeked, though, from behind him. His spine is tingling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he crossed.
Yeah, it's actually 2 players about to peek him. He's looking at the doorway. Deadshot goes for a retake. Very unusual. Perez looks to try and trade. He takes down
Arre.
but looks the wrong way. Gets baited by his own teammate. Deadshot finds 2 before finally traded back by Dark into the 3 versus 3. In the latter half of this round, Pengu, MIBR Los, they've got a lot of ground, but look at the way Fnatic continue fighting. That is a trap and a half there from Citizen. It does damage, and it does force Dash to limp for a brief moment as the Brit makes his way back towards that bomb site. He has bought MIBR Los, or rather Fnatic, precious time.
But it answers the question that I had, right? Will they fight together or will they play hide and seek? They had 2 people, Deepak and Deadshot, going for the offensive play together, supporting each other, while they had a strong backline just watching that bomb site. We saw Citizen hesitating there. Do I go for the kill? Do I fall back? Okay, I would rather play 3v3 with the Warden, with the Razor Blooms to defend rear, than risking dying or getting a kill. Because time is on their side, position on their side, utility,
Good night, Joe.
Sorry, C4 goes out, does a little bit of damage, that's it.
Smith's in position with the SMG-12, does get the injure, however, his teammate on the bomb site, Wizard, has fallen. It's just up to the new 2 kids on the block from Fnatic. Smith for a second, he does it all himself! The young gun with the SMG-12 on the bomb site holds firm for Fnatic, and MIBR Los continue trailing further behind.
Oh my, what did I say? The anger play, right? When it gets to the bomb site, Smith will be there, but it's all because the early aggression here, trading 2 for 2, getting into an awkward position there. If you attack with 3 operators, you have less utility, less angles to, attack from, and just not a lot to offer in the round. You see it here, Citizen? Oh my god. And he did say it. It might be our lows. You need to fear Smiths. Worst rated player for Fnatic going into this?
I mean, historically, yes.
I love the game.
Yeah, and look, you think about the history of Smith. I mean, Fnatic is his first foray into Tier 1. He's only 22 years old, and his first appearance on an esports team, that at least as far as what's on Wikipedia, was only a year ago. He's played for 2 teams, below the Tier 1 level, joins Fnatic, immediately has the responsibility of being the primary shield player for this roster, and while also in a moment like that being able to clutch up. Great to see the young Ukrainian really making a stand here for Fnatic. I don't know if it's too early to say it, but have we finally seen Fnatic break that curse that has been born with them ever since the days of Koi, of now just not being able to be up to snuff, ever since they won that major championship in Berlin 4 years ago, and then Spoit immediately took that fame and left. They haven't been able to be a top contending team. They've been doomed to mediocrity for such a long time. They haven't been able to attract good talent from other teams.
Constant roster changes every single season.
Yeah. And finally they get Citizen, someone with a lot of experience, who's been through a little bit of turmoil, especially what happened with Team Secret. And it's like something has finally clicked for Fnatic.
United playstyle perhaps, and same vision for the game. Either way, it's looking pretty damn good so far. Now, this is their map pick. It's what they wanted to play. But it might be lows. They are no slouch. They're a good team. They're a good opponent. They are being outskilled at the current present time. We see there is Sam in the silhouette. It's Deadshot, always eager for a swing. But this is the thing. We gotta talk about the pacing. Right now, Fnatic don't need to be the playmaker. It might be lows. Stuck outside the building. Not doing a whole lot. They're applying a little pressure. Sure. They're reaching some of those walls. Sure. But nothing's really happening. The Deimos track, that's a bit of danger. Don't gotta be on that soft corner longer. They've spotted all 5 defending operators, so any track can go through. But look at the timer. 1 minute 20 to work. There is still a flank open for inside a bathroom. There's still full bomb site control for Fnatic.
Fnatic like to play a very active defense. Wizard is just poised, ready to go for his flank, but Perez is the first one to find a kill. Deepak manages to thread the shot between the smoke and take down that glass. Big kill for him. But MIBR Los have recomposed. They shut down the flank from Wizard. Now Deepak is exposed to the breach outside, but more so to the door, to the bomb site itself. Advantage now for MIBR Los. The Brazilians have their best chance of trying to get around in what seems like forever. Smith clutched up big last time. Now he needs to do the same. The first of 4, claimed with the SMG-11 as his final gas spade is tossed on out to try and consolidate his position and allow for the reposition. Goyo popped, He knows that the Deimos will try and hunt him down from behind. Dark actually decides to sprint on through the fire as Dash opens the gates on the bomb site. MIBR lows. Looking finally like they can handle this defensive side from Fnatic.
Fnatic wanted to fight. They had the smoke babes for plant denial. They had decent positions in the side, but they said, you know what, let's fight by the breach, fight by the bomb side door, try and go for a couple of rat plays. I like this push-up that happened to Deepak. Toxic big man on the door, covering it off. He sneaks up close, but then the Flourish drone spots him, and that made the round super awkward, dying by the breach shortly after. An angle on the door. Fnatic had every option to say, let's play far back, we have to smoke a plant denial, we can take the fights later, but no, they wanted to disrupt MIPR. That was their game plan. This time it goes punished.
Yeah. The thing is, out of such a stellar first half with 4 rounds of the attack, you don't need to go too crazy on your defense. I mean, already within 2 rounds of winning the map.
When you're taking those swings and those fights and it's working, you want to keep doing it.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, right? You're up against Brazil. They know a thing or two about taking those kinds of fights.
They do.
Oh, is it time for a blitz? It's gonna be Nox on it too, not even Dash.
Yeah, well, like I was saying before, the stats tell me that Nux has played a bit of Blackbeard, and that's the only shield that's in a top-picked operator for any of the MIBR Lowe's players in the last couple of months. The great drone, by the way, at the start of that round, I believe it should spot out Deadshot there on the Solus. But then vice versa, Deadshot takes down the drone itself. Solus is a curious pick for me.
It just gives you that freedom to roam, right? Like, you know, if there's no drones and there's nothing you can track, then you're probably going to be fine.
And you might be able to see the blitz as well if he's walking around with his shield out.
It's worth noting that Nox did put the shield in his back immediately in spawn. Oh, now it's in his front anyway, but there we go.
Oh, he has on his back now.
Yeah. So it could be for the same reason. You can't get C4 or run out or whatever, depending on where you are from or where you're in the building. But yeah, when you're playing the Solus, it's kind of like the same as a Scopus. Scopus can be back towards the bomb site, but that's your entire gadget, so you can always escape. With the Solus, you don't have an escape tool necessarily, but you get to map the layout of the attack based on where the drones are, whatever else you can kind of scan around for. He's gonna see a blitz later on, he sees the diffuser carrier, he sees where the drones are, and the air jets potentially, and it gives you a bit more staying power, because once you TP away with the Scopus, they just take the shell, destroy it, and you can't get back. So Deadshot is playing for his own life, with the other 4 members probably just playing for themselves. But as I say that, I did see a silhouette behind Citizen. They're able to play again.
Of course, this is a bomb site, tertiary bomb site choice here from Fnatic downstairs. So how much time can they delay on that top floor is the question here for Fnatic. They decided to just peel on back, give up the ground above the bomb site to MIBR Lowe's, allow Dash to start tearing up the floor. In the late round, they will look for flanks. Citizen has an impact. He could open up the wall right next to Dark, but he has no idea and walks straight into his waiting arms. Now the Dokkaebi call will ring on out onto Smiths. And a second. No, indeed, it's the ability to hack the cameras from Dark. A lot of info now for MIBR Lowe's as Fnatic find themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, the issue is they know that Deadshot's also run because they killed Citizen, Melusi. It was Solus that they were looking for earlier, so they know there's a second creep upstairs somewhere. But he's actually kind of snuck past, and Deadshot, if he finds the good timing, could be good for one. The issue is, MIBR Lowe's are not working the hacks, not working the verticality, so he's kind of chasing his own tail upstairs. Meanwhile, below, a lot of pressure on site.
Nice.
Finds onto Dark, the Dokkaebi, but the damage is up here. Doesn't find the second.
Great shot from Dash. Deadshot thought he had the gap, but hang on a second. Wizard has snuck into the corner, denied the plant now. MIBR Lowe's corner, and now eliminated. Wizard has conjured up a storm, 2 big kills after denying the plant. Now it's Perez up against 2. He's got 11 seconds. He knows where that diffuser is, but Deepak has the crossfire from Infirmary. Fnatic again out of nowhere. A reprisal, and for them, it's map point on Fortress.
Oh, they're planting outside the sense wall, outside the smoke grenade, exposed to just the angle on the bomb side doors. It's a way too easy kill for Fnatic that stops the entire plant in the push. And I feel like that's might be all lost me rushing that decision a little bit, thinking, hey, Deadshot is upstairs, he's got the Dokkaebi, side should be vulnerable. But then they deal with Deadshot seconds later with Ram getting that kill out of nowhere. And then I'm thinking, now he can restabilize. Now he can get Ram into the action, watch the verticality, try and get a plan down legitimately, not just hold F and pray for the best.
Yeah. They had time.
They did have time.
The saddest part is that MIBRLOs had time to play that slowly. They had the numbers advantage as well.
Oh, timeout.
That is a round that they're really going to kick themselves for losing. Now they take their tactical timeout, and we can really break down
35 seconds.
Crucial moments here. Obviously, Deadshot one up above, but it's a 4v3 plan.
Look at this.
4v2 plans.
What's that plan spot? His back is to the bomb side door, and they just died.
By the way, that's a 2 versus 4 for Fnatic, where they didn't even drop a single body.
I mean, Wizard did hit a nasty shot onto Blitz, to be fair. He's having a great time. He's getting the praise for it right there. And I think that's very important to see that the more experienced players, Deadshot, Citizen, Deepak, they are very quick to really praise when Smith clocks, when Wizard hit a nasty shot, and be like, because it means so much more to those players, right? They need that encouragement and be like, oh my god, guys, you guys are crazy. Confidence is everything. I think in the current meta especially, I was backstage with talking to Laxing, and we looked at the game that was happening, and Laxing went, Nick, are you happy that you're not playing this current meta? Because it's like Solid Snake, Shield, Deimos, you know, and I was like, you know, Lax, I miss playing Pro League, but I feel like I would struggle in this meta because there's so much uncertainty and so much chaos in the server. And Lax went, yeah, me too, man. My red plays would never work anymore. See what I was just find an elevator to hide in, right? It's
That's so true. Laxit was a little bit of a rat.
It's a very different game nowadays, and I feel like the fact that we're seeing Wizard thriving so well in this randomness, this chaotic moments, is such a good sign. Because if he can navigate that already, and he's got, you know, a much higher ceiling, you can build this guy into a much better player than he already is.
Yeah, you look at Wizard right now, 9 kills.
Same
9
story
rounds
against CAG.
so far, yeah, and he was very good against CAG. Smith has had his fair share of big moments. It talks about youth. I mean, Wizard is a young player himself as well. What did I say? Smith was 22 years old. Wizard is... I actually don't have his age on Wikipedia.
Oh, he's unknown age. Meanwhile, Paris is some fighting. Stuck on the staircase, they know it. Oh, the timing is bad.
This is awkward, Smith. Watch out. Perez does a little bit of damage early in the round. Makes his position known. The shotgun with a Deimos from below. It's like a budget buck, but can be even more valuable if he gets that death mark going.
Yeah. But it does stop the initial push there, right? We saw Fnatic play that gap-finding playstyle, and they say, you know what? We can figure that out too. We're playing by the staircases, watching the entries.
Hasn't worked though, it's been shut down.
Yeah. But I mean, trying is half the battle, right? The fact that you want to go for it at the timeout on 6-3 for lows? That's ballsy, if you will. But the issue is when you got that primary shotgun, you're very limited in where the fighting is good for you. Sure, there's a secondary DMR pistol sort of situation, but it's not an automatic weapon. It's not going to be as easy any longer. Smith could be stuck in this corner. Doesn't have that C4 for fallback. The nade goes way too wide, so he'll be quite fine in this corner. He can just kind of stick around, but the Cadillas makes it hard. Will fall back behind the wall.
Perez given space, and Nux tries to take that space. Out comes the Reaper, recently buffed. It finds Smith's head. The Fnatic bite back immediately, and Perez is now down. Shotgun brought out by Nux, but that will not be of assistance to him in these longer range fights that Deepak is looking to take. Worried about that Claymore, poked through the drone hole, but he's been spotted.
There's a reinforcement spare here. You could do something cheeky and, you know, barricade up those walls, fall back, play layup a little bit. Look at the timer, 60 seconds. The site isn't anywhere near.
There's a lot still to be done here for MIBRLOs. They have to get active. As they start to try and peek on through Horse, it's Daffo with Wizard finding the kill. Great entry though from Daffo, finds one. Now assisted by his teammate coming in to support, it's Dash. The two of them together try and piece this up, but Wizard again making his presence felt in the server. 3v2 as Fnatic look to close up Fortress. They have that defuse. Dark brings it back into it. Now he is left all alone. 1v3 for the map.
Oh,
as
one more. MIBRLOs
are out of second chances. Fnatic are soaring high today. One map in the books and one step closer to the group stage.
confidence-inspiring game as well from the individuals of Fnatic on the defense, but on the attack, very much a team effort. Did a bit of gap finding, some fast attacks, start things off, then kind of went back to the fundamentals, the Brava, the Twitch, clearing the traps, finding opening after opening, and then also a bit of clutchness there. Smith had a moment, Wizard had a moment, Citizen had a moment. That was their map choice. So that's where they're supposed to be dominating, right? The real star will happen on the second map of this BO3 because that's the question mark. Can they do the same thing on MRBO Losis Playground?
Well, even if Fnatic had modest expectations, they have certainly exceeded them so far. I mean, this team that hasn't qualified for an international event in the last 6 years are now 2 maps deep, looking better and better with every single game that goes on by. Just one more map, and they're through to phase 2 of the play-ins.
Yep.
They're looking very confident, very comfortable. I mean, you can even see it on the stage, watching backstage. You can just see there's a composure about them that is incredibly dangerous. If you are a team like MIBR Los, you are worried going into that second map.
Oh, yeah.
Look, like you said, to be fair, Fortress is Fnatic's map pick. We expect them to be comfortable. But I think it's in the rounds that they were winning that I'm a little bit worried. They looked so confident on those rounds. Yeah. They were closing things out without a question. There was no doubt that they were rounds for Fnatic. And I think I don't want to shift too quickly into Cafe because we can wrap this up nicely in a little bow. But I think that for me, Fortress sets a tone for Fnatic for the rest of this tournament now. They've started out their first 2 maps really confidently, really comfortable. Moving over to Cafe, I mean, are you a little worried here for the Brazilian roster?
I mean, if I recall correctly, Citizen, he's a Cafe merchant, okay? He loves that map. He's popping off on each league and plays aggro peaks, and we saw how well they're working together. We had that shot being in that, I'm gonna call it overly aggressive position, where I'm thinking, please walk backwards, don't keep walking forward. But then they have Deepak supporting him, Citizen supporting him, they're making a bait play all of a sudden, thinking, hey, I'm one sole roamer, JK, I got friends.
Yeah.
And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, that's fair game. But the fact that they have the foresight to try and make that play together, that's the big story for me. It's a good way to play the game, and they did it time and time again.
Yeah, Fnatic are really working together, and I think what you've said previously really is ringing true. Is like, this is a team that is finally on the same page.
Yeah.
5 players that want to play the same style of Siege. 5 players that believe that they've actually got a motivation to get new trophies, right? Like, I mean, Deepak's won trophies before, Citizens won stuff before. Like, they actually want to show that with this new generation, this insertion of young and up-and-coming talent, that they're eager to make an impact. And, you know, I've been really impressed by them. I think they're playing great Siege at the minute. I think that they haven't been truly tested necessarily.
I would agree.
But, of course, you know, there's this BO3 and then one more BO3 and they make it to group stage. I think even that alone would be an achievement, but we can't deny and say, like, if most people look at this bracket for the play-ins, everyone admittedly has Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic making it out of it. Right?
Yeah.
Do you think that MIBR Los is the only team in there that would throw a spanner in the work to that prediction, Dev?
No, I think there are a lot of teams that could throw a spanner in the works, but I also admit that today has not panned out the way I expected. I did not expect CAG to struggle so much.
Sure.
And I also didn't expect Chiefs to lose to King Zero. Sorry, to Tyloo. Yeah. I also didn't expect King Zero to put up a fight to Los, so who knows? I think anything is possible. With the current state of things, I think that we could see all kinds of upsets, but one thing is for sure is whichever one of these teams loses this upper bracket match and drops down into the lower bracket, it would be devastating to lose that lower bracket game and know that you can't make it to phase 2.
Well, and you're going up against 2 teams that will be hungry for that chance. Right? But you really do have a really dangerous lower bracket in this group specifically. If we just keep it within the confines of this discussion, KZ, CAG by Barrel, both those teams are going to be going toe-to-toe with each other, and the winner of that match is going to have momentum. I think the conversation that we can really hone in on a little bit for Fnatic right now is they're very convincing. At the moment, in their opening matches, they've been
so
very
cautious, right? At the moment, right now,
doing it.
I know.
I hate it so much.
But I understand why we're doing it, because it is such a dangerous, kind of like scary position, because we don't want to be like, oh, they're so good, they're back, they've never looked better, and then like they falter the final hurdle, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to baby them a bit, because again, I think their own expectations are quite low, as they should be.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing them and like, oh my god, wait, they're better and better and better. We raise our own expectations, which isn't entirely fair. Because going into this, I thought, sure, they'll make it out, into the second stage of play-ins, but that's it.
Yeah.
They're not making it further.
Yeah.
But now they could, maybe.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Fnatic for one particular reason. I think they're playing with no inhibitions, which I don't think can be said for a lot of the teams that we've seen play today.
Do you reckon they're feeling the rain on their skin?
No,
sorry, I had to just jump. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have ruined that point.
No, I love it. Now I just can't get that song out of my head. But
It's
thank you
bad,
very
isn't
much.
it? It's just on repeat.
I thought I was really onto something there, but now I cannot talk about having no inhibitions without thinking about that. So thank you very much. I was going to make a point about how I think MIBR are playing with inhibitions, but yeah, they're holding back a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think Fnatic are one of the only teams I've seen play today that doesn't seem like they're nerfing themselves.
Yeah.
And I think it's because genuinely, you look at the players, they're having fun.
Yeah. I think that's a really important piece to that puzzle. But is it enough to go through groups? Do you know what I mean?
I think, we're still a few steps away from that.
Sure.
Who knows? Yeah.
Look, I think the way that they've performed so far is well and truly convincing enough to make that argument that if they continue this, if they get into groups, they could have a very confident run. Now, comfortable and confident are two very different pieces of this conversation. I want to make sure that we separate them with a lot of context, because you can be very convincing, very comfortable, but then making sure that you're consistent. There's a lot of C words that just keep appearing in this vocabulary right now. But it is finding that momentum and finding the path forward for Fnatic. I think right now, as it stands, Fnatic are in a really good position, right? We're going to Cathay. They've got a little small break in between, but it's the rounds that they're winning where there's just no question. They look like they're having fun. They look like they're enjoying themselves, but the no expectations on their side, outside of making it through play-ins, I think is really important.
I think so as well. I think this is actually a very strong position, because if, let's say you're Fnatic and you somehow made first in EML, for example, you had a bit of a one-off performance, right? Because that's not supposed to happen. And you go into groups off the rip. You're gonna get torn to pieces. You're gonna go straight against your face clan, right? The best teams in the world. You go into play-ins. You play slightly better opponents. Get some warm-up.
Yeah.
You have Wizard, complete rookie, who's popping off right now. He's shaking against face clan. He's shaking against the big dogs, right? But he's playing the smaller teams, and he builds that ego, that inner ego that you need. This is basically a scenario. You start in the very beginning against the weakest competition that we have to offer, and you slowly get better.
Yeah. I want to flip the conversation, talk about MIBR lows for a second.
Yeah.
Because these guys have, like I said, rebuilt their team this year, and they're looking for a lot more. I think there's a lot of potential. People went crazy about Perez. I think it was in kickoff. He almost broke a kill record, or he had one of those.
That was, almost did, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what the scoreline was, but I think it might be the highest EPS rating we've ever seen in Siege. It was something insane. He got like 19 kills to 2 deaths or something crazy like that. You look at the rest of this roster, Dash was so good on wildcard. Like, admittedly, the team is probably doing better since he moved on. But he was a scary player with that team. He's had experience in a couple of different environments, a couple of different metas, and I think the rest of this team has a lot of potential with, Dark, Nux, Daffo. I think that these guys are capable of much more than we've seen from them so far, but Salt Lake City was a bit of a disappointment. I mean, yes, they had quite a few games. They did make it through groups and into the Swiss stage, ended up losing to some pretty solid teams like Wildcard, Dark Zero, Weibo, for example, EP. Like, those are the only teams that they lost to in that tournament. They had some decent wins as well over CAG, namely. But I think that they need to continue this form. It might take a little bit of time to build up experience with some of these less known players like your Nux and your Dark and your Daffo, but I think they're going to get there. I just think that they've been dealt a tough hand because they're playing against a really fiery Fnatic. I mean, Citizen is such a confident and fiery player.
Yeah.
He's going crazy. Deadshot and Wizard are fragging out. Smith is pulling his way, and so is Deepak. This is a team that I think is finally seeing the light. And for the first time in years, Fnatic actually start to have this little creeping thought. It's like, maybe this is actually possible. Maybe we actually can be a great team.
It's interesting about both of these teams having really good foundations. Right, they've got some players with immense experience that have been here and done this before. And I think it's about those building blocks now. I think it's about finding your groove at EWC, given the fact that play-ins goes for such a short period of time. And for some teams, this is their entire event. Today and tomorrow could be the entire event. I think that this is the perfect opportunity now to set yourself into a position where play-ins or not, you can build upon these performances. And I think for MIBR Los, they're in a really weird position. From my opinion, when I look at them and I go, well, you at the current state of how the rest of the Brazilian scene and LATAM scene goes, you are that underdog. You are the dark horse. But you've got the makings of a team that could slowly start to chip you out.
And it's hard, right? Because when you're the underdog, how many players can you talk to be like, hey, do you want to play for us? There's so many bigger, better teams, right? And on the other side, it's also a matter of, okay, how do we make ourselves a Brazilian team that is just a little bit different? We're not going to be FaZe 2.0, Fury 2.0. No, we are MIBR Lows. What do we do differently? I'm not seeing any particular shield play. We saw one round earlier. We saw one round here today. 2 rounds of shields. That's not a lot, especially when one can go to overtime. We saw 1 round of glass, also just a one-off. I'm not seeing a distinct playstyle where I feel like MIBR Lows yet have gotten their own identity in the bigger picture scenario. So that's what I'm missing from them. When we're seeing Fnatic, we saw Deadshot make those plays with his teammates time and time again, trying to disrupt their opponent very decisively. So that's maybe the one area of MIBR Lows where I want to see a little bit more.
And do you know what the best part is? We do get to see a little bit more because it's time for us to get underway with our second map of Cafe. It's set up so nicely. You know what? I think I'll just let the professionals do what they do best.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Enjoy the bands, mate.
Beautiful, man.
Thank you, Rob. Look, I'm going to let you take this one because you're getting already very excited about the Wamai band. Got your Monty band, Castle, Capital.
I'm a big fan of this MIBR Lows, okay? So, normally a Y band it deserves a, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Who's their coach?
Didn't you hear? Wamai's the GOAT now, bro.
Oh, that's right.
He's
he got
the
buffed.
GOAT.
That's the thing, right? He got deployable shield, C4. He got one more magnet, recharges faster, bigger pick up radius, and they pick them up. They charge up faster, rather. So when you slam them on the ground to the ceiling, it'll just catch projectiles in 1.4 seconds of activation.
I was in the car, like I was hanging out with Brito this morning to shoot some content. We were hanging out in the car afterwards, and like mics were off, and we were just chatting, and I was like, dude, like the meta must be so different for you as a support player right now, because you're used to doing all this droning. These days there's so many ops like, you know, Snake, Deimos, Dockerby, like there's so many crazy powerful ops. Like, what do you think is the most overpowered operator in the game right now? And he's like, it's none of that, it's Wamai.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, that's the thing, right? Is Wamai, obviously like your Wamai, your Asami, your Mira, I'm gonna call like map changing operators, if you will. They can shape how a position changes, and that affects every operator in the game. Because all of a sudden, they can have a defender in an area that normally is easy to clear. Now it's no longer clear. And Clash is similar, which is being played right here. If you play Clash in piano and you don't bring like a Nomad or something like that, how are you gonna deal with the Clash? You're probably not. You're gonna do something else and be forced into a plan B. So yeah, Wamai got buffed significantly. It's been target banned away. Same with the Castle, which often could also be the Asami instead as a substitute. Because it really weakens the piano hold, and piano gives you access to all the bomb sites, with the exception of the, I would call it basement, but the kitchen bomb site. So I like this initial start of MIBR Lows. I love Fnatic banning the Capital. Monty saying Cafe is an execute-oriented map. We're gonna weaken you on the executes by banning these operators that are great for it. And they're getting active. C4 goes out on Whitestairs window to enable the fallback from the defenders of Fnatic. They're gonna say, you know what, let's play 5v5. We have Clash, we have some C4s. Funny enough, Wizard is not playing DMR, but Deadshot, he's still upstairs. This guy, he always wants to fight, got the yellow ping, has the intel, wants a second, C4 goes side, his teammate gets the kill instead, and just like that, 5v3 for Fnatic, just like Fortress, they bring the fight to MIBR Lows.
That's right, active defense, they're all about it, they love the roam. Now, it doesn't matter that MIBR have vertical dominance, doesn't matter that they can start opening up the floors. They're not going to find these kills. I mean, even if Fnatic fall back to the bomb site, it doesn't matter. Deadshot tries to get away. No, he doesn't go down brown stairs, though. He stays alive.
He's going to keep fighting. What do you mean?
This guy cannot be contained. No. Surely the kill comes through here. A little bit of damage. Look at the way Deadshot actually doubles back. A lot of people would have probably gone down the stairs, but no, he instead goes into laundry. And yeah, you're right. I think that they're aware of it. In comes a flash. In comes a nade as well. They look to try and get the kill. Eventually, finally, Deadshot will fall.
Interesting. I think maybe his teammate of Wizard gave it away. He tossed a Soto canister, a freeze from Tubrow on the ceiling, so below his feet of Deadshot, and it showed where the freeze was happening from to disable any gadget and drones. Air jab goes out, but there's the clash in the back portion. Gas fire popped as well. Bit of trouble. Shield will get rid of it with the grenade. But 30 seconds, James. This isn't the site. There's a whole hallway after this.
Five needs to have a big impact here for Narcs, but Wizard, Smith, and Citizen together rip apart MIBR Los. A defense that was chaotic in the start and chaotic through to the end. But textbook for Fnatic. So classic, so on character. MIBR Los on their map pick already off to a headache.
So the only thing right now for Fnatic that I think they have to be very conscious of is what Deadshot managed to do this round isn't supposed to happen. Sometimes it will, that's phenomenal, but if you play this 100 times, maybe works 10 of those, maybe 15 if you're really skilled and experienced. I don't want them to feel like he can keep doing these kinds of plays, where he will get misdroned a couple of times, stay top floor, take a fight, win it, and keep disrupting, because he stalled for so much time single-handedly. So there's two things that I can do long-term right now. One is that Deadshot is not going to keep making that kind of play, despite the fact that it's working. The other one is genuinely look and consider to scope us. Because then you can go as crazy as you want and always TP back and escape. Because if I'm an MIBR Los player right now, I'm going, guys, when we go roam clearing, there will be a player Deadshot. He's not going to fall back. He's always going to be in the corner, double drone, everything, no mistakes. We kill him, we play 5v4, now we can win the round. So just Fnatic really keep that in the back of their minds right now. They cannot keep leveraging that same way to win the game. It has to change throughout Cafe.
Yeah, look, if I'm MIBR Los right now, I'd consider playing a Solid Snake or something just to try and track down these roamers. One of the great things about Solid Snake on Cafe is if you're on the rappels on the outside of the building, you can quickly sprint around the rappels with your gadget out.
Oh yeah.
And you can quickly go up and down, check the different floors. You get so much info so quickly. You combine that with someone entering on the top floor, and these roamers are going to be really under a lot of pressure early. Speaking about pressure, early, Wizard tries to hold on. Impact comes out, a little bit of damage onto Nux. In comes the flash, the crossfire. Deadshot comes to help on out, traded back by Dash. Damage has been done though. From Fnatic, they've read into this rush. It might be Arlosa into the bomb site, but they need to find more kills. Perez will do so. The Finker has an impact, a banging impact at that. But they need to find the numbers advantage, almost acclaimed, but Smith quickly rips it back. This map is so bloody fast. Fnatic continue fighting back and forth. The round is over before it even begins. And while it was a valiant effort from MIBR Los, it is not to be.
That should have been their round victory. They were quickly in there, they got the good trades, they had the bomb site control partially instead of dining, and yet Fnatic, they're all there. Whenever a fight happens, a defender dies, somebody else takes their position, they get the trade back, they regain the ground. They are suffocating MIBR Los despite the fact that they're a defending team. They're not fighting back, they're outright fighting them.
Yeah.
They bring the fight as quickly as possible. We saw Wizard running away from the shield, but again, Deadshot was above, had the angle, they bait the kill once more. There's never just one defender. MIBR Los, they're kind of running into these rounds very blind. First round, they misdrone Deadshot top floor, he gets a freebie. This round, they chase Wizard with the Blitz Flash, thinking that there's going to be no support, but the whole team was there.
It's a three-way crossfire onto the Blitz as well. I mean, it's a nice idea, but you kind of need to take that ground and then not hard commit to the rush.
Either you catch Wizard or he escapes.
Yeah.
You can't have him escape and then chase after him into the bomb site. That's too far.
Yeah, no, I think Fnatic are really good at playing smartly into these crossfires, right? Like, in moments like that, like MIBR Los have taken up like map control. In theory, they could be planting, but Fnatic know they don't have to panic.
No,
you can just sit back and wait. Oh, I don't hear that plant going down. Okay, let's not go crazy. I think there's a sledge just standing in the bomb site because they're held on in, doing nothing. We can just peek him. We don't need to stress the hell out and peek one by one. Recompose, play it together. It's a strength of Fnatic, their ability to just not panic and lock in, just have a very chill attitude.
It's a big praise to Smith. He was the pose inside our train who was like, he could have easily just swung the sledge and died. He waited till his teammate got the combat and then he swung with him and got a trade instead, having a weaker gun, the Reaper.
Okay.
Bit of a bait there. Wizard was looking for the air jab for the run out, but Dark was there actually watching with the angle as well. That's the issue about playing the solos. Oh, guys, it's free. You go for it. Well, they're watching with a gun as well. Good counterplay from MLBR Lows. This time, they actually just outbrain them, bait them into an offensive play, get the opening pick, and this is the round of theirs. It's tertiary bomb site, right? Technically speaking here, third round, and they got the opening pick. It's not going to get any better on Cafe than this round right here. But can they convert to a round victory? That's the question.
Oof. Nice angle from Wizard. The flash pops off though, and he will be forced back. Perez just hoping there's an overpeak here. But no, instead, Deadshot was never dealt with inside of Cigar. And yeah, inside of Piano, he just peeks on out, takes him down. We're into a 3v3. I mean, this is where Fnatic lives.
There's 3 guys on the roof. Nox just dropped down the hatch like, how have we not entered the building yet?
So disjointed.
They were in Cigar, they were peeking Piano, they had a guy on White Window Repel earlier. That is just, like, not synced up on the plan from MLBR Lows right now.
A lot of breakdowns here. Finally, the vert starts to open up here from MIBR Lows. Remember, this bomb site is actually mining and fireplace, which means it's a very loose type of round. In a 3v3, it's very hard to execute onto this bomb site. However, Dark finding that kill on the DPEC might just give them a chance. Now, there is a Mozzie drone in the bomb site for Deadshot. In the late round, that B bomb site will be more vulnerable.
Yeah. No C4 though, and just one Toxic Babe, so the guns have to hit their shots here for Fnatic. They cannot play the plant denial game. They can take the fight as the MLBR are planting, the 2v2 though, but Deadshot finds one. So
it's too late to be opening this wall with Hibana. And you just walk straight into Smith. Now it's a 1v1. Nox has the defuse. But surely going for a plant here would be a massive mistake. The peak ult gives the audio cue to Smith. Now he knows that there's no way for Nox to try and go for the kill. Tries to swing him from the other side, but he doesn't land the kill. Smith, with the patience of a god and balls of steel, waits it out and wins a 3rd round for Fnatic.
Hibana open the walls with 14 seconds left, and there are peak holes, not even entry holes. I'm thinking you have to walk down the hallway regardless at that point. Why not just walk down together, shaved off the 5 seconds of breaching, and just get it done? Those Hibana breaches worked against them, because now Swiss can peek through them from Laundry. Small things again. Hold on. Hold the
Deadshot ban.
We have banned Mozzie. Have we lost the plot?
To be fair, there were a lot of moments in that round where they were trying to drone, but the Mozzie stopped them.
Like, it's Cafe, single doors, windows, sure, but I'm also just like, Mozzie ban? In 2026?
I think if you're struggling because you can't drone, then you're not playing the meta, because you don't need to drone nearly as much
now they
in
play
this
mute,
meta.
which also stops the Demos track, which also stops the Solid Snake, which stops... Don't get be technically if you're in it already.
Let him keep playing Mozzie and just bloody play Solid Snake already. Seriously. You haven't seen a single snake
I
hit.
feel like the mute jammer is going to be just as big of an issue, if not bigger, because you get SMG11, a good primary shotgun, you keep the C4 BP. Again, I'm not going to judge it too hard. Maybe it's the fact that MLBR knows they're down 0-3 on their own map. They've had a couple of rough rounds and a questionable ban. But also, you're leaving open Asami, which you haven't seen almost any. Have you seen actually? Oh, we actually have seen it twice.
Yeah, we've seen two Asamis. I think you should be banning.
Asami is good for every side.
Ban Asami, or ban Mira, or ban Smoke. I don't care. Like, ban Malusi if you want to go for these rushes. But just don't bother banning the Mozzie. It just feels like such a wasted opportunity when you're not really leveraging the other Intel operators nearly as much. You ban Mozzie, you know what Deadshot's going to do? He's going to play an operator with more utility and roam on that instead.
With a better gun.
Yeah, he's on Goyo now. He's got a better gun.
TCSG ACOG, man, it's over.
Better gun and better util. So even if you do kill him on the roam, you're going to be fighting against this stack of util on the bomb site. Kayi Tubarao, Azami Goyo, Echo. Good luck, mate.
And again, we look at Fnatic's operator bans, right? They are actually... I feel like at this point, they're disrespecting MLBR Lows a little bit, but for good reason. they're still banning bomb site execute operators, Capital, Monty, Ying. They haven't felt pressured on the roam clear because, like we keep saying, they haven't played the roam clear operators. Where like, if they played Solid Snake or Deimos or Blackbeard every single round and it was working out, they would have to ban it, surely. Not the Ying. But they're like, well, they don't play those operators.
And they're not very good at shield, so let's not bother banning out the Blackbeard or
exactly.
the Blitz.
It's just the Monty, because Monty is that, like, impossible to kill operator and just walk in piano and take map control for free. That's why they target it. So I feel like it might be a lows. Like I said before this map started, I'm failing to see an identity of why they're different from every other Brazilian team in a positive way. They're not like superstar glass team. They're not all-star entry fraggers. They're not super good at executing. They're like a bit of everything, but I'm lacking like the identity. And I feel like the operator bans almost show it because there's no key operators being utilized the same way as most teams at this event.
Yeah.
Not in the game that we've seen, at least.
Yeah. Fnatic have really been dictating the pace of this game, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. I think this round will be even harder than what Lowe's have faced so far, just because of the stack of bomb site util that Fnatic have brought to the table. We need to see maximum value here from the Twitch and IQ combo.
Oh.
Deepak going down early is big, though. We need the IQ and Twitch to work together, though, to find these Electrocores and these Yokai drones.
Thankfully, a decent amount of time, though. There's a nice bit of self-destruction. You put the Breachy Charge crouch level on the wall vertically, and it's like, or horizontally rather, and it's gonna break the floor past the wall as well. You get a very nice and deep angle in towards the side for a bit of pressure. That's the third and final charge there from Dash. Now he's just solely on the scanner, drones or guns up. They got the claw, they got the hatch. It's gonna be a good old backside take with the sense, with the vert. Blackbeard can walk in with the diffuser. There's not going to be a ton of counterplay here for Fnatic. They shouldn't be able to C4 the plan there ever because we're going to be playing very far away. And the Ogre drones, like you said, can be found with the IQ Twitch combination. This should just be a relatively free plant.
Set up well here for Bakery. However, they are flipping the push and instead going for Bakery. That's very risky. Great play from Deadshot. Quickly traded back. Perez finds a double. Numbers advantage for MIBR Lowe's, a 4v2. But we've seen them let these slip before. Fnatic still have very much a real chance of winning this round with 30 seconds left to play.
They do. Perez very low on HP, and they spent all the util earlier on the back portions. This frontal attack is very limited. Smoke goes out. Darkens at the bomb site itself. There is 2 C4s when they start landing, but Dark with a nice angle finds the kill. Daffo with the second. All of a sudden, they might be out. There's a bit of life. I was worried for a second, but they get a round on the board regardless.
Finally, first round on the board for MIBR Lowe's on the attacking side. A second is all they need to hit par for the course of attacking Cafe, but we've seen Fnatic on their attack
technically match in the previous round because you died to the Goyo fire into a pre-fire, but still, I do think that the shield gives them that pushing power that they're so desperate for, and it's also not a fair gunfight. If Blackbeard walks in a room and the defender is looking at them, not much is gonna happen, but they have to respect the existence of the Blackbeard. They do go off it, last second onto Ram instead, get a bit of verticality, so this is very clearly a full map control, top floor, air jab stuff off, do the vert, go into our plant position. So once again, it might be our lows, they're saying we need to fight them early in the roam clear and work through the layers of the map. And that is something that they usually don't succeed at.
Yeah.
They are working against themselves a little bit, up against the mirror windows, the pull C4 downstairs. There's a lot of obstacles.
Yeah, I think it's really telling, looking at the MIBR Lowe's lineup, what they do and don't respect out of Fnatic.
Yeah.
The one thing they really respect is flanks, because they've got both the Nomad and the Gridlock.
Guy, dude, he keeps flanking us.
Yeah, but interestingly, they're not bringing any util to deal with Mira. They're not bringing any util to find players, to execute on players. Obviously, Ying is banned, Capitao is banned, but yeah, Lion, Dockerbee, Solid Snake, Deimos are all left open.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now in the lineup, just like as a final comment on it, is I'm seeing a lot of things that's great when they have the map control. But how are they gonna get the map control, right? Let's say they clear top floor, Gridlock, Nomad, bit of verticality was not to love. But like you said, how do they deal with the mirror windows? How do they clear piano, stock, top floor cocktail? I don't know. But when you look at the attack and lineup, that's what they need to do because they have Ram, they have Sophia, they have flank watchers. They need to take top floor control. They're on the piano repels, half the round burned away, nothing gained, waiting for a run out, waiting for a flank somewhere, hopping on their drones. And guess what Fnatic are doing? Nothing. Because they don't need to do anything right now. They're chilling.
You're right. Fnatic have been so active on their defense, so aggressive and keen to jump out. As I say that, they do it back. They do it again. They do it again. They don't care. There's an air jabs in play. They don't care about the Nomad
the bomb side.
or the gridlock. They'll go for these plays anyway. They find one kill. Elsewhere, Smiths will fall, but still, Fnatic retain their advantage. Dark may be inside of the bomb site, but it does not matter.
Nox is nearby. The red corridor 90.
You can
found.
You can trade back and forth, it doesn't matter.
That's the lab on site.
Triple for Deadshot, and now Dark is still on the bomb site. 1v2 as he gets that defuse back.
Solace is dead.
Still so winnable here for Deepek and Citizen. Dare I say favored for them. Dark has to play this perfectly. Both of these Fnatic players are actually very much separated. They will let this plank go down and look to play it in the retake. They need to bide their time, get the info together. Now the smoke actually helps provide an avenue of safety for Dark, but of course the feet holes behind him will leave him vulnerable. Citizen will take him down. A fourth round of defense on the board for Fnatic as MIBR Lows have one final chance to conjure up a little bit of valiance before the half will close.
And it's good how they got inside the bomb side and got a couple of kills, but again, from the top-down perspective, no pressure, right? I didn't see it execute. I didn't see a game plan happen in the server. They never took piano. They never contested cocktail. They're on the window repels. Guess what? Wizard jumps out the window. SMG 11 in hand, gets a kill. Not supposed to happen, but there's no punishment because guess what? There was no air jab. Nobody's watching it, and there's no pressure anywhere on the map where Fnatic felt, okay, going for jump out is a risky play. There's no one anywhere, it feels like, from the attack of MIBR Lows. They're paying the consequences right now, being down 1-4. They've done this to themselves. Fnatic have done the things that they need to do, and that's it. In MIBR Lows, they have fallen short on these attacks. And if you want to go to a map, I know you gotta start on a harder side. That happens. That's always the case, technically. But you gotta be able to play both sides of the coin. You can't go 1-5 on your attacks and be like, you know, we got defense coming up. It's like, no.
Also, like, listen, you can't be bringing Gridlock and Nomad and getting jumped out on.
No,
you are investing.
And not take top floor control.
You're investing 2 entire operators into preventing one thing.
And the Ram, what did the Ram do that round?
Nothing.
Bugger all. They should have played, and we can keep saying, right, a shield, solid snake, Dokkaebi line, and just stormed the bomb site. That would have had a better chance at working out than what that last round was.
For sure. Look, I'm okay with the Nomad. I just think that doubling down here is such a waste. And yeah, I think there are so many operators that MIBR need to be leveraging here. You just, like, you're irresponsible if you're not trying to play a solid snake or a shield. We do have the Blackbeard here for the final round of attack of MIBR.
That's good. Let's see what the plan is then. I would love a step-by-step. Again, there's no real counter for the mirror. I mean, you can technically say Ibanez Kairos is a counter, but that can be dealt with relatively easily if you play in piano or have any sort of denial or impact grenades. In this case, they could just Asami off an angle, run in, shoot them, but we'll see what happens later on. C4 downstairs, Fnatic playing the layers, a classic style on Cafe, using the verticality. You say, hey guys, go on piano, C4 below. Go into cocktails, C4 below. And on paper, what Fnatic they want to do in this round is just get one kill with any of their 3 C4s, and they're happy. Then they get the 5v4, they play first hole, they play downstairs, beneath the bomb site instead of mining and dining. And they got the pulse, they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, Smith is in such a pivotal position here. Sandwiched between the 2 bomb sites on his pulse scanner, continuing to just feed info to his team. A missed opportunity there from Dash, trying to cut off Deadshot. He fails to do so. However, Citizen will go down. Good angle on the windows from Daffo. But MIBR Lows still do not have full piano control. There's more work to be done.
Piano control. Now they got cigar control. That's the first step. And if they're in cigar, they can watch that pixel angle in towards piano itself. Then they can Excalibur off the mirror window, and then they can keep progressing. But then we're talking about the timer, 60 seconds left. There's still those C4s lingering downstairs. Now guess what? Citizen gets permanent cam watching duty, utilizing those Valkyrie cams to get a C4 goes out. It's pretty perfect. That's the one C4 kill they needed. That's the pulse downstairs, and they can't get the hatch any longer.
There's no more hard breach.
The hatch is reinforced and Ibana instead.
That is devastating.
Now they have the vertical pressure to get the angles, yes, but there's no way into the bomb site except for the hallways or the staircases. So they're super limited now in going quickly.
Without breaching the hatch here, not only do they not have a way onto the bomb site, as you said, they also don't have a very strong way of isolating these players that have been playing inside of Train before. Smith has been able to escape into Fireplace, into the other bomb site. Not enough control here from MIBR Los as 15 seconds remain and continue ticking down. A big opportunity now, but Dark misses his shots. Devastated. Now our MIBR as they desperately need to get into a plant position. Nux inside of mining. Needs to look for the plant, but he has no friends on site. And so now it's up to Just Plant and R from Wizard. Gets in a position. The plant is denied. Fnatic dominate. 5-1 on the defensive cafe. Just 2 rounds away from sending MIBR Los into the lower bracket.
It's so convincing as well, every single round. Nox is solo on the bomb site with the Blackbeard holding F, praying that somehow they don't shut him down, that no C4 gets tossed this way, then he walks into the bomb site. There are 2 other attackers upstairs, looking down the vertical angles, almost baiting, trying to get a single kill. You gotta get in the action, guys. Your teammate is by the bomb site, fighting for his dear life. And the highlight package will show it all. It's been individual moments by Fnatic, team victories from Fnatic. They have been better every step of the way. And this has been MIBR Los' map pick. This isn't Fortress, this is Cafe. But it's the same result.
Yeah, Fnatic have really leaned into this chaotic play style, and they have used it to run rings around MIBR Los. 5-1 is such a devastating pill to swallow here for MIBR.
I mean, they gotta go crazy on side swap.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, I hate to say it, but I'm pretty confident this is a 2-0 in the books for Fnatic. They'll be our first team to qualify through to phase 2 of the play-ins, which means that they are just a single best-of-3 series away from the group stage. For a team that hasn't qualified for an international event with this roster at all, not since they had an Australian team 6 years ago, that is everything. For a player like Deadshot, who spent so much time in the hell that was that Wolves roster, doomed to qualify for every event, and then achieved nothing at every event.
Grouped every time.
Every single time. For a player like Citizen, who has been bouncing around between different teams, drama-filled region swaps. For a player like Deepek, who remembers what it was like to lift the major trophy 4 years ago with
stuck around all this time.
And he's the only player that remains from that roster, the only one that hasn't decided to leave for greener pastures. What a moment this is for Fnatic, and of course for Sathis as well, who's been coaching this team for an extremely long time.
He's still a fraud.
Thank you, Reddit.
Yeah.
Really
I'm pretty sure they could win this event flawlessly, and they would still hate Tristan on Reddit. Just because of the years of anguishment that they suffered in Fnatic, you know?
Poor guy, poor guy. What can he do?
He's doing good
to regain public trust?
I spoke to him a couple different times. We speak about the roster situation and like what they need as a team, and he always told me that they needed like a shield player. And I was like, but who are you gonna get? You're a bottom EML team.
Have you heard of this 22-year-old Ukrainian fella called Smith?
Apparently now I do. I have heard about it, right? And then I swear to God, when they qualified for EWC or maybe it was either when they qualified or after we cast them one of the days. So after we cast them.
Yeah, I remember
he
who the hell is this guy?
And he was like, so Smith on shields, eye emoji. And I was like, you got your shield player.
Yeah.
You got your shield player.
I love that.
So, no, I feel like they have finally, and it took so long, but they finally found the players that they were missing. Not the starter, not the experience necessarily. Yes, they have Deadshot and Citizen, whatever, but the roles in which the individuals can fulfill. Whether it's going to be the solo confidence, the backstep lurking, the proper IGL, the shield player. Also, first map where we don't see a shield ban here from MIBR Low, so leaving the Monty open, every other shield with it, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before that Monty will come into action, because Monty thrives on Cafe, especially top floor attacks.
I mean, Fnatic only need 2 rounds of attack here. They got 4 on Fortress, by the way.
Yeah.
And yes, Cafe is a different kettle of fish, but I do very much think that this is the real deal here from Fnatic. They actually mirror MIBR Los's bans. They get rid of the Castle and the Wamai. And funnily enough, MIBR Los actually playing very similar lineup to what we saw out of Fnatic. Azami, Mira, Mozzie, and Aruni, all operators that Fnatic lean into very heavily on their own defensive side. And I think as a result, Fnatic will be very familiar with what it's like to counter them. Yeah. Also funny to see Nomad Gridlock. I talked a lot of smack about that, but it's being brought here as
Either
well.
you gotta keep doing it now, or you gotta back down. What do you choose? Do you fight back on this? Or?
Well, like Fnatic are running it, even the MIBR ran it like every single round.
But they run Solid Snake too, so they're forgiven, right?
Okay, yeah. And they run a shield as well.
Yeah, that's the difference. They don't just have the flying watch, they have everything else on top of it. And they are containing the aggression pretty well here, opening pick.
I have no problem with them running flank watch as long as they're not getting jumped out of windows on and there's no air jab there
not
or
getting
claymore there.
building.
That's the difference.
No, I feel you. I mean, we look at this again, a lot of phantom pressure from Fnatic on the windows, the doors, the hatches, and remember how Lows, they are starved for intel. They have a Mozzie drone right now, which Dark is moving around, but that's all internal information. There's no post scanner like we saw before. There's no... Well, there's a drone that
Oh, he's jumping out. He's jump out.
But if you... There's an air jab.
No, but
So
the
he-
air jab is only on the stairs. He knew that there was a drone at the top of Y. He actually didn't take down that drone. There's a lot of info here for Fnatic as they sneak their way towards the bomb site. Wizard on the verge of looking for... Oh, hello. That's a nice little grenade. It's going to force Dash out of position, expose him somewhat.
Oh, it broke the cabinet.
The push from Smith. It will also break the cabinet, which exposes him completely. Smith pre-fires as the nades go out. The plant looking to go down here from Fnatic. MIBR Los
top floor.
look completely lost. 2 versus 4. How do they get back into it? The plan has been confirmed. Fnatic can retake post-plant positions from outside. They still have Smiths on the shield. He'll find a second. Daffo up against the world. 1v3. I don't care how good this DMR is, mate. There is no universe where he's getting it done. Fnatic, 1 round from phase 2 of the play-ins.
Oh boy, the pressure is really getting there now from IBR Lows because they need this to start turning around. I keep seeing the same thing though. When we're on Fortress, I was saying on Fnatic they need to play together and have 2 people fight 1. We're seeing on Lows fighting on the bomb site, the smoke and the mute or whatever by the drone, getting double grenaded, cabinet broken, swung by a Blackbeard. There are 2 defenders in cocktail. Looking at what? Fighting what? Stopping who? Nothing.
Smelling
the bomb
the
site
roses.
is on fire. You have a water bucket and you're not using it. Use the bucket. Put out the fire. Help your teammate, please. It's a bit baity.
Yeah.
And they're paying the consequences massively. And it's not the first, second, or third time this has happened. It's almost every round in Cafe. Somebody from MBR Lows is watching his teammates suffer. And they could do something about it, but they aren't.
Yeah. MIBR Lows have just been all over the place today. I mean, how are you down 6-1 on your own map pick? Fnatic look like so much more of a refined product today. And they are showing us a taste of the Fnatic that knocked G2 out of contest. They're showing us a taste of the Fnatic that beat Twisted Minds in the group stage of EML.
That's better.
This is not the same Fnatic that we saw get 7-0'd by GK in EML. Not the same Fnatic that we saw tossed around by Virtus Pro. They have finally refined themselves, developed a bit of consistency. My question is, Pengu, after today, can they keep it up? Because they could well be eliminated tomorrow.
Yeah.
Even if they just lose a single match in phase 2, that best of 3 will be the end of their tournament.
And right now they have that parachute, right? Lower bracket right now exists, and maybe that gives you a bit of mental comfort, but once that's gone, once it's do or die, that's the question. I mean, can they stay up above the water in that scenario? Right now, it feels like nothing can stop them. Deadshots is dancing mid of the building, 30 seconds of the round, popping the verticality. They got Smith on a different, not a shield operator. He gets the vertical.
He's the GOAT. What can you say?
I mean, this is what happens when Deadshot has zero respect left for his opponent. He's not watching his flank. He's not worried about anything.
He's popping the Goyas.
They have one player watch the white stairs for him now. Wizards holding down the red stair. Because if anybody walks up, they're going to be dead. And because they already got the opening pick, they're going to feel desperate for a play. Drone shot. The scan came out. Perez will know of where Solid Snake is, but it works both ways. And just a matter of like pick apart the verticality, break open the hatch, and then Fnatic can go for a backside take down the hatch. They can go for a Bakery with the shield later if they want to. They got options and they got time.
Yeah, it's patience here for Fnatic. They don't need to overextend. Play the slow game, try and find out where these final positions are. Perez and Nux, both positions revealed by Wizard here on the red stairs, who is in such a deadly position, and that F2 will tear apart anyone that tries to contest him in close range. When it comes down to an execute, Citizens sends walls will be helpful. Smiths as well, ready to drop down this hatch with the blitz, but a C4 is prepped by Dash.
If C4 lands, that can change everything. A smoke goes out as well for a trade-off. Timing is everything. He holds it for now. And he's holding his nerve for as long as possible. Waiting for the sound cue perhaps of that thump of hitting the floor. Here it comes.
He hears it. He tosses it out, but he gets shot out of mid-air.
In the smoke.
Massive play from Fnatic. And Dash looks to try and peek. He needs to retake down. The plant is going down. Wizard is cutting apart Nux from the red stairs. Smith eventually will confirm that plan, but the post is too strong for Fnatic. It's Dash up against the world. Fnatic, their return to the main stage surely is just a matter of days away. They have returned to the international stage with a massive performance, undefeated through the bracket of their group here in the play-ins and through to phase 2. They knock MIBR Los down into that lower bracket, and now they will play for elimination tomorrow. Whereas Fnatic now find themselves in such a beautiful position. It's everything this team has hoped for such a long time. All it took was one more roster change to finally break through. And a 7-1 domination over MIBR Los is one hell of a way to get the job done.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a lot of really important moments for them on both the maps of Fortress and Cafe, and I think every single player we spoke of a lot when it came to Fnatic. It wasn't like anybody was falling behind or one person was carrying them. It was very much a team effort, people taking turns at being successful. Not the biggest celebration when they won. I'm not sure if that's, again, keeping expectations low, saying, guys, that was good, we go again tomorrow, you know. But
bro, they're just chillers.
They're just chill like that. And I think that right now, honestly, I think they're taking a lot of emotional control. Not feeling the pressure in the server, not applying it either outside with too big of a celebration or being too hard on themselves. And I know that Tristan, back when he was in Rogue with Cancer Kitty and Crying, etc., Leon Gitz, they had a mental coach back then as well. Forgot their name at the current moment.
Yeah,
but I think they're trying to maybe apply some of that emotional coaching from back then. Because right now, it's a bit of a mental game. You're the underdog, you got new rookies, you gotta play the right mental side.
I think as you said though, it could change very quickly once we start to actually have expectations on Fnatic. For example, going into phase 2 of the play-ins, they will be the favorite team. They'll be heading through Seed 1 into that single elimination best of 3 match against the Seed 2 team from Group A, and they will be favored to win that. If that pressure, that expectation gets to them, then maybe that'll be the end of their tournament.
Look, I think that you put it best. Muted celebrations at best. Yeah. Honestly, like it was just another day, another dollar for them. But my massive concern in this conversation, that second map was never in question. No, there was not once where I thought they lost control. Even in that 4th round, where they managed to lose the round, it came down to a Perez swing that found a double kill in Bakery. If he doesn't get that double kill in Bakery, they've just killed the Blackbeard. They've got control of Bakery and they've got control of the site. I think that this looks like probably the best Fnatic I think we've seen in a long time. Actually, dare I say, ever?
Oh, no, that's a bit of a stretch, mate. Are you disrespecting the Aussie Fnatic right
I am absolutely.
That is
I am absolutely.
Mag is going to be flying here a couple of days, and he'll have a few choice words for you.
I'll have a chat with him.
I would watch out.
Will you? Yeah.
I'll bring him on.
I don't want to burn things too brightly too quickly because, as you said, I think part of Fnatic's success is the fact that they do have fairly humble expectations.
Yeah.
They aren't taking this too seriously. Okay, we're going up against this team first. We're going up against this team next. We're having fun. We're playing our strats they're kind of honestly like playing pretty simple siege. They're playing aggressively. They're playing the meta. They're not reinventing the wheel, but nor are they trying to do anything too crazy. And I just think that they've found a playstyle that works for the 5 players that are stepping into the server each day.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that just seemed to continue to spiral out of control for MIBR Los, if we just kind of quickly, side tangent away from Fnatic, all of their win conditions, every time they had the ability to win a round, it was like lost on a dime. Whether it was a jump out, whether it was an operator that went a little too far, it felt like every single time there was an opportunity of control, MIBR just lost it completely.
Yeah, it's like, small mistake, small gap being found, huge consequence.
The worst thing that could happen in any of those rounds for MIBR Los was to find themselves in a 4 versus 2 advantage. Because they lost every single one of them.
It's, it's funny going back to the conversation. I think that the way you put it, Nick, was pretty perfect when you said that there doesn't seem to be a personality or an identity for that team, and whether that's just in isolation right now, I can't speak to that. I don't watch enough of the LATAM League to be able to make that comment comfortably. But what I can say is 100% they didn't have something that they were leaning into. And your comments about like the operator selection that they had, considering the meta that we're in at the moment, it felt like, James, they were almost trying to go against the meta for some reason.
I was a little on tilt, and
I could hear that.
Honestly,
what are they doing?
And like I said, I'm Brazil's biggest non-Brazilian fan these days. But it's very hard to back in the way that MIBR Los chose to play Cafe. Especially when even when they did have some of the right ideas, like trying to suppress aggression by playing Gridlock and Nomad, they're still getting jumped out on because the Soulless checks, okay, no Claymore, no air jab, I can jump straight out. And so Fnatic, they really figured out the best way to play around MIBR Los. For that, I'm really impressed. However, job not done yet.
Job is not done. That's a very well stated point from you, but I think it's time for us to maybe hear from someone who has a little bit more knowledge on the game. Laxing and Citizen stand courtside.
Listen, I don't have that much knowledge, but what I do know is Fnatic are on an absolute tear. Citizen, it was like I just spoke to you just a couple hours ago. It seems like nothing has changed but the weather for you guys.
Yep, told him to watch out for Smith, and he showed who he is. So, yeah, I think it's a good day from him.
Well, so we heard the desk talking about it. We heard the casters talking about it. It seemed like with you joining this edition of Fnatic, Smith's being able to join the team, it really seems like you guys are being able to gel inside of your roles. I mean, a 7-3 into a 7-1. I mean, you want to elaborate a little more on those roles and just kind of how well everything is synchronizing?
Yeah, I think everyone has like the perfect roles in this team. We have the shield player, we have the cheese player, the supports, the fraggers, we have everything, and I think that's why it works so well.
Now, I want to talk about fraggers really quick because Wizard has been on an absolute tear. I mean, in the first series, 12-5. In the first map, 11-6. I mean, he's being very influential. He's very elusive. I mean, what is this guy eating in the morning?
Chicken nuggets. That's all he eats.
That's the gamer diet, everyone. Well, I'll let you get back to celebrate with your team. You guys aren't out of the water just yet. One more best of 3 to decide if you guys are going to get to that group stage. Is there anything you want to say to your fans, say to your opponents going forward?
Just thank you for all the support and haters.
All right, well, you heard it from Citizen. He's silencing the haters. He's silenced Los. Again, congratulations. I'm going to send you guys back over to our studio.
I like that one. Just shh, stay quiet. Stay quiet. Like Groundhog Day at a massive point there. We're literally back with Citizen, feeling comfortable after a very successful victory. I think Fnatic are really in a great spot right now. We're saying it, they're through to phase 2, which is such an instrumental part of this conversation for play-ins, because I think if you leave doubt in the mind, if you're Fnatic, if you're, look, even you could kind of make the point for MIBR Los, I think that you cannot afford in this play-ins group to look weak, and Fnatic have looked anything but.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. The only downside to not looking weak is that no one's going to underestimate you either. Yeah. Because Fnatic going into this are like, oh, they're a bit of a, whatever team,
Fnatic
right?
the small fish in the big pond for EML, right?
Yeah.
EML is a big pond.
People watch EML.
G2, Falcons, VP have so much hype, but Fnatic are kind of, I mean, Fnatic are kind of in a similar position right now to where VP were a couple of months ago, where you make a couple of roster changes and then suddenly they look like a completely new team. A few young up-and-comers, and suddenly, immediately, everything is clicking for them. But it does mean here at the Esports World Cup, in the play-ins, Fnatic are looking like the best team, maybe alongside Shopify Rebellion, who we'll get to see a little bit more out of later today. And now that those two teams are looking like the strongest at the moment in the play-ins, everyone's going to have a massive target on their back. They're going to be studying them. They're going to be ready to try and take them down. And like we said, Fnatic actually, funnily enough, even though they are done with phase 1 of the play-ins, they still have to face a single elimination match in Phase 2, which means you can't afford to make any mistakes in that best of 3 series. One thing I really liked out of Fnatic that we got to see from Citizen, you know, Citizen's known for being a bit of a character. He's got quite a reputation. I love the guy. I think he's very funny. But notice what he's saying. He's not saying, guys, you know, everyone who doubted us, you know, go away, whatever. He says, guys, I told you, Smith is the GOAT. He's hyping up his young up-and-coming teammates. And I think any player that is gassing up their teammates is a good teammate.
Yeah. Good leader. It's a good leader. It's the middleman, right? We talk about middlemen so much in instrumental teams. And right now, what you're seeing with Citizen is exactly that. He is propping up the young guns. He's giving people, as Lax would say, their flowers. And I think ultimately, when you look at this matchup, look, just on Cafe alone, it was very, very dominant. But across the course of this series, it was never in doubt. And that is just a huge, fundamental part as to how we now start to storyline Fnatic for the rest of the event.
Honestly, if and when Fnatic become a bigger and bigger and better team, I'm going to be so keen to watch Citizen's evolution in interviews. Because we're going to start where we're at today. Very humble, very honest, very modest. He's going to start smack talking when he gets the credit to do. He will. Because
once he's earned it.
He gets in the mindset, but he's not going to do it without the creds for it.
Yeah.
So let's say they start taking a couple of names in WC. They go back for stage 2. They start beating G2 maybe again. Gatekeep another team for a major. Go to the next another one. Maybe make a SI. Have a top, let's say 12 finish. I think next year, beginning of, we're going to start seeing this. These guys are awful. We are better.
Come to think of it, I'm starting to notice a bit of a pattern with Citizen as a player. He's obviously always been known to be a star fragger, but the teams that he's played on, he has performed best when he has been the underdog. Cast your mind all the way back to 2019. One of Citizen's greatest achievements was winning Pro League finals with Na'Vi in Japan in 2019, right? And they were not the favorite team. They were the second seed team out of Europe at that event. They were not favorites to win it, and yet he over-delivered, right? When he had the most expectation on his shoulders was when he was in G2, and that was the era of arguably one of the worst G2s that we ever saw.
Yeah, and on top, I think the pressure is shifted now as well, because quick change right here. You catch that?
No.
Okay. I'm talking about how terrible G2 were in that period, and Rob's giving me eyes. I'm
a fly on the wall of this conversation.
I was like, okay, enough of that. Let's go over here.
Like they're talking about G2 again. Let's move away.
Okay. So I was thinking, like, when he was in G2, they say star player, star fragger. He's supposed to perform. Now we say he's a leader. He's a captain. He's praising his young gunners. The pressure is different now. Now he's like, I gotta call the strat, I gotta play the operator, I gotta enable my team. That's new for him. He used to be the guy that would be enabled, that would have the freedom, that would just have to go for kills.
I think it's also easy to be a player like Canadian, for example, or Shopify Rebellion, and be like, I'm the old man, I'm not gonna get kills, I've got Ambi, and every interview I'm gonna gas up Ambi because he's my guy that's getting 15 kills a game, right? Citizen, known to be a fragger, not known to be a support like Troy, for example, but he's not gassing up Deadshot, he's not gassing up Wizard, the star fraggers. He says, guys, Smith is the best shield player. He might be the bottom-rated player in a lot of their matches, but he is the most instrumental part of that team. And for that, I respect Citizen even
And Wizard eats nuggets for breakfast.
Oh my
Very important to know.
Is that how we're going to close it? Is that all that we have
I think we should close it like that. Come on.
Eat more chicken nuggets? Is that what we're saying?
That's it.
Okay, well, you heard that here first. Make sure you eat more chicken nuggets for breakfast, and you may just well play like Wizard. It is time for us to go to a break. On the other side, this matchup for me, Tyloo, Shopify Rebellion, this is an interesting one, and it's one you can't afford to miss. I know I say that often. You don't want to miss this.
John? No, John? ఒక్క నిమిషం John. Max, what's up, man? I did not notice you were live earlier. Yeah, Max, yeah. For the stream. Rich drops, man. How is your day, Max? Good have not much. Good. Yeah, it's good. As usual, same as day. One second. Siege update or siege. One second. నేను చూపెట్టలేదు. तो बाबा मैं चिमते बाबा आगे पाए बाबा काई Ubisoft partner John అది అంటే ప్లే ఆఫ్ ఇప్పుడు స్ట్రీమ్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది కదా టోర్నమెంట్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది కదా స్టార్టింగ్ వెంటనే స్టార్ట్ చేసిన వాళ్ళ వరకే ఇస్తారంట డ్రాప్స్. నేనేమో ప్లే ఆఫ్కి ముందు మాట్లాడతారు కదా, కామెంటరీ చేస్తారు కదా, కామెంటరీ చేసిన అయిపోయిన అంటే మ్యాచ్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందనగా నేను స్ట్రీమ్ చేశా. సో నాకు తర్వాత తెలిసింది నువ్వు స్టార్టింగ్ ఎర్లీ ఉండాలి, నువ్వు లేట్గా వచ్చావంటే ప్లే ఆఫ్ తర్వాత వచ్చావంటే నీకు ఎవరు అని అప్పుడు చెప్పారు. నాకు తెలియదు, ఫస్ట్ టైం కదా అది. సో చామ్ లేదు కాదు, ఈ ప్యాక్స్ లేవు. చామ్కి మళ్ళీ ఇందాకే వచ్చింది మళ్ళీ నోటిఫికేషన్ ఒకటి, ఈ పాస్ట్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ బాగుంటే నీకు నెక్స్ట్ చామ్ రివీల్కి అప్పుడు వచ్చేదంట. అది కూడా మళ్ళీ లిమిటెడ్ టైమే అంట. అది లిమిటెడ్ టైము. కాకపోతే నా చార్మా సరే అయితే సరే అయితే ఖచ్చితంగా ట్రై చేస్తాను. నాకు అది కష్టం కానీ చామ్ కష్టం. చామ్ మాత్రం ఏంది, చామ్ రావాలంటే ఎంత కష్టపడాలి, ఎంత రావాలనుకున్నా. కాకపోతే ఇంకోటి చెప్పుకుతాను జాన్, షాప్లోకి వెళ్ళి ఇదిగో షాప్ కదా సపోర్ట్ యూబీసాఫ్ట్ ఉంది కదా, ఇక్కడ నా పేరు కొడితే నా పేరు వచ్చేట్టు నేను చేస్తాను, అది చేస్తా చేయగలను. ఇంకా ఇక్కడ మామూలుగా ఇప్పుడు ఏం కొడదాం, యానీ కొడదాం, ఫాస్ట్ యానీ. సో ఫాస్ట్ యానీ యాక్టివేట్ అయింది కదా, అలా ఇక్కడ అలెక్స్ రైజన్ కొట్టి అది మాత్రం చేస్తాను నేను. చూడ ఖచ్చితంగా చేస్తా. ఏమని తెలుసా, డిక్లేర్ యువర్ సపోర్ట్ ఫర్ ఏ క్రియేటర్ యూ కెన్ గేమ్ పర్చేస్. అంటే ఏదన్నా నువ్వు కొన్నావు అనుకో గేమ్లో, కొద్ది క్రెడిట్స్ వస్తాయి అనమాట, మొత్తం రావు, కొద్దిగా. ఇది మాత్రం వచ్చింది, ఖచ్చితంగా వచ్చింది. కొద్దిగా టైం పట్టింది దీనికి. అది కానీ జాన్, రేపు ఇంకో సర్ప్రైజ్ ఉంది జాన్, కానీ నేను చెప్పకూడదు బయటికి. అది బయటికి మళ్ళీ అనవసరంగా చెప్పలేను, ఓకేనా? మెసేజ్ చేయమంటావు డిస్కౌంట్లో, లేకపోతే రేపే తింటావా? ఇస్తే బాగుండు, ఇరనుకో.
Be ready to engage Op 4.
అయ్యా. లేదు కొత్తది చెప్పలేదు జాన్, మెసేజ్ చేయమంటావా? చేసి చెబుతా కావాలంటే. బయటికి చెప్పలేనా అందుకని, మళ్ళీ అంటే చెప్తే ఏమైతే తెలియదు మళ్ళీ, అందుకని. అయ్యా గర్ల్ ఫ్రెండ్లో ఏం కాదయ్యా, గేమ్ గురించి అయ్యా, గేమ్ గురించి. సీజే
5 seconds. Perimeter is set. Op 4 has located a bomb.
సీజే దానికి డ్రాప్స్ ఉన్నాయి నాకు రేపు ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ 7:30 నుంచి. అదైతే వస్తాయి, ఇంకా ఖచ్చితంగా వస్తాయి. సరే ఓకే, అట్లాంటిది కాదులే, కానీ ఎప్పుడు వచ్చేదే, కానీ కొత్తగా.
Your location has been compromised.
అరే ఫక్. రికాల్ డిస్కౌంట్లో మెసేజ్ పెడతాను జాన్. నేను అప్పటికి చెప్పకూడదు అనుకుంటున్నా, కానీ చెప్పేద్దాం. ఏమో లైట్లీ డిస్కౌంట్ కనిపించలేదు కదా. అదేం లేదు అంటే, ఏదో ఒక ఉండాలి జాన్, కొద్దిగా మరీ జస్ట్ క్యాజువల్గా పెడతాం కన్నా కొద్దిగా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో అట్లా ఉండాలని ఇష్టం. అట్లా అది జాన్, నీదేనా ఇది? డిస్కౌంట్లో మెసేజ్ పెట్టా జాన్ ఒకసారి, నాకు కనిపించలేదు డిస్కౌంట్. దానిలో ఫ్రెండేనా నువ్వు? అందే పెట్టా. కింగ్డమ్ ఎయిర్గెట్ తెలియదు, కానీ బస్ కట్ జాన్ అది.
Op 4 eliminated. Successful.
ఎలా తనదా ఎలాగన్నా బాగుండేది జాన్, ఎలాగన్నా ట్రై చేస్తున్నావా?
You ready to engage Op 4?
Reloading! Cover me!
ఏంటి జాన్ ఈరోజు ఎర్లీగా చార్జ్ చేస్తున్నావు వర్క్ లేదా అరే దేనికి రా అసలు ఇది ఒకటి వరస్ట్ జోన్ అసలు అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఉంది మోస్ట్లీ డిసడ్వాంటేజ్ కూడా ఉంది దీనివల్ల
5 seconds to insertion.
జాన్ పిస్టల్తో చంపుదామా ఏ జాన్ పిస్టల్ లేడా జాన్ లేడా
Deploying it. Loading new magazine! Reloading!
ఎందుకు ఆపేను రా రీలోడు ఫక్ స్ట్రీమ్ 10 FPS అవునా లాగ్ అవుతుందా ఓకే మై బ్యాడ్ ఓకే ఎన్కోడర్ హెవీ అయిపోయింది ఇప్పుడు ఓకేనా
I need to reload.
అందుకనే మ్యాచ్ ఇప్పుడు ఎప్పుడైనా సరే టీ హంటో గీ హంటో ఏదో ఒకటి ఆడకపోతే ఇదే ఎఫెక్ట్ జాన్ నా ర్యాంక్ చూసావా జాన్ ఎక్కడున్నాను ప్లాట్ 4 John.
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
నాకు ఒకసారి భయం అవుతుంది జాన్ నా లెవెల్ చూసి తెలుసా నేను మొన్న చూసా 935 లెవెల్ నాది నాకు మైండ్ పోయింది 935 కేకే బ్రో అన్నారు అసలు 935 లెవెల్ ఏందిరా బాబు అనుకున్నా ఒక లెవెల్ పెరగడానికి ముక్కలా ఉండు కదా కొంతమంది అయితే నేను చూసింది హైయెస్ట్ 1200 ఉంటా మా ఫ్రెండ్ది తర్నా ఉన్నాడు వాడిది 1200 లెవెల్ 1200 1100 వచ్చి పడేస్తాడు గేమ్
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
కేకే బ్రో అండి కేకే బ్రో మాల్ మెయిన్ అకౌంట్ వచ్చేసరికి 800 ఉంటా 800 కేకే బ్రో మెయిన్ అకౌంట్ రష్ చేద్దామా సరదాగా
Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
జాన్ క్యామ్ చూడు జాన్ 2018 నుంచి यही माइक मती अरे हेडशॉट కొట్టుకుంటూ పొటాటో చేసానే ఎఫ్ చూస్తున్నా అలెక్స్ ఓకే 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 హ్యాచ్ రూమ్ ఒకడు సరే హ్యాచ్ రూమ్ అంట హ్యాచ్ రూమ్ ఏంది ఏ హ్యాచ్ షిట్ లిక్ నీ వల్ల నేను చచ్చిపోయాను జోన్ లైట్ పిక్ మ్యాచ్ కాసా training practice జాన్ రికాయిల్ కంట్రోల్ చేస్తాను అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 10 ఎంత ఇస్తా చెప్పు నేను ఆడే మ్యాక్సిమం ఆడతాను సోఫియాది ఆడనే అప్పుడు ఆడతా మ్యాక్సిమం అన్నిటితో ఆడతాము ఇంగితో ఆడదాం
Pick a gun. Any gun.
Out of 10, okay? अरे साइकिल पे नहीं ఏమంటా ఎట్లుంది ఇది ఎంత బాగుంది ఇది రికార్డ్ లేదు ఒమ్మాయి ఎంత ఆడాలి ఒమ్మాయి ఆడుతున్నారు ఈ మధ్య అందరూ డిఫరెంట్ ఒమ్మాయి ఓకే SMG12 దమ్ముంటే SMG12 ఓకే జాన్ ట్రై చేస్తా ఇది ఒకటి మార్చేద్దాం ఇది ఏం పెట్టాను దీనికి స్కోప్ తప్పసరా SMG12 బాగుంటుంది కానీ జాన్ నాకు ఎందుకు ఇది ఓకే కాస్త రికాయిల్ కంట్రోల్ చేయాలి వాడను కదా ఇచ్చేదా మళ్ళీ దానికి యాంగిల్ గ్రిప్ పెట్టా SMG12కి కనెక్ట్ అవ్వమన్నప్పుడు కనెక్ట్ అవ్వదు కానీ ఇప్పుడు కనెక్ట్ అయ్యింది జాన్ యాక్చువల్లీ అది ఆర్ట్ జాన్ ఆర్ట్ అది అమ్మ ఏంది ఇది చెప్తుంది అయ్యో ఏంది అసలు ఆగట్లేదు వెళ్ళిపోతుంది ఇది ఎట్లా ఆడుతున్నారు దీంతో ఓకే వ్యాలియంట్ ఎఫర్టా అంటే అర్థం కదా ఇప్పుడు కొద్ది పర్లేదే సెకండ్ బుల్లెట్గా వెళ్ళిపోతుంది 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 బుల్లెట్స్కి ఓకే 3 4కి వచ్చేదానికి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది 1 2 ఓకే చూసావా ఇప్పుడు 1 2 చెప్పాను కదా 1 2 3 4 కల్లా 1 2 3 4 అదిగో 3కి 4కి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది గమనించావా 1 2 ఇప్పుడు డైరెక్ట్ 3 4 5 దాకా 1 2 3 4 5 అదిగో అంటే 1 2 1 2 ఏంది 1 2 1 2 1 2 వన్ టైం ఛాన్స్ అవుతుంది నాకు తెలిసి 2-3 సార్లు అయితే ఓకే అవుట్ అయిపోతాం 5 లెక్కెట్ లోపు 33 మ్యాగజైన్ అయిపోయి ఓ పైన కంట్రోల్ చూసి కాల్చాలి బాగుంది తగిలితే ఒకటే జాన్ లేదంటే మనం అవుట్ అయిపోదాం అంతే కదా బాగుంది ట్రై చేద్దాం లాంగ్ రేంజ్ కష్టం చూడండి షార్ట్ రేంజ్ అయితే మైండ్ పోయిద్దాం ఉంటాడు లాంగ్ రేంజ్ డ్రాప్ అయిపోతుంది లాంగ్ రేంజ్ కష్టం ఐ థింక్ దిస్ గన్ ఈజ్ ద హైయెస్ట్ ఫైర్ ఇదొకటి వార్డెన్ గన్ ఒకటి ఎస్ఎంజీ ఇది 11 కదా 11 ఉంటా ఇప్పుడు ఆప్షన్స్ డమ్మీస్ దగ్గరలో పెడదాం
All specialists must check in with Dr. Pandey before deploying.
ఇదేం దగ్గరగానే ఉన్నాయా SMG ¿Qué bro? Sí. Me jaচ্ছে না Game John సంగతి bro తిన్నావా ఒక లైట్ కొనాలి జాన్ కదా, కొద్దిగా ఫేస్కి లైట్ పెట్టాలి. మరీ చీకట్లో ఉన్నట్టున్నా కదా, చీకటికి ఉంది కదా, ఫేస్ లైట్ ఉంటే బాగుండేదా.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
ఓ వీటి షామ్ బాగుంది. ఏం షామ్ అది?
Op 4 has successfully defused a bomb. Mission failed.
కెప్టెన్ అమెరికా. DB ఆడదాం. సర్కిల్ లైట్స్ సర్కిల్ లైట్స్ ఏవో ఉంటాయి. సర్కిల్ లైట్ కాదు కానీ అది చూస్తుంటే ఏదోలాగా ఉంటుంది కదా నాకు. ఇంకోటి నుండి జాన్ ఫేస్ లైట్ అని ఏదో సంథింగ్ వైట్గా ఎంత పామ్ అంత ఉంటుంది సైజ్, ఒక లైట్ ఉంటుంది వైట్ కలర్ది. సైడ్ గ్లాసెసా సైడ్ గ్లాసెసా? ఇది నాయా సైడ్ గ్లాసెస్ జాన్.
10 seconds.
యాక్చువల్లీ ఇది ఇప్పుడు ఈ కాదు జాన్, 5 years నుంచి ఇదే వాడుతున్నా. అంటే ఫ్రేమ్ ఇదే వాడుతున్నా. ఫ్రేమ్ బాగా నచ్చింది. అదే గ్లాసెస్ని సైడ్ గ్లాస్ 2 సార్లు మార్చి. ఎట్టుంది? అరే పొటాటో అదేవిడా. వర్స్ట్ గేమ్. No comments, no comments.
Setting a sequential breach.
Activating drone.
ఏదో ఉండో కేక్ బోల్దే మ్యాచ్ పాయింట్లో ఉంది.
The diffuser has been recovered.
I'm reloading.
Must recover the diffuser. Down to 1 friendly. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it. Drop the diffuser. The diffuser has been secured.
Looks like you could use a hand.
अरे
No longer in
इदेंदी
your possession.
మజీదా బ్లైండ్ లో కొట్టేశాడు ఈడు.
Friendly, last operator standing. The diffuser has been recovered.
బ్లిట్స్ షీల్డ్తో ఫ్లాష్ కొడితే ఒక నిమిషం ఆగాలన్నమాట. బొడ షీల్డ్ తీసి కాల్చుకోండి.
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser. The diffuser has been destroyed. Mission failed.
talking about that. Pack reward latest to see this person 1000 battle points per location. Battle pass ఎప్పుడో అయిపోయింది కదా. Thanks. ఏం బ్రో వెళ్ళిపోయాడు
ఏమైపోయిందిగా
హే రమ్మన్ బ్రో ఏం కాదు కానీ ఇంకో మ్యాచ్ ఆడిపోయింది.
Yeah bro, I speak in English, Telugu, both. Thanks for following. Thanks for the follow on the Twitch, man. Thank you. ఎంత ఇచ్చాడు బ్రో Ubisoft ఎన్ని డాలర్లు ఇచ్చాడు చెప్పండి, నిజం చెప్పండి. ఎన్ని రెడ్ బుల్ వస్తాయి చెప్పండి.
డబ్బులు ఎందుకు ఇస్తాడు
చెప్పండి, పర్లేదు ఏం కాదు. ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ రైట్ అవ్వండి చెప్పండి.
డబ్బులేమీ లేదు
ఏమంటారు సర్లేండి చెప్పమంటారు.
అరే డబ్బులు ఇస్తే పంచేవాడు బ్రో అందరికి.
పంచడమే
అంతే కానీ వాడు ఎవడగా
300 పింగ్ కమాన్ తమాషా బేటా. చూడు ఇప్పుడు వస్తా చూడు, అలా అక్కడ కనబడుతుంది, ఇలా పిల్ల వేసుకుని సైక్లోప్స్ లయ్యర్ అంట చూడు.
లేదు
బాగా ఉంది తీసాడు బాబు.
అసలు అది ఏందో మ్యాప్ వస్తేనే ఓ రకంగా ఇది వచ్చింది.
250 వచ్చింది 3కి వెళ్ళిపోయింది.
300 లెవెల్ చేసుకో.
ఇంకో 10 పెట్టి 300 రౌండ్ ఫిగర్ చేసి సరిపోతుంది. అది 322 333 క్రిస్కే రైట్ స్కోర్ 333 కమాన్. సజ్జనాను బాబుని
We need to locate a bomb.
To F side. Your drone has found a bomb. 10 seconds before insertion. 5 seconds.
Spawn pick, main window spawn pick.
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
అయిపోయాడు జోపీ గడ బతికేడు బ్రో.
అరే Arnie reported.
Clutch disarmed.
Clutch out.
कैसे बाड़कुना था?
Deploying drone.
కేబ్రో కింద ఉన్నాడు కేబ్రో ఫైర్ ప్లేస్ వన్ పింగ్ వెళ్ళిపోయాడు కిచెన్కి వెళ్ళాడు
I've gridlocked the stairs.
కేబ్రో కింద త్రిపింగ్ పియానో వాచింగ్ గ్రిడ్లాక్ పియానో
Bandit library stairs.
Reloading, cover me.
లైబ్రరీలో అయితే ఎవరు లేదు కేబ్రో
ఉన్నాడు
లైబ్రరీ స్టైర్స్
Bandit library stairs.
బొక్కలో పింగ్ నాకు చిరాకు దొబ్బుతుంది. గోయగడ్ లెఫ్ట్ లో వస్తున్నాడు.
వస్తాడు డోర్ దగ్గర వస్తాడు. నీకు లెఫ్ట్ డోర్ విండోకి
క్లోజ్ లెఫ్ట్ ఉన్నాడు. హాల్వేలో కింద ఒకడు. అది స్టన్ అయిపోతాడు. వెళ్ళిపోయి చంపే అడవికి వెళ్ళిపో.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. One friendly operator remaining. 15 seconds remaining.
వాడి కింద నుంచి వచ్చాడు.
ఆడి పింగేసి ఇచ్చాడు. కొడతాను చూడండి.
పింగేడా అరే సౌండ్ కూడా ఏం చేయలేదు.
అరణిగాడు రైట్ తిరిగి చూపించాడు తిరిగి కింద ఉన్నాడు అనేసి.
ఓకే
అసలు మామూలుగా లేదు ఆడతాను కథ. సూపర్రా. అందరూ వేస్తున్నారు, మనం వేద్దాం అనుకుంటే Ubisoft అసలు బ్యానింగ్ చేస్తే ఎంత దారుణంగా ఉంటుంది అనేది మనమే ప్రయోగిస్తాడు. అందమే చేయడు.
అదే కదా
ఎందుకు వచ్చిన బాధ అని అడుగుతున్నా. ఏదైతే అయింది షాపులోనే పీసీలో వేసి దొప్పుతాను. ఒక అకౌంట్ ఉంది, అది అకౌంట్ పోయింది. వేసి దొప్పుతాను పోతే అదే పోద్ది కదా. ఆఫ్లైన్ గేమ్లో ఆడతాను, ఆన్లైన్ గేమ్లో ఆడను.
ఓకే
అది ఇచ్చి అది జామ్ బ్యాగ్ వెళ్ళిపోయింది దెబ్బకి. ESPR అని అవును బ్రో. సోలేసి తీసాడు ఇప్పుడు. ఆగా బాంబు ఫోన్ చేయని. అరే అయ్యయ్యా అదే వేసాడే.
బ్రిడ్జ్ చేయాలి కదా హిబానా.
సోలిస్
Spawn peak lakeside from library.
Insertion in 5 seconds.
Unpick from library and
proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
I'll take you somewhere underground next time.
నాడే పోతారేం చూడే.
ఎవరు లేడే పైన ఉన్నాడు.
అడిగి వచ్చాడు రేపు లైబ్రరీ చంపాడు.
ఆడే లైబ్రరీ.
Claymore mine is ready.
అవరా నువ్వు. రే ఒక్క బుల్లెట్ కూడా తగలేదు బ్రో వాడికి.
ఓ షిట్.
బ్రేజర్ చచ్చిపోయాడు కానీ వెళ్ళిపోయినా అమ్మవాసికి వెళ్ళిపోయి. అమావాస్యకి వెళ్ళిపోయి ఏం చేయడం లేదు అట్లే
ఊరికే సరదాగా చేద్దాం ఏం చేయాలి.
సూపర్ పడుతుంది చూడు విండో దగ్గర అక్కడ పైన ఉన్నాడు పైన టాప్ ఇది ఉంటుంది కదా నేను బిగ్ విండో ఉంటుంది కదా అక్కడ ఉన్నాడు వేసినాడు అక్కడ నుంచి కిందకి ఎత్తే పడలేదు పడి కావలేదు మీకు లెఫ్టే బ్రో అలెక్స్ బ్రో
ఓకే
కరెక్ట్గా తెలియదు లెఫ్ట్ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాడు మరి ఎక్కడ పోయి తెలియదు అక్కడ కొడతాను చూడండి అక్కడ స్ట్రైట్ ఏడేసి చూడండి అక్కడే ఉన్నాడు అదే మీరు వెళ్ళిపెడికి అందుకే కింద గేమ్స్లో ఉంటాడు చూసుకో
ఎంత ఉన్నాడు అక్కడ
గేమ్స్లో ఉన్నాడు ఇంకోడు ఆరుని అదేం వేయడం రా బాబు కాదు బ్రీచ్ మీద వేసి తీసుకెళ్ళాను చేసుకొచ్చాడు ఒకడు కొడుకు శాస్త్రం తీయ ఉంది అది కరెక్ట్గా ర్యామ్ వాడితే మీకు కిల్ వచ్చింది వెట్టికల్ చూడు మనోడిని కొడుతున్నాడు అక్కడ బ్లూలోనే నువ్వు కూడా వెళ్ళరా బ్రో ఈడు అరణిగాడు బొక్కెట్టి ఏడిఎస్ కూడా చేయకుండా వెళ్తున్నాడు గురు ఏడిఎస్ కూడా లేదు ఎక్కడ చూస్తుందో తెలియదు అడిగి
అదే ఇందాక ఫస్ట్ రిపోర్ట్ చేసిన దాన్ని నేను వాడు రాంగల్నే కొట్టు విండో కట్ ట్రాప్ లో అర్నీ
అది కొడితే ఒకరోజు ఎత్తాడు ఏముంది
జాగ్రత్త తీసుకుని స్పాన్ పిక్ వస్తాడని తెలిసి అటే వెళ్ళి చచ్చిపోతే
ఏ బాగా తీసుకొని సావాలట వెళ్ళి
ఆడ చెప్పాడు మళ్ళీ
ర్యాప్లిన్ అవుతుంటే ఆడ అసలు ఎన్ని బుల్లెట్లు కాల్చి తెలుసా అండి ఒక్క బుల్లెట్ కూడా తగలలేదు ఆడికి సింగిల్ బుల్లెట్
సైకిల్ ఎవడ ఆడలేదు అంత పైకి
ఆడు ర్యామ్ చాలా అద్భుతంగా పెట్టాడు ఇది దండం పెడతాను ర్యామ్ ఆడకరా బాబు
We need to locate a bomb.
మరుపుల రాని నేనే మోన ఇటుపక్క సైడ్
Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
అసలు ఇక్కడ తిరుగుదాం అనుకున్నోడిని తిరగకుండా అటు వెళ్ళాను చూడు అసలు ఇటు వెళ్ళాను మీకు తిరుగుంటే అయిపోయాను
అక్కడికి పైకి వెళ్ళిపోయారా
నూట స్మోక్ అయ్యాడు స్మోక్
10 seconds before insertion. 5 seconds to go. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Target located. Second floor.
క్యాజులు వేసుకున్నాడు వావ్ నేను ఆడు కొడుతున్నాడు ఏమో అని పక్కకు వచ్చాను చూడు శబాషరా బేటా
లాస్ట్ అక్కడ ఉన్నాడు ఆ రూమ్ నుంచి
హాల్వే 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 హాల్వే
అరే
రైట్ హాల్వేలో ఉన్నాడు ఇక్కడ క్లోజ్ చేసి రారా
విజిల్గాడు స్టైర్స్ పైన ఎలక్ట్రో క్యాజిలాడు
క్యాజిల్ విజిల్గాడు కూడా ఉన్నాడు ఇక్కడ
ఈ డిబ్రీస్ ఏంది నాకు చెత్తలో
పైన కేనియల్లో ఉన్నాడు
అక్కడ ఇద్దరు
నేడుందా ఎవరి దగ్గర
ఉంది బ్రో అటు వెళ్తున్నారా ఏంది
ఇక్కడ వైర్ వేస్తే నేను ఒకవేళ దొరికితే నేను ప్లాంట్ అవుతా లేకపోతే లేదు అన్ని ట్రాప్స్
ప్లాంట్ అవ్వదు బ్రో ఇద్దరు ఉన్నారు అటువైపు మీ దగ్గర
జస్ట్ ఒక నేడే చాలు నాది
వస్తున్నా
ఓకే
అది స్ట్రైట్ ఉన్నాడు డోర్ దగ్గర స్ట్రైట్ డోర్ ఉంది కదా డోర్ దగ్గర యాంగిల్ పట్టుకొని ఆడుతున్నాడు వాడు
చూస్తున్నది కొంచెం ఉన్నాడు చూడండి కేబుల్
చూడనా
మీరు చూడండి ఓకే చూడండి
అక్కడ ఉన్నాడు. ఆడికి అటుపక్క నుంచి ఇటుపక్క సైడ్కి యాంగిల్ ఉంది, అందులో నుంచి కొడుతున్నాడు.
ఓకే పైకి వెళ్దాం లేకపోతే
పైన క్యాజువల్ ఆడుతున్నాడు. క్యాజువల్ వేసి
డాక్ ఆడే ఇంకెవడా
వాట్ గేమ్ అమ్మా.
అటుపక్క క్యాజువల్ పీకిస్ ఉందట. నైస్ రా. నా బుల్లెట్ లేదురా, ఒక్కడ కూడా తాగలేదు. ఇది కూడా అడిగి సూపర్ రా బిట్. రైట్
కొట్టినాడు ఎదురు.
The diffuser has been secured. You must recover the diffuser.
కనిపించిన వాళ్ళు ఉన్నాడు. వైట్ కలర్ రా.
వీడింది హ్యాష్ డ్రాప్ అయిపోయి డైరెక్ట్ గా.
15 seconds left.
ఒరే 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 ఏం చేస్తావు రా? అరే
స్పాన్
లేక్ సైడ్ స్పాన్ పీక్. లైట్ తీసుకుంటే ఎలాగ అయిపోయింది కానీ ఒక్క బుల్లెట్ అంటే ఒక్కటి కూడా తగలట్లేదు అయ్యా.
ఆడు ఏస్తాడు.
ఆడు ప్యానిక్ అయిపోయాడు. ముందు చూడగానే ఏటో అర్థం కాలేదు. కింద డ్రాప్ అయిపోగా ఉనికి
ఎవరు లేరు, ఏం చేద్దాం అన్నట్టుగా.
అల్ఫ్రెడ్ బాట్ బ్రో, థ్యాంక్ యూ బ్రో.
ఎవరికి రిపోర్ట్ కొట్టాలి ఇందులో? ఫస్ట్ ఉన్నాడుక
అందరు కొడితే
అందరూ కొట్టేసా, అన్నీ పెట్టేసి.
కిల్లి కిల్లి కచ్చా చాకో.
Well done.
ADS deployed.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault.
కిల్లి కిల్లి కచ్చా కొలకాకో ఆకుడు మోత. మీకోసం వెయిటింగ్ రండి. ఎవడ అమరా? సైడ్లోకి వస్తాడు జాకిల్ గడు. జాయిగడు
అరే ఏంది
ఎక్కడ?
సోలారియం విండోస్
కాదు కాదు, సోలారియం వస్తాడా? నో మ్యాడ్ వేస్తాను చూడు అక్కడ.
ఊసా విండోస్ మీద.
బాత్రూమ్
వెనక ఊసా ఉండు కేక్ బ్రో, విండోస్ మీద.
పియానో విండో ఎవడున్నాడా?
ఉన్నాడా కొంట వాసా పెట్టినట్టున్నాడు.
వాసా బిగ్ విండో.
ఓసా పియానో ఉండదు, సోలారియం.
ఎక్కడి నుంచి కొట్టాడు?
బిగ్ విండో నేను దొరకను కానీ నా ఇక్కడ చూడండి రావాలి. వచ్చారు నా పక్కన పియానో.
ఈడే అమ్మ బిగ్ విండో ఒకటి, పియానో ఒకడు.
One friendly remaining.
తారకెత్తున్నారు అక్కడ.
అయిపోయాడు.
ఆడికి తెలుసురా.
All friendly.
పర్యటకు వచ్చేసి ఎక్కేసి
Yo, bro,
అరే తీసేయండి ఇక.
ఆడుకోండి చాలా ఇక్కడ వెళ్తున్నా
ఆడేద్దాం లాస్ట్ బాగా
అదేంటి కేకురు అప్పుడే
ఫ్లాట్ ప్లేయర్
ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ తర్వాత చూద్దాం.
నేను స్టార్ట్ చేస్తే నిన్న సరిపోద్దా లేకపోతే పింగ్ మళ్ళీ అదే వచ్చేదా?
తెలీదు.
మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేయండి లేకపోతే మీకు వస్తే మీకు వచ్చింది. మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేస్తే వచ్చింది.
అదే బతుకు తేడా ఉండదు.
ఇప్పుడు
కేకే బ్రోకి ఇచ్చేసి కేకే బ్రో స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారా?
ఎవరు స్టార్ట్ చేసిన అదే బతుకు మా
అంటే మీకు పింగ్ ఏమన్నా ఎక్కువ మీదైతే కాస్త నార్మల్.
ఓకే
ఏంటి కేకే బ్రో ఏంటి స్పెషల్ ఇవ్వాలా?
ఏమీ లేదు ఎగ్ అంతే.
ఎగ్ కర్రీయా? బోర్డర్
స్క్రీన్ హలో అంట. బ్లాక్ స్క్రీన్
కెనల్ బోర్డర్ కెనల్
కానీ బ్రో నీకోసం ఏమనుకుంటున్నా
మరి దారంగా బోర్డర్ చేస్తున్నారు బ్యాన్.
మరి మీరు విండో ప్లాన్ కొడితే
సరే ఇప్పుడు ఓకే. ఇప్పుడు ఎంత పింగ్? ఓకే 90 పింగ్.
మనమ్మే ఎంట్రీ బ్యాన్ అంట
37 వస్తుంది కేక్ బ్రో మీ పింగ్.
చేసాడు పిల్ల మొగ్గాడు వచ్చాడు బ్రో వచ్చాడు చాలా రోజు చాలాసేపు అయింది. ఆడినావు ఓకే బ్రో థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఏమన్నా బ్యాన్ ఏంటి?
ఏమో
బేస్కి వెళ్తారేంటి?
నేను సోఫియా మీద
బేస్కి వెళ్ళలేదు. ఏమన్నా బ్యాన్ మనం చేసామంటుంటే
నార్మల్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ బ్రో. లవ్లీ.
We have kite కదా కిందకి పోతాం కదా.
వెళ్దామా కిందకి? వెళ్ళిపోదాం పా కేక్ బ్రో కిందకి వెళ్ళిపోదాం.
అయ్యాలి
కేక్ బ్రో
3 ఓట్లు పడ్డాయి కదా ఎందుకు?
3 మీరు నొక్కలేదా?
ఆల్రెడీ ఉన్నాయి కదా 3. నేను కాదు ర్యాండమ్ గా 3. వాడు అమ్మ
చేసుకురావాలి.
వెళ్తాను నేను లాబీ చేస్తాను. మోటో చేస్తే చేసుకుని లేకపోతే ఓపెన్ చేసి వచ్చేస్తాను.
మన వైపు ఫ్లాట్ 1 గడు వచ్చాడు. ఆడపోవాలి నరికేస్తాను ఈరోజు అయిపోయాడు.
ఆడేది అంటే డెమరాల్ స్టార్ వచ్చాడు ఆడకపోతే నరుకుతానని.
10 seconds left.
అంతే కదా మరి.
ఇప్పుడున్న ర్యాంక్
సంబంధం లేదు ఇంకా.
Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to defuse your bombs.
మ్యాచ్ దీనికైనా దానికైనా లోపల సైట్లో అయినా దీనికైనా.
దీనికి ఒకటి అయ్యో లోపల
వాల్ట్ కేసా
వాల్ట్ కోట్ వేసుకో అంతే.
ఎక్కడ దీనికి అట్లా
చూపు చేసి అక్కడ ఆడుతున్నారు. ఇది ఎవరు వీళ్ళు?
రన్
ఇదే
వాల్ట్.
వచ్చారా?
జోఫియా ఉన్నాడు. జోఫియా లాబీ వస్తున్నాడు. మెయిన్ స్టేజ్ దిగుతున్నాడు జోఫియా గడు.
స్టేర్సా? స్పైరల్ దగ్గర బనానా దగ్గర
స్పైరల్ దగ్గర 4 పింగ్
దిగాడా?
ఇంకా లేదు పైన ఉన్నాడు.
ఓకే క్యామ్ చూస్తున్నారా? నేను ఇక్కడ ఉన్నా. వాడు దిగితే
క్యామ్ తీసాడు. స్టేర్సే దిగుతాడు. వాడు హార్ట్ బ్రీచ్ ఉంటే దానికి వెళ్తారు లేకపోతే వెళ్ళి ఏం ఉపయోగం లేదు కదా. మ్యాచ్ ఓపెన్ చేశారు హాల్వేలోకి. థర్మైట్ ఓపెన్ చేసాడు అది.
ఓకే ఈడేంది
వాల్ట్ ఓపెన్ అయింది ఏంటి?
లేదు EMP వేసాడు ఇక్కడ. ఓపెన్ చేస్తుంది ఇది కూడా.
ఓకే
వాల్ట్ కాదు సైట్.
క్యామ్స్ అని కేపం మొత్తం.
అది లిఫ్ట్
You must defend it.
స్టేజ్ మీద ఉన్నాడు సర్వర్ స్టేజ్ కేకు.
చచ్చాను అనుకుంటూనే ఉన్నాను. బొక్కలో గోయలు పెట్టాడు కానీ మొగ్గలో గోయలు.
ఎక్కడ
బొక్కలో గోయలు. వాల్ట్ డ్రోన్ చేసాడు. డ్రాప్ అయ్యాడు. వాల్ట్ వచ్చేస్తున్నాడు ఇక్కడ లిఫ్ట్ సైడ్ బ్రో. జోఫియాడ్ ఉన్నాడు ఇక్కడ పింక్ 4. కైడు వెనకట్లా టొరుకు ఈయన్ని పిక్ చేయాడు. వెళ్ళిపోయాడు లోపల గోల్డ్లో వెళ్ళిపోయాడు. నేను ముందు ఉన్నాడు చూడు.
వెనక్కి వెళ్ళిపోతే బెస్ట్ అనుకుంటాను.
వెళ్ళిపోయాడు.
అయితే ముందుకు పుష్ ముందు పుష్
చేసి అన్నగారు ఫ్లాంక్.
Friendly last operator standing. Time expires in 10 seconds. Mission critical. Bomb diffuser activated.
అన్ని గోయలు ఒక దగ్గర పెట్టుకున్నాడు. ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళు కాలుస్తారు గోయలు. మెయిన్ స్టేజ్ మీద ఉన్నాడు రా.
Diffuser located. Protect the bombs and disable the diffuser. Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
ఇంకొక జీలో పెడతాడు. ఇంకా చేద్దాం బాటికి అంట. ఏమికి రారా బాటు నువ్వు లేక మనగా బీసీగా అయిపోయిందంట. ఇట్స్ కాల్డ్ గుడ్ హెడ్ ఫోన్స్ అంట. ఉండేదే 1 GM ఇంకేం కోస్తామంట. వీ విల్ డూ వన్ థింగ్. 1 mm చేద్దాం. చేసేయి ఎవడ ఆపుతాడు నిన్ను.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
I need to reload.
Perimeter defense active.
10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. Bomb location secure.
Scores, that's a drone for us. Magnet deployed. Magnet activate. Loading new magazine.
స్టేట్స్ అమరగడ్ లోపల ఉన్నట్టు చూడండి.
ఇంకా రాలే. ఇక్కడ ఎక్కుతున్నాడు చూడు. పైకి ఎక్కుతున్నాడు. సూపర్.
ఇద్దరు వచ్చారు చూడారు. అమరగడే
ఆడే వెనక దిగాడు. ఎంత తేడా.
అమరగడ్ స్టీల్ స్టైర్స్ పైన ఇంకొకటి వస్తున్నాడు. ర్యామ్ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాడు. ఆన్పింగ్
కింద ఉన్నాడా? కరెక్ట్గా మళ్ళీ చెప్పగల పింగ్
ఆర్జిఎఫ్స్ నుంచి లాబీకి వస్తున్నాడు.
కరెక్ట్గా పింగ్ చేస్తుంది. అక్కడే ఉన్నాడా?
లేడు. ఆ లాబీ నుంచి నడుచుకుంటూ లాబీకి వస్తున్నాడు. రిసెప్షన్ వచ్చాడు. ఎక్కడే ఉన్నాడు కరెక్ట్గా కింద. ర్యామ్ వేస్తున్నాడు పైకి వేసాడు. మరి అడుగు ఎందుకు పైకి వేస్తాడు తెలియదు. ఒకడు మెయిన్ ఒకడు మెయిన్ డోర్ ఒకడు
అటున్నాడా అదంతా బ్రో వెనకాల
చూసా
Deployed. Surface secured.
తగ్గితే అందుకని
Throwing magnet.
Windows రేపలో అవుతారు
అమరగాడు వచ్చాడు కదా ఆ విండో ర్యాప్
చూసా లోపల ర్యాప్లిన్ అయితే చెప్పు
వచ్చాడు పైకి ఓకే మనోడా ఆడు పైకి వెళ్ళిపోయాడు స్కైలైట్ కి ఫైర్ దగ్గర ర్యాప్లింగ్ పెద్ద విండోలు ఉంటాయి
పైకి ర్యాంప్ ఎత్తుంది పడుతుంది మొన్న నుంచి చేస్తుంటారు అందరం
అరే వీడేంది
ఎక్కడ
స్టేర్ కేస్ ఓపెన్ ఏరియాలో
స్క్వేర్ బ్యారికేడ్ ఓపెన్ చేశారు విండో అది ఇద్దరు అక్కడ ఉన్నారు ఇద్దరు ముగ్గురు ఇక్కడ ఇటువైపు ముగ్గురు స్క్వేర్ ముగ్గురు ఇక్కడ స్క్వేర్ ముగ్గురు స్క్వేరే
చచ్చిపోతాను అయితే స్క్వేర్లో ఎక్కేతాను
Down to 15 seconds.
వెనక నుంచి రావచ్చు కదా
బెస్ట్ ఆప్షన్
10 seconds left.
అక్కడ హాల్వే అవుతున్నాడు చూడు
One friendly operator remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
ప్లాంటింగ్ ఒకటి ఇక్కడ
నైస్ వన్
నైస్ లాస్ట్ ఆడనే చూడ హైలైట్ అది
అందుకే ఆడనే తీసుకున్నాను వేరే కొట్టి పక్క
ఇంకోటి అది అక్కడ చూడు కనపడుతున్నారా
వీడి తేడా ఉన్నాడు వీడు ట్రిక్ ఫ్రీక్ అనేవాడు ఏసా
గోపురం మెయిన్ నోష్ అంట వాడే బాటిల్ అవి పిసికేర పట్టుకొని బాటిల్ అవి అంట ఇక్కడ కూడా లేదు ఇప్పుడు ప్లేట్ విన్ థ్యాంక్ యూ బ్రో
యాడ్ వేస్ట్ అయినా
Nice call out, select bro.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Let's agree, yeah.
Shield deployed.
Adi allo.
Okay. Well played, win, bro.
Super lavi, bro. Super cover on.
Reinforcing the wall.
Mangana goran ganada. Chilla pettirindi.
వీళ్ళు ఒక్క డ్రోను ఇప్పుడు దాకా అంతా డ్రోన్లన్నీ సైట్లో పెడుతున్నారు అంటే దాచి పెడుతున్నారు సైట్లోనే ఉన్నారండి
అరే దాచినోడు దాచుకోరా మళ్ళీ నా మీద ఇచ్చేస్తారు పక్కలే బొక్కడాగాడు బొక్కలో డ్రోన్ పెట్టుకుని ఉండే
వస్తాడు అక్కడ ఆల్రెడీ
ఎక్కడ
బాబు వస్తాడు మాంటీ
అలా బతుకుంటే క్యాములతో ఏదో చేద్దాం రానే వాళ్ళు రానే లాబీ డ్రోనింగ్ స్పైరల్ పైకి 2F డ్రోన్ చేస్తున్నారు సచ్చడి అన్నీ ఒకేసారి గురు ఫ్లోరస్ పెట్టాడా మొత్తం పోతాయి అన్నీ నిజం పోతాయి రీచ్ అయింది మాంటీ కూడా ఉన్నాడు ఇక్కడ చూడు
అజా కొద్దిగా పక్కలే అజా పక్కలే గోమైండ్ అసలు
కాల్చాడు
బ్యారికేడ్ వేస్తున్నా
షీల్డ్ తీసి కొడేస్తున్నాడు. ప్లాంట్ కొడుతున్నాడు.
Diffuser located.
That's weird.
I think ఒకళ్ళు డిఫ్యూజ్ అండి ఒకళ్ళు
రైట్ సైడ్ ఉన్నాడు రైట్ సైడ్
కింద 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 ఉన్నాడు కింద
రైట్ సైడ్ కింద కింద బ్యాక్ సైడ్
సర్వర్ సర్వర్ సర్వర్
రైట్ సైడ్
రైట్.
All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
స్టేర్స్ మీద ఉన్నాడు అనుకోండి. స్టేర్స్ చూస్తున్నా
ఇందాక కొంచెం జరుగుతున్నా రైట్ సైడ్ సర్వర్ దగ్గర ఉన్నాడని
నాకు స్టేర్స్ వినపడుతుంది.